Let me respawn in Rome, please. Yes.
Our city currently has a population of 9. A farmer? I definitely...
Hey guys, welcome back to DreamLeague Season 27 Southeast Asia Close Qualifiers. We'll be getting the festivities starting for you very shortly as we're getting the teams into the lobby. It is Grand Finals Day right now and we have Aureus up against Execration in the lower bracket. I think with the way the Execration were playing up until this point, it's fair to expect that, you know, they might have just trampled all the way to the Grand Finals. But yesterday, Boom really brought the heat, both teams taking turns to just stomp one another. And now they're in this situation up against Team Aureus, who have sort of made a bit of a stumble at the start against Boom and then now are slowly climbing back up, both teams wanting their shot at revenge here. Now, you might be wondering, what are you doing alone over here? What's going on? Where's your good friend Winter Dota? Well, we'll get him back very shortly, don't worry about that. But for now, we're in and we're gonna get the draft ready for you very shortly. Now, my expectations all along, I'm gonna be honest, when we first started out, I thought that a lot of these teams might stand a good chance, right? But as the dust settles, as it usually does here in these close qualifiers, it ends up being the same teams that everyone kind of expected, the big names. For those of you who haven't been following the post-TI shuffle, well, big old Boom Esports, the one sort of remaining Southeast Asian team, now that Talon sort of, no one really know what's going on there. Team Aureus, Tim's left that stack and decided to make a stack now with all the Filipinos who left. So you got Natsumi from Talon, but then you got Nico, Skem, and Yopaj coming back from NA, SA, and NA and Western Europe respectively, right? So they had their times on Mouse, they had their times on Shopify Rebellion. They're done with that. They're done with the excursion, back to Southeast Asia. So that's kind of where this stack comes to together. It's a bit funny because Schem, they were all on their own little side quests, right? Schem was literally the coach for Nemesis at TI. So hopefully he gained some pretty solid experience there. Of course, this is also a battle of two Malaysian coaches, Leon Arthur against Mr. Adam 343. Now, 343 is, of course, busy casting the South American close qualifiers, but he's a dear friend of ours. And he's been in the scene for a long time. He was also Boom's coach at TI. So a lot of just kind of interlinking situations going on here. I mean, that is Southeast Asia after all. The top few players all know each other very well. But I think Execration, if they're able to bring out the form that they had in that game number 1 yesterday against Boom, I'm not really sure how Aureus stand a chance. But this is also going to be the first time that we witness Aureus on this stream. They've been playing the entire run so far, and we've dodged them. I mean, I feel bad because I would love to see these players and how they're doing. I know the games haven't been the most straightforward, but we will have a draft for you coming up on the screen very shortly, and we can talk about the hero picks and bans. I can just run through the previous records for them as well. Just a quick look through their run so far. They were losing narrowly to Boom Esports. That was a 2-1 series. So like I said, going to try and look for a revenge match in the grand finals. But then they were pretty, straightforward wins over Nemesis. There was some stumbling in one of the games, but then Yangon Galacticos were easily dispatched. Reconics were easily dispatched yesterday. And here they are today in this draft. It's going to be a battle of the minds. It's going to be a battle of all Filipinos again, powered by Malaysian coaches. That seems to be the trend right now. Let's see for which of these teams it works out better for.
Impossible.
Team ban.
Bans coming out. Nothing crazy to speak of. I would say that
10 seconds remaining.
these two teams, Execration probably don't really play the Naga so much, but
Seconds remaining.
I think Aureus might be able to pull it off, right? Schem, he has that experience from some of the other regions, so not too surprised that the Nature's Prophet and the Naga are in the draft, or rather taken out of the draft. But you know who's back in? Winter Dota. Welcome back, brother.
Sup? Sorry about that.
It's okay. It happens sometimes. Everyone's really nervous about this grand finals. There's been a lot of, rather this finals day. There's been a lot of, just kind of, I want to say scheduling shenanigans going on. We won't go too much into that, but at least we have a game on our hands. Sand King Snapfire to start us off. Any thoughts about these two teams? Because I went on a long ramble by myself about this matchup here. Do you have any thoughts about these players? And this is the first time we're seeing Team Aureus on our stream, Winter.
Team ban.
Team Aureus, they are a stack of friends, They all started from Neon back in the day.
Radiant team.
Most of them, I think, except teams. Scam, Yopaj, Nico, Natsumi. They've been
So
playing...
is this like Neon 2.0 or Neon 3.0 or something like that?
I have no idea. But I know they are really, really good friends. They are very close.
Dire
I think Teams is like the only one that wasn't in the initial squad. I mean, right now here they have a pretty good shot, for a team that's formed newly formed for this qualifiers. I think they had some ups and downs overall, but they put up a really good show. I think for a new stack.
10
Yeah, I'm quite curious. I wanted to ask you this question, Winter, because obviously Nico, Yopaj, and Schem, they are just now coming back to Southeast Asia after a bit of an excursion overseas, right? Nico was on some Western European stacks, and then, of course, Yopaj and Schem both got pulled over the Shopify Rebellion in North America. Do you think now, coming back to Southeast Asia after this extended period of time, do you think their excursions to these other regions will help them against Execration? Or do you think it actually ends up backfiring because they're no longer so used to how Southeast Asian teams play?
Well, I do think that the other regions have much better playstyle than SEA though. So I think if you go out and you have experience from other regions, it's definitely going to help playing against the other SEA teams. I don't think it's a disadvantage at all. Maybe you won't be used to certain things, but I think a couple of games you get used to it. I mean, right now they have Sanking and Huwing, which is we've already spoken about this combo,
5 seconds remaining.
the most deadly duo, with the shot on the Huwing amplifying everything Sanking does in the game, and they also have the Warlock Bristleback, which is like probably gonna be their safe lane here, very very stable safe lane. It could be their off lane if they want to put him on the lane against the Chen. Bristleback against Chen, we saw it yesterday. It's gonna work wonders. You kill the creeps, you don't really care about the Chen, apart from maybe the occasional mana burn.
Yeah, we saw the mana burn creep absolutely ruining Bob's day yesterday, right? He probably has PTSD flashbacks about that. But the Sand King not going to be too affected. All you need to do is have mana for the Sandstorm, and then you'll be just fine and dandy. And you talked about this already. With the Sand King, it's always about the sentry walls, right? It's kind of scary because immediately looking at Execration support lineup, Snapfire, Chen, these are two heroes who would love to rotate to the mid lane. In fact, Chen, if he brings his creep army into the mid lane to try and push the issue, push the Sand King out, and then drop a couple of sentries, there's not much that the Warlock and Hoodwink can really do.
Yeah, not the most conventional duo for sure. I think the mid lane wars are gonna be quite favorable for the Chen, Snapfire, and Queen of Pain. So we'll have to see what the Sand King and Hoodwink Warlock can conjure up. They're definitely not I think in the direct combat, they're definitely not the strongest. But when you get level 6 on Hoodwink Warlock, they're definitely going to pack a punch. They do a lot of damage. I mean, I think Chen is not all about damage; it's about sustain and pushing towers. So he's a very, very different support. But I do think that in the early game when Warlock has Rock and Chen is trying to push the tower, Warlock is one of the better ones at killing off his creeps with the Rock. He can defend the tower. So there's definitely I think some idea behind the Warlock against the Chen here. And Execration, they are going to be looking for their final pick, their carry here, to pair things up with the Mars plus Queen of Pain, the other two cores. Definitely need something that can, kind of round things up. And we're going to see like a TA, a very solid carry right now. I think this is one of the best sieging carries. It's very difficult to kill her because of refraction. She gives you objectives. You can kill Tormentor, you can kill Roshan. She's pretty solid in the lane. There's very little downs on this hero.
Yeah, so what do you think the Aureus game plan is here? Because when they pick the Bristleback, my immediate thought is it's probably going to be position 1 Bristleback, just kind of working with the Warlock to push the Mars Snap out. But there's also the chance that it just gets pivoted to the position 3, right? And then we're seeing a last pick carry to give Natsumi that positive matchup advantage. What can kind of deal with the TA, really?
And normally we see heroes that I think usually buy Skadi with high armor. I think TB used to be a matchup for TA that's just hard to deal with. But the TB is like a hero that's not very popular now because he's not that good of a laner. In a lot of matchups, you tend to get bullied a lot at the start.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas for something like Abaddon doesn't really get bullied a lot from the beginning of the game. He's a lot more, I think, stable in the early game. Like you see Team Aureus, they have triple core that is very tanky. Abaddon, Bristol, Sand King. They're very difficult to kill. Something you would akin to Falcons, right? Falcons like this type of 3 strength heroes draft. 3 strength heroes or 3 universal type of hero draft. They all sit in their lane. They're very hard to kick out. You basically need to bring a lot of heroes, at least 3 to kick one out. So even if you kill one guy, the rest is like pushing the waves on the map, farming the camps, so they don't really feel so bad. That's their ideology about Dota, which is where I think this is quite similar to their setup from Team Aureus. But it is, I would say, pretty slow in terms of like the Bristol and Abaddon. They both need to farm a lot. But they're very good at defending towers though, with the Bristol and Sand King. So
we kind of saw this a bit yesterday, right? Where it was an offlane Abaddon and then there was a faceless for. It's just like it's deceptively slow. It feels like Abaddon and Bristleback should be these tanky little boys who can't really get pushed past maybe in the 15-minute mark. But I'm a little bit worried because it looks like Execration, they've managed to achieve that formula that has worked so well for them. For those of you who are just joining us, we're already on day 3 of these close qualifiers and we are 3 teams down. It's Boom, Execration, Aureus, probably what people expected to be the final 3. But Execration, they've just really blown so many of these other teams out of the water. I think Boom was the first time yesterday that they got tested. And they've clearly learned quite a bit from it, but they've now integrated what they've learned, right? Yesterday, they got absolutely beat down by Naman's Chen because they just couldn't kill anybody. And now they've incorporated it into their own signature formula. You can see how it all sort of is going to play out, right? Their typical timing draft, they want to hit the TA timing at maybe the 25-35 and just crush Aureus under their foot. Do you think that's going to be the case though, Winter?
Well, it really depends on I think the early ancient stacks, right? It's going to play a huge role whether the Sand King gets his stack. Yesterday we saw a game where the Sand King got completely nullified when he didn't really get his stacks, right? And if you look at the lane matchup, Sand King against Queen of Pain, this is probably going to be decided by the sentry was. And if there is no sentry in the lane, the Sand King is going to be able to play for sure. You can't dodge. You can dodge the Shadow Strike, but if the sentry is dewarded, the Queen of Pain has vision. The Sand King is probably going to suffer in this lane here. So a lot of small little factors that could come into play. And it also depends on whether they can actually deal with the stacks, right? Can block it with wards. Yesterday we saw, who was it that blocked the camps? I think it was.
I think it happened.
Boom?
It happened more than once. It probably happened more than
It
once.
was Boom against Execration. I think they
It
were.
might have been. I'm gonna have to go look this one up because
They were really
it's been
good
a
at
while at this point.
blocking the camps, or it could have been the recording scheme. I don't remember, but they basically blocked the camps from the get-go, and the Sand King had a bad matchup, so you can't really recover. So I think those are the factors that you have to really look into. And when you
Yeah.
pick Sand King, I think the good thing to do is look at what Aureus is doing right now. They are standing on their ramp with the Ancients. They're
Oh,
just
that's
making sure that no one is invading to put some deep wards early on.
I mean, even if they do invade and try and push into that area, at least you'll have the knowledge, so you'll come prepared with a sentry or two. You don't end up
How
a lot of the
many
time with like
sentries?
position 4. You want to like make sure you're making the most of your times, right? So you stack, you don't necessarily come back and make sure the stack goes off. You're on to maybe help secure the rune or something like that. Yeah, no such shenanigans here. 2 wards being placed pretty close by to each other by Aureus in the bot side. What do you think this is about?
I think both teams are kind of expecting someone to come and steal the runes, right? So they are placing wards like this to scout it out. They're both kind of doing similar things, but they're going back to the same side. They dewarded. They knew that they had a ward there somehow. I think they just probably guessed them based on their routine every game.
Yeah, a lot of the pre-game routine just gets studied down to a T, and that's kind of what some of the coaches do as well. I remember, not to expose any stress, this doesn't really do or say anything, but as someone who has seen the type of documents that teams prepare, like going to the draft of each game or just prepping for each match, there's a lot of screenshots of just early ward placements at 30 seconds or 1 minute or when the bell like horn rings. So all these teams, you can expect the supports and the captains to be studying that down to a T. The knowledge pays off, an early observer ward, D ward. So there's a chance for the side of Aureus where maybe the Hoodwing ganders down to the mid lane, steals away the water rune, and Bob just doesn't have that information. Early on though, Bob really putting the pressure onto Yopach, who's gone for the Barrow Strike level 1.
Yeah, in the meantime, Warlock actually came over to kill the creep, I don't know if you caught it. The Chang creep was here before the creep spawned. He was ready to mana burn the Sand King a couple of times. Warlock came over, gave him a heal, and helped him kill the creep.
Yopach might be dead, dude. Yopach just gets first blooded. This is the exact same form we've seen Bob in that has brought execration so far. And he just straight up gaps mid again against Japoy of all people.
I mean, you have stun at level 1, so you don't dodge the Shadow Strike. So I'm not sure what was the idea here, having stun. I guess he saw the
Do you
mana
think he
burn.
used stun to kill the mana burn creep?
I mean, he didn't. I don't know. I know that he was using stun in the lane, and then after that he took some creeps. And yeah, I mean, you get the creeps, but you're gonna tank Shadow Strike damage, and eventually he could not sustain in the lane.
You talk about the sentry walls. You don't need a sentry to spot out a Sand King who's just right in front of you. No levels in the Sandstorm so far. Is this some sort of adaptation for the
probably
matchup, or is he just...
I mean, he probably already knows there's no Sandstorm. I mean, I don't know if it's a good adaptation, if any, I think without Sandstorm, you're basically gonna have a very, very tough time, Now he's gonna have 1 point, but I expect the Corp to be already ahead on this matchup right now. He has 2 points in the Shadow Strike at level 3, which already signifies that he feels like he can push his advantage.
Absolutely. Queen of Pain notorious for being one of the mid laners that can just snowball out of control really quickly. Give her a couple of kills, she starts getting these power runes, starts getting these rotations. Your side lane is going to get ruined very quickly as well. And the concern is there because, like you said, Winter, this Aureus lineup, there's going to be a small point in the early mid game where the Bristleback wants to farm, the Abaddon probably wants to work his way towards the Radiance and doesn't want to participate just yet. It might be hard for them. They could very well get run down by the Execration aggressive timing. fight for the Lotuses here as Palos starting to get some kills stacked up upon him. CML keeping that mana burn creep away, and Nico positioning very aggressively. Nice bushwhack out of the Lotus pool area. And now Palos, he has to turn tail and run, but can he survive this? One or two more quill sprays, the refraction comes up. Nico gonna try and commit for the dive for this, turns the back right around and gets himself a double. Clean stuff from Aureus here in this top lane.
Very, very nice the way he actually executed that. He knew that he was able to get a couple of stacks already before the fight began at Lotus. And yeah, I mean, that was amazing to watch.
Yeah, I think more often than not these days we're seeing players position themselves in one of the entrances of the Lotus pool, just kind of to body block anyone from entering. But Tim's such a heads up play, right? Using the bushwhack at what felt like max distance to pull Palos to the right, allowing the Bristleback to just slip on in there. You try and stand around against quills that are stacking up, that's never gonna work out for you.
Yeah, he also had like the divine favor on him, right? So he got a bunch of regen from the stick, you know, but just wasn't able to survive. And now the rune, Bob blinks over, he steals the rune. That is huge, but will he pay the price here?
He's used the blink already, dropping really low here, Yopach, doing the sandstorm damage, but after using all of his spells, doesn't really have anything else left to give. Boom will tank a Shadow Strike.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Boom, boom, Tims.
I mean, the mana
I'm
burn.
still so used to the notion that Tims is in Boom. It kind of, it's hard for me to accept that that team fell apart so quickly.
No,
I miss the Boom Yopach days, you know what I mean?
They had good times.
That's
Sometimes
true.
that's all that matters, you know. Remember the good times, you know. Don't remember the bad times.
Yeah. I remember Boom Yopach. I remember Boom FBZ, man. Look how things have changed with her. It still remains to be seen. Maybe they are just kind of starting out an era of more good times, right? Maybe Aureus is going to be the new household name in Southeast Asia. Who knows?
I mean, right now they are definitely in the I think top 4 best teams in SEA now based on their current form.
Yeah.
I mean right now based on just what we are seeing on the lane, saying Abaddon Natsumi is having a very, very good time with the Warlock just healing him up. I mean, the Warlock is like bouncing between mid and bot, you know. He's going mid to heal the Sand King whenever he sees the Chen coming over with a creep harassing the Sand King. So I think that's like a really good adaptation to dealing with the Chen in the early game. You kind of have to counteract the creep in some way, at least help your mid laner. Now the 6-minute runes are going to spawn. We're going to see both mid laners vibing to get their bottle refilled here. You know, it's so important. They're both kind of low on resources.
Huge stacks being set up here by Tims though in the triangle. Spotted out by CML now. He's got to try and farm some of them away with the Hurricane. Very cool stuff. Still, Tims gets most of those last hits though, and Arcane Rune gonna get stolen away by the Chen, so no mid laner gets a rune. A bit unfortunate. Level 6 first for Bob. They might be gearing up for some sort of an aggressive play.
It's Bob, you know, he's always going to be aggressive.
Yeah, straight onto Scam here, trying to come through to help his mid laner. Ends up tanking a Sonic Wave for his troubles. And that's a nice first pickup for Bob.
There, and they killed the siege creep. I think this is actually a really, really good outcome for Team Aureus here. A very good death, you know, I would call that.
Right. One of those typical support tactical feed moments. I mean, in the meanwhile, no real laner apart from the Sand King is struggling, right? Tino and Abba, they're kind of trading farm on the side lane. Bristleback and the TA on top lane, even though Palos had that earlier death. TA is still one of the fastest farming early carries just because of that inbuilt farming mechanic, the side blades.
If you leave her alone, I think she is like on par, if not faster than Luna. I think Luna is the other hero that if you really leave her alone, she can really farm very, very quickly. And we see a rotation coming in. Arena
right
is
before
on
level 6.
5.
Yeah, Bob, he is on fire right now, making the shot calls, coming down to the bot lane, taking advantage of the arena. How did that happen? Tino managing to get way more EXP.
Probably denies with the denies. Tino has 17 denies.
Oh my goodness, he has
Natsumi has
17
2.
denies?
Yeah. Most of the time I would say that the denies don't really matter, but I think in this instance it matters. I mean,
It actually made the difference for sure.
You'll probably see the Snapfire also, giving a lot of solo XP for Tino to just get his level 6 as soon as possible. And another rune top. Sanking does not get it. He was worried about using his Power Strike.
It's hilarious that out of everybody, the CML Chen is the one who has the most runes out of everyone in the game. Nice little Snapfire cookie forward. Despite the bushwhack, they'll find themselves another kill. Bob starting the rampage in the mid lane already. And for those of you who are just joining us, or maybe you haven't tuned in to Southeast Asia Dota in a while, you might be thinking, wow, this is a crazy Bob performance. He never plays like this. Well, the past few days, this is a completely different Bob. The discipline is there, the maturity is there. He's no longer making those kind of slightly sussy plays he used to. He's just all over his opponents. And that's gonna open up the triangle for Palos to come in and steal the stack.
This is bad news. The carry is coming in to steal the Sanking stack.
Nico's gonna try and gander over now to try and grab what he can. 1 or 2 Krill sprays will secure him the last hits, but at least half of those creeps were already mopped away by Palos.
Yeah, this is the stack wars, we've been mentioning about. This is going to be so important for Sanking and Bristleback. I think especially Sanking. Look at the Sanking right now, 2.4k net worth, 9 minutes, no stacks. What is he going to do, Mike?
What he's gonna do is go for the lesser stacks down here in the bottom part of the jungle, but that's about all he can get. The lane has not gone his way at all, and I think credit where credit is due, Execration doing a great job punishing that first pick Sand King. That's something that teams throughout this event so far have been just defaulting to, and I think the strategies surrounding how to deal with it are starting to materialize, right? People know we need to go invade the triangle, we need to win the sentry wars, we're gonna pick a Chen and mess him up real good in the early game. It's worked out. Look at the net worth on Yopach, 2.7. That is tough, man.
Yeah, I think the strategy is to pick Quap to win the lane and to pick supports that can invade the stacks, and you eventually steal them. He has to recover for a very, very, very long time, on the Sand King.
Oh, this Chen looks so annoying. Pumping up the epicenter, gonna try and punish him, but he still does have the Hand of God. It's gonna pop it now to try and survive, but didn't expect Natsumi from the high ground. Meanwhile, the rest of Execration still wrapping around. Maybe we're trying to look for an opportunity, thinking maybe the Sand King was alone. But he has backup in the form of 4 Aureus members right now.
Bob is here. They have to run. He has an AD rune. He is very, very strong.
The Mars doesn't really have a lot of mana. They will drop the rock on top of the Mars. AD rune, like you said, Sonic Wave out, eliminates Scam, but doesn't really finish the job onto Tims. Only tagged him on the tail end there, but they still get the kill on the Mars, use the rock. And overall, even though Aureus brings so many members, I can't help but feel like this is not too bad for them, right? They still get space on Nico farming up top, and they get a lot of space for Sand King, who's recovering in the jungle.
Yeah, and Sonic Wave is down, right? You tank the Sonic Wave again on the Warlock. I think you'll be very, very happy to do that. And Bob meanwhile, TP's back mid. I think this is a good call. He does a bunch of damage with the remaining duration of the AD rune to the tower. I think once this tower goes down, it is going to be even easier for Execration to invade into the triangle to even further pressure the stacks,
Let's see what Aureus
I mean, now the Warlock is stealing the stacks. He's stealing some small stacks with the rock. He took
that's smart.
It was like a triple stack, I think.
That's what it looks like. The Shag's able to come in and just finish it off.
Damage.
Well, it's a less than 1k gold lead now. That's just kind of what it's sitting at. So no team really majorly pulling ahead. A large part of it is being carried by the fact that this Bristleback is going carry mode, right? He is straight up farming up a Storm up here. Not really disturbed. They've played away from him for the most part. Nice regen rune grab from Bob. Yopach again hesitant to use the Barrel Strike because the rest of his spells are on cooldown.
Yeah, getting the Lotus Orb first on the Bristleback this game. I think against TA is probably a very valuable buy. You remove the Metal Strike, armor reduction. I mean, on top of that, the Plate Mail definitely helps you against the physical damage. I mean, there's also the Shadow Strike. I think those are spells that are very, very useful to remove from the hero. I think this build is really, really strong. It got popularized by Ama, and players start to. It looked funny in the initial phases when people don't understand what's going on. Why is he rushing? Lotus is not an item that you get as your first item conventionally.
Yeah, for sure. Just feels a bit situational, right? It almost feels reactive. Sometimes people halfway through the game realize, hey, hang on, I think a Lotus would really go hard here. Just kind of prioritizing it was such an unheard of concept, but the dispel on the Bristle just makes so much sense.
Also the stats, right? You look at the stats. You want the mana regen, you want the HP regen, you want the armor, and you want the mana pool. It basically gives you everything you need on Bristleback.
Yeah, I agree. The only thing that's missing is maybe some strength or HP, but the thing is Bristleback has never had an issue with that because his EHP is just ridiculous as long as he's not broken. So the item, plugging all the gaps there. I mean, Bob, he's had a stellar start already, right? It's reflected his net worth. What is he going for? That early Blade Mail already complete, the Kaya. So nothing unconventional, just pretty cookie cutter quad build here, I want to say.
Yeah, tower is down, he has regen rune, and he's ready to look for another play now. 40 minutes coming up. Could they be thinking of Wisdom Shrine, Snatch, or they're just going to move towards the next tower? CML has a mech completed, so he is fairly strong right now. There's a lot of
They
heal.
are converging on this Natsumi Abaddon. 4 heroes closing in on his location, but with how aggressively Palos is positioning, I feel like Natsumi, you gotta smell something's up.
And they're bringing heroes down. Warlock has Rock. He wants to defend the tower with Abaddon. And Sand King also has FP with Dagger. So this is a very crucial moment in the game. Keeping in as well the Bristle.
Oh, that is a nice Fatal Bonds. Doesn't tag another hero, but Tino, he's not making it out of this one. There's a mech and a Hand of God, but they are going to leave him for dead. At the very least, they get the tower, so it is what they came for. They didn't need to use the rock, but they had to throw out the epi. 5 heroes from Aureus showing up here to try and defend that.
Not too bad, I would say. Losing only 1 hero for the tower. I don't think it was the worst. Bob was farming mid. Palos was farming top, so I think overall that was actually kind of like good for Excretion. I think they came out on top, even though they lost a hero because they were farming so much on the other side of the map.
I think this type of gameplay is a bit more of what we expected from the upper bracket finals yesterday, right? Between Execration and Boom. Both teams, a very clear understanding of when their heroes are strong and what they need to do in these situations. Just that 4D chess in a way, playing to, you know, invade the triangle stacks, playing for specific objectives, setting up the right heroes in certain locations. This is what you get from the best teams in Southeast Asia right now. And they're all vying for that one spot in DreamLeague. Even more sort of practice on the international stage. That is invaluable.
Yeah, a chance to play against the better teams, that is something that we don't have too many good scream opponents, you know, in SEA.
Yeah, it's a privilege for sure.
Now CML, you know, dewalling camps, you know, he is making sure that the bottom side jungle is safe for his cause to play around, two wards around that area. I mean, it's going to be... It's night time right now, so they can't really take Rosh on the Dire's side.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, because I think at least for the regular viewer, the Execration lineup kind of is a very obvious type of game plan, right? But what about Aureus? Like, what are they kind of waiting for? Are they just trying to avoid Execration right now during the power spike? Are they trying to farm up for a specific item before they make a move? What's the plan, Nico? Hold that thought. Turning the right way, though. Uh-oh.
Okay, that is an unfortunate pause, but they are waiting for all their ultimates to come back online. You know, Sand King just got his epicenter ready just a couple of seconds ago, and now they already used the rock to kind of try to help the Bristol. He is going to be in a very difficult spot, though. I think Corp is going to unleash everything on her, on him. Snapfire ulti coming in, probably going to...
It's kind of tough timing, right? Because it's right when the Hoodwink and the Sand King were trying to make a smoke move up to the top lane. You can imagine if the Sand King was there, counter initiation comes through with the Fatal Bonds. Maybe even if Natsumi was nearby, you could get a shield off and then the Lotus. Things get a lot harder, but the Bristleback looks tanky. He looks really tanky, actually. 2k HP.
He might actually...
There's a chance he
take
lives
a long
here.
time to die.
Because the Shadow One's coming off cooldown as well. And with the rock in their way... do they have the damage is the question, because the mass spells have already been used.
He's probably gonna die still, you know, because Corp is gonna blink behind and just push him with the Sonic Wave towards the Chen creeps, right? That's 2 Centaurs. I think no matter what, he is probably cold, but the exchange is, if the Sand King is going to be able to come over in time, probably not. I think he's going to be taking too long to walk over to cast an epicenter. So whether they get anything return is going to be very unlikely here.
Do you think you just abandon the bristleback, like abandon trying to turn around and save him, and then because your initial plan with the Hoodwink Sand King was to run up top and find Palos, right? Do you think just those two heroes can still get it done?
I think they're too far away. I don't think they have time. They're not in position. I think if they are in the river right now, just next to the Roshan pit, you
Here we go, back
it.
into the action. Nico trying to face the right way. They don't feel comfortable enough to blink forward and Sonic Wave, like you said, Nico. He's still half HP. This is not a kill that happened quite as easily as we expected. He's not cooked at all. He's still raw.
And top lane, they're going to go for the TA.
Oh, they found Palos. If they can get this kill, that'll be huge. A lot of the epicenter damage being blocked by the first refraction. The second refraction comes back up. Now Tims is in trouble. Slowed down by the trap. The TPs come in, but execration, they can't respond in time. So after all of that, what was like 3 ultimates across the map used, nothing happens.
Yeah, I think Bob was just afraid because he didn't see where the Sand King and Hoing was, so they were guessing that they were behind the bristleback because they didn't have ward. We had the privilege of seeing everything. That's why Bob was really scared of blinking forward to use the Sonic Wave to push them back, right? He thinks that the Sand King is just waiting behind.
Yeah, that's true. Tims scurrying around the tree line. Bob, no way of stopping this TP. Heads up play there from the Hoodwink. Okay, so you were saying that they were waiting for all their spells to come off cooldown. Now you gotta wait a little bit longer. At very least, Natsumi, he's been able to find space to farm that Radiant, so his gold is gonna start going up, up, up. It's his moment.
I mean, they're definitely going to take a chill pill right now, execution for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, until the Tormentor spawns at top. Then you see, I think both teams are going to want to fight for the Tormentor. That's definitely not going to be given for free. So we'll probably have like a 2-minute downtime and then there'll be a fight for Tormentor. Natsumi runs into Tino here. They're going to just see each other, give each other a tap in the back and, and just be on their own ways.
Are you worried at all as Execration about this Natsumi Abaddon? It was the overall last pick and, you know, in terms of attention given to try and kill Natsumi, they had that 1 kill on him before he hit level 6. But ever since he's gotten that borrowed time, they haven't even really tried to get him down here, right? Like, they just look at him, they're like, yeah, we're not gonna bother, and just walk away. Is he gonna be a problem later on in the game, or do you think it's like he's just gonna be some sort of a distraction?
He's definitely going to be a problem. They don't have great Silver Age heroes, right? You don't have a break mechanic to kill him. I mean, we see Sand King winding up his ultimate again. They find find Palos once more.
There is an arena though, Tino there to protect him, and the wall stopped the Sand King from chasing any further. Tim's still scurrying around the tree line looking for an angle onto Palos. Nice blink away. Tino and Palos creating the distance there. Tino sticking around to try and rebuke backwards. Might have just sacrificed his life. But look at Shanks from the long distance kisses coming in. Backup is indeed here, but Natsumi, he still has that borrowed time. And I don't think you can kill him past this. Now that it's popped though, things might be a bit different. Here comes Bob, blinking in, looking for an angle. It's Yopach in the tree line. They spotted him this whole time, but Bob can't find him through the trees. He gets fogged, and now Nico, seeing red, but can't find the Quap anymore with the blink out. Tim's looking for the sharpshooter kill. Does he land it? Only onto Shanks. Bob able to escape and get sustained up by CML. Again, another situation between Execration and Aureus where spells are slung back and forth, but you don't really get anything done.
Well, for Aureus side, they killed the Mars, so I think they're happy with this trade. And they have already placed a ward down on Execration side to see the gates, but Aureus already preparing for the Tormentor. You know, they're moving their supports top. They're going to be making sure that they secure this area first so that they can kill it with the bristleback as soon as it spawns, you know. I think Execration, they definitely do not want to give this away for free.
Yeah, Execration following them through the Twin Gate. They see the bristleback on some Chen Ward, Tino around the area as well. They might try for another kill. Both heroes showing themselves. No arena, Tino off the mark with the spear. Suddenly this kill doesn't seem quite as viable. Nico, he doesn't know that there are 4 enemy heroes here. But the question is whether he even cares. Just turning the right way around. And now Bob's the one being caught. Chain stunned up. They can't get him out. The round drops on top of the Queen of Pain's head. And this wraparound went completely wrong for Execration, losing their mid laner for free. And now surely the Tormentor to follow. Nico still on the chase though. This bristleback is a menace right now. You just can't do anything into him.
He's way too strong right now. Without a break mechanic, he is just unkillable.
Who's gonna get that break mechanic?
It's hard to say though. None of their heroes really want to buy that item. I think if someone were to buy it, it's going to be the TA. I think at some point. Like he needs
Silver Edge TA feels so ass, man.
I mean, what can you do? Are you gonna buy a Kanda on someone to break?
Tino getting caught out there, trying to maybe set up for the Wisdom Shrine, hoping no one's around, but Yopaj and Tims do him in. That's Execration lineup. They are kind of facing a bit of a gap here, and that gap is dealing with the Bristleback. They don't have anyone who can really stop Nico right now. Sanjin Yasha complete, he's working his way towards that shard. He's already a problem and it's just gonna get worse.
I mean, one thing they can do is like they can always turn the Bristol around, right, with the spear. So I think if they can set things up properly, they can actually kill him. But they need to really coordinate, right? They have to bring heroes there to be ready because you can't expect everyone to be tipping down. Like Mars has to be there early. And then you set up with the arena and the spear, you turn him around, and then you just kill them, you know, right away. You just burst.
But at the same time, it's like, you say all that, that's real cool, but the Bristleback also has teammates, right? There is an immediate shield potentially coming out from the Abaddon, allowing him to buy some time, maybe with the rock, maybe with a counter
but
shape
the
pushback.
Abaddon is not going to be next to him, right? He's going to be farming, he's the carry. So that's why it all comes down to how you're going to outmaneuver them on the map. You need to use the chain creeps to push out waves, force them to defend the lanes, and then you pick them off. And Yopaj is on the hunt with the haste rune. He's going to find CML. And right now,
he caught a glimpse of the TA, but deciding to go for the easier target here.
And right now, Aureus definitely moving around the map much better, you know, compared to Execration. They're a bit like unsure about how to play around the Chen. So they definitely need to rethink their priorities. You know, how are we going to play the map? Who's going to be farming which area? Elos once again caught. No protection for him
nice
this time.
little force staff to the low ground. It's going to buy him a little bit of time, but he can't blink because of that Spirit Vessel. Refraction might just do it for him. He's able to get out thanks to the cookie. That is so clutch for him. Looked for a moment like he was going to die, but fancy footwork from the TA bails him out of that situation.
Yeah, I think it all started with that force staff, right? He got a really good force staff off. I think that kind of made sure that he has some chances to live there. I mean, Aureus
time
gets
for the refraction to come off cooldown.
Aureus gets the tower, so at least they got what they came for here. They place a ward in the Ancients area in the secret shop. Not a very conventional one, but somewhat useful. And now they're gonna go for the Roshan.
Taking the Roche away from a TA lineup, that has got to sting, but it's very easy for the Bristleback as well. He's just kind of soloing it right now, not really under any threat with the help of Scam with heal. I mean, Execration, do you think they don't know this is going on? Surely you don't just give this over for free.
The TA is so low, you know, I doubt they actually know what's going on.
I mean, don't you just walk over to her with a Chen and just start divine favoring her or some shit like
They have no idea what's happening here.
They might just think Execration might still think that Aureus are still on the hunt for them. Trying to play it safe. They don't see anyone on the map. Gotta assume that there's some sort of coordinated movement happening, but they'll find out now. It's Aegis for Nico. Very free. Aureus facing no resistance. And an Orchid complete already for the Abaddon. We didn't really talk about him, at least during the draft and so much so during the game, but Nico being back in Southeast Asia after that extended period, Western Europe, it's kind of crazy, right? You think about this guy's career trajectory. He was showing up big time. He used to go under the name as Force. Hold that thought as Tino. He held down. Nice TP out. Just can't catch him. But yeah, I mean, back on Polaris, right? I think that's where he really made a name for himself. He was so good that he started being looked at and getting offers from Western Europe. I think that's how you kind of know that you made it. We talked about Southeast Asia yesterday, always producing solid mid laners, solid supports, but the off lane and the carry role is where it's kind of lacking. I think he's one of the shining stars for sure to come out of this region.
I think he has a very aggressive playstyle. Right? A lot of the offlaners, I think, they tend to be a lot more, I think, conservative. You just farm your aura items. You don't really take a lot of risks. I think Nico is very different. You know, he is the one that's always in your face, pressuring. You know, he's always farming the enemy side of the map, right? That's what I like about him. Some players that tend to farm on their side more because it's just safer. But when you're farming the enemy side, you're kind of also taking away farm from them, right? Which is, I think, strategically, it allows your team to play more of the map. And you
Your
see a
March
smoke.
in a lot of
coming in.
trouble, trying to come in with the shield, but it's not going to be able to save the Sand King. We might just try and turn around for Tino. Borrow time pop the BKB on the Mars as well. But Nico is here, and can you really push past him? He has that Aegis in the Lotus and the help of the Rock as well. Skem just biding his time, waiting for enough heroes to group up at the moment. Execration, they're unsure of whether they still want to proceed. The goose stacks are starting to ramp up on these heroes, and it's not a very comfortable affair. You ever try and fight while you're sticky and gross and smelly? Not really the best fun time. Spear, he's facing the right way now. Do Execration want to try and challenge this Bristleback? It's not really proving the easiest affair. He's just turning right around. Talos, you gotta be careful. Still a cookie available down to the low ground, preserving that Hurricane Pipe for now. Nico has popped the Seeing Red and the Hurricane Pipe pushes him over the edge, but now he's on the low ground. How are you gonna get out now? Talos standing his ground and fighting, using the Hand of God. He's in a rough spot. The Rock gets caught. That is not what you wanted for the TA.
No more cookies to save him, you know. I think he was kind of hoping that there was another cookie to bounce him on the high ground there. But that is a very, very big kill, you know, for Team Aureus side, taking down the enemy carry.
What do you think Execration were thinking there? Because they were poking and prodding at the Bristle. Like, how is that ever gonna work out? He still has Aegis. And now you're losing Tino on the top side of the map as well. His BKB is on cooldown. Yopaj is getting killed onto Shanks in the jungle because Shanks is aggressively warding. Execration, have they lost the plot here just because the Bristleback's a bit too scary?
I think they're also really not very sure on like who to go on, you know. I feel like in the team fights, sometimes they are, like you said, you know, going on the Bristol, which they probably should be ignoring him. They have to kill the other heroes first, you know, this Hoodwing. I think the two unkillable heroes will be the Abaddon and the Bristol. You have to kind of leave them till last. And you have to take down the supports and the Sand King first, right? Those are the heroes you want to kill.
They kind of started off in a good spot though, right? The arena, the Sand King looked pretty solid, but then as soon as Nico showed up, they popped the borrowed time, they popped the BKB on the Mars, arena was down. I thought that was going to be it, but sticking around for what felt like a good 1 minute, just ring around the rosy, trying to find the Bristleback in a tough spot. Nico's all over it. Like, he's not going to let that happen. And just because of that, it's a 3k gold lead at this 28-minute mark. This is the lower bracket finals, so both these teams fighting for a chance at a rematch in the Grands against Boom, who are waiting patiently for their opponent.
Are scanning.
And Nico is certainly a menace here on this Bristleback.
Yeah, they're gonna need a Silver Age very, very soon, you know. As soon as possible, but nobody seems to. I mean, TA is buying Daedalus. Corp is definitely not buying a Silver Edge. This Bristol is going to be a problem for the foreseeable future, you know, like quite a long time. It's going to be very, very hard to kill him. I mean, the spear back is the only way. Like, they spear him back, they turn him around, and they hit him. I mean, it's not
Do you think
easy.
there's any, like, way... Because TA obviously is a hero that just does so much damage, right? Do you scale to a point where even with the Bristleback turning around, you just are able to blow him up anyway, or is that just not a reality?
No, I don't think it's gonna be possible.
That's not real, huh?
Yeah, if you don't break him, you can't really kill him. I mean, he has a lot of armor with the Lotus Orb, right? And he's gonna buy AC next. I think once that come out, realistically, you're not gonna kill him through the turning back, through him turning his back, right? And you don't have a break mechanic. I think it's gonna take too long, and his team is gonna kill you. Right? You already mentioned earlier that he has a team, right? If you don't kill him quickly enough, or you don't reposition him nicely enough, it's gonna be so difficult to kill him without getting punished by the enemy team.
I mean, I guess you're right. In a way, Execration are kind of like a shotgun, right? They want to go in, blow a hero up, and then win the fight in one fell swoop with an arena. Once those spells are down in an extended team fight, you're going to eat burrow after burrow after burrow. You're going to get multiple Aphotic Shields, multiple Shadow Words, multiple Bushwhacks. It's going to be very difficult for Execration to take an extended fight. But right now, it's Aureus who are going in for the one-shot, one-kill. Easy Bushwhack, easy catch. Shanks, he's been found all across the map. We've been applauding this position 4 player for his very smart tactical deaths, but this game, it's just been him getting caught.
Yeah, they're not in a good spot in the game, you know. They're not really like doing anything for the last, what, 5-10 minutes. I mean, the waves are... They're just like pushing out waves with the Chen creeps and the Snapfire, you know. They're not really, I feel like, using the Mars with the Chen get a kill, then you push down towers. That hasn't really happened for a very long time, right? The two towers that were taken in the early game. The mid game, there's not really much progression made, you know. I mean, sure, you could say that they didn't get the Roshan. The first Roshan was given to the Bristleback. So the TA without the Roshan kind of feels like he lost a lot of his power in the game. But he's still the top net worth hero in the game, you know. And now Bristle is going to clear out another Tormentor. Goes to Tims. This is the powerful powerful shot right now with the Sand King combination. The Boomerang. I mean, it's also a very unconventional build on the hook wing. Right? He has a dagger, which is going to allow him to set up easier with the bushwhack. I mean, normally people just play with your Scurry, so you get the bonus cast range. Dagger is definitely not a very conventional item on the hook wing, but it's allowing him to play even more, I think, aggressive, you know, with the dagger. You can blink in, blink forward, get a good initiation.
That's not a good initiation. Easy barrel strike out for the Sand King. Arena comes up and they use the smoke for that. Aureus, whether or not they were prepared, the response was clean. And you gotta wonder, it's weird, right? Because Execration, they were playing their timing drafts, and CML, it's not like this team doesn't know how to play with Chen. This is one of CML's most played heroes in his pro career period. But I guess with the Chen, there's a certain type of playstyle that you need to have to blink in time. So both teams whiffing their initiations here. Nice little play from Bob. I'm not sure whether he saw that coming or just it was a bit of luck there on his side. If he died there, the gem would be gone, apart from it obviously being a huge kill. So very important that he preserves his life. Oh, Tims.
That's the dagger.
He gets stunned, so he can't get down to the low ground. Tim's just running into 4 enemy heroes. Not really sure whether that's what you wanted. Nico now, being looked upon. We talked about this already. Do you really want to try and focus down the Bristleback? Answer is no. They'll let him walk free. I mean, he has the BKB as well, right? So I don't even know how you're going to kill him.
I mean, the dagger didn't really do him any favors there. He blinked into a very aggressive position and got killed because of that. You know, he was trying to set up and he blinked too near to the enemy team.
It was quite funny. He was right next to the Chen. You could probably smell him too.
And now Tino, he's looking for something. And he has to land a really good initiation here for his team.
Oh, they found Scam on the back line. This is what they were waiting for the whole time. Nice little Lotus Orb at the very last minute to reflect the Shadow Strike. Uh-oh, Bob was trying to make a cool, aggressive play, but ends up going down. And now this Roshan could be in jeopardy. The question is whether Aureus know this is happening. You gotta rush this one down. Palos managing to snatch the Aegis and blink on out of there. Nico can't get there in time.
Bob, with his classic, I think, he was like making some space there. Or he was just trying to kill the Warlock, you know. I think either way, didn't work out for him and he loses the gem, you know. That is a painful loss.
That's a very big deal. No way to stop the TP. Nicely done from Shanks. Didn't have the Blink Dagger available, but meanwhile, backline Tino finds Scam. Okay, so Execration, it's a bit sloppy, it's a bit messy, but they're kind of using it to their advantage here. Managing to find a few pickoffs here and there and dodge out some key initiations. Get the Aegis for the TA, and I guess this is just going to be a farming Aegis, but it does ensure her a little bit.
Yeah, they're gonna have to figure out how to deal with this Bristleback. Yeah, he's building into the Silver Age right now on the TA. He has to finish it as soon as possible. It's gonna take a couple more minutes. Probably 3 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes for her to finish the Silver Age. And once you have the Silver Age, then the game is going to be, I think, turning around for them because they have a way of actually killing the Bristleback.
I feel like we've been repeating the same thing for the past 35 minutes, Winter. How do you deal with the Bristleback? How do you deal with the Bristleback? How do you, like, you keep saying we need to turn him around, but it feels like Tino, he's so preoccupied with everything else. The Barrel Strike Epicenter onto a BKB Mars. Nice timing, the Rock's gonna deny it though. Tino, nowhere to run. Needs to try and find a blink on out of here, but chased down mercilessly by Natsumi and gang. Scam gets his revenge.
Yeah, Tino again, you know, not really respecting the fact that Warlock could be around, you know, because they have a tier 1 tower and just TP and collect his team. Able to just cancel the BKB TP with the Rock. So good play there by Scam.
Being caught out here, the Mortimer's Kisses, rather the Fire Snap Cookie. Getting him the distance, Palos. Still has a Hurricane Pike available, but Natsumi here to join. The Aegis, Hand of God, doesn't really do enough. And now Aureus, they can get set up here. Rest of the heroes here, Barrel Strike available, Bushwhack to follow. Palos is in big trouble. They need to get out there, carry TA, but he can't escape. Nico turns around at the right time, gets that quill spray off, and it's Tim's to get the last hit. Things falling apart now. You would have loved to find an arena here, but you just don't have it. Bob, he's just left to try and split push out this creep wave, cut them so you can't keep the push going. But Aureus very much in control of this game. 9k gold lead at the moment.
Yeah, they have very, very little, answers, to the team fight right now. I mean, if Mars is not in the picture, they have really got to run, But TA got caught, couldn't really get out on time, and they were forced to take a very bad team fight in front of their tier 2 tower. No BKB means no escape, for the TA.
I mean, I'm so impressed with Nico this game. I feel like he's doing such a great job. It might be just, a basic expectation from a Bristleback, but I noticed that every single time the TA is slinging a last hit at him, he's taking the time just to either turn to the back or the side before continuing to chase. It's all these things that just allow him to stay sustained and narrowly survive in that fight, even though he was fully committed and being focused down. Now, 25 seconds without your TA, it's just Nico on the high ground now. Team's not even here. It's just him, but he understands he's not under any threat. Tino coming through, whipping the spear. That's not good. And the courier on CML getting killed. That's the Aghanims out of the equation, so you don't get that nice Hand of God channeling. That is painful stuff.
And TA is going to be alive in 3 seconds. No Silver Edge yet, but they have to try to defend. They spear him back, they turn him around.
He's not really going the right way. They go on the back line. This is what you need. The two supports dropping low and they fall. Bob gets the kill, but are you gonna get out alive? Palos hiding under the cover of invisibility. Natsumi finds him with the gem and gets the kill on the opposing carry. Not worth it anymore. You're missing the control of the hoodwink, but you don't need it anymore. The barracks are gone. And Natsumi, he's not even done. On to CML, the cookie's gonna try and get him the distance, use the Hand of God. No Aghanim Scepter there, not they made a difference. Natsumi forced to pop that borrow time. So Aureus, they do have to be careful here. The last thing they want is to fall prey to a catch. Arena available now, Tino still holding on to it, just trying to help Bob get away from Nico. The full back turned on the Sonic Wave barely scratches the Bristleback. And they will get out for free. There is even a refresher on Natsumi. Don't even realize when he picked that up. But he's so goddamn rich, man.
Double bloat on, double borrow time. You're not killing this guy. For sure, yeah.
I mean, who are you killing at this point other than the supports? Natsumi and Nico, they just, the N in their name stands for not dying, I think. Second lane of Rags being threatened now. Again, another situation without your TA. What do you do? I mean, Winter, you've been saying the same thing the whole time. Turn the Bristleback around. And the only turning he's doing is his own. The only turning he's doing is turning the heads of Execration back towards their own base. They can't fight him. Tino trying to find a catch on the sideline, but again the spear whiffs. The rock on his head. Aghanim Scepter upgraded now. And oh no, the Bloodthorn for Bob. They need to bail him out of here. The cookie's gonna help. Barrel strike in though. Yopash back for revenge. And the blink comes through, but the fatal bonds. Sentencing the supports to death here. And Palos comes back in. But Palos gets hexed and Palos gets killed. That is done. Execration. They are out of this game number 1 because all they have left is a Chen and a Quap. And that isn't gonna bail you out of this situation. You weren't killing Nico before, and you certainly aren't doing it now. What a performance from this Bristleback. The scoreline doesn't really tell you the whole story, 3-0-11, but the sheer amount of space he was making this game. Bob will survive, but that doesn't undo the damage done. Aureus take away game number 1.
Yeah, very well played game by Aureus, starting with understanding that the Warlock had to kind of follow the Chen creep around. I think they had a pretty good understanding of how to deal with Chen, with Warlock, or I guess whatever support he's playing, he's gonna go mid and help the mid laner out, kill the creep and give him some resources. But the Bristleback, it's gonna be the story of the game. It's a very, very good answer towards the Chen, and even in the mid lane game, you don't have any break mechanics or any way of killing the Bristleback. You're gonna have a lot of issues, But on the other hand, I do feel like the Mars is supposed to kind of deal with the Bristleback by turning him around in the mid games, When he doesn't have BKB, you can definitely get some good spears to kill him, but that didn't really happen at all. He didn't feel like he was very comfortable playing the hero. I think that he had a couple of like really really bad deaths in the game as well. So it didn't really help that they needed him to kind of set up right, because based on their lineup, the Mars is a very very crucial component. You have TA, Queen of Pain, you have Snapfire. Those are heroes that are gonna rely you on landing a big arena, right? I think in the team fights they have to kind of separate them, because you were mentioning, okay, who do you kill, the Bristol, do you kill the Abaddon? They can kind of save each other with Lotus and with the Athletic Shield. So you have to use the arena to kind of block them off, and you have to use the blood spot to stop them from saving the Bristleback. I think the Bristleback is definitely the target they have to go and focus on, but he couldn't really find good enough openings to allow his team to do that.
I feel like it was just a very nice last pick Abaddon, right? Natsumi wasn't a concern for them the entire game, and Nico couldn't be dealt with. You really tried to focus everything on the Sand King, but he still managed to come back thanks to cool support plays coming out from Aureus. Stepping up, game number 1 goes into their hands, and we'll see whether Execration can punch back or whether they'll be sent out of this close qualifiers after a short break. Game 2 coming right up.
each melting touch, since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine.
For a slot in the grand finals, it's going to be Aureus up one game against Execration. With the way that Execration has been playing so far, you'd think that they just stomp all the way through. Not the case though. They tried their hand at the Chen that beat them yesterday, and it just kind of felt a bit lost at some points, right? Like CML, it's a hero he's comfortable with, and he is great at it. I think Execration were able to defeat a lot of opponents with his Chen, but there were some points in that game that it just kind of felt like they weren't sure how to maneuver the map anymore.
I mean, it's also the fact that I think they didn't play really well on specific moments of the game. I feel like apart from the pickoffs on the map, I think the way they started the fights in the team fight, they were also not really ideal, right? I think the arenas could have definitely been better. So hopefully this game, Execution, they're going to be able to come up with the goods in the team fight. They're going to have Snapfire again, and Aureus is going to have the Sand King once more, you know. So
dude, I love the respect. Like, talk about old school Yo-Patch teams back on the boom days. It was always this Sand King Mirana. They banned out the Mirana in the big 2025. That's crazy to me. Isn't that insane? Like, is this still a hero? Like, why are they banning it out?
Some teams still utilize it. He's very strong in the lane with the Starstruck facet. I think you're a very good zoner, kind of like a bodyguard hero.
Sure, right.
And then mid-late game, because you have like the smokes, right? Moonlight Shadow, I think that is quite useful in the game.
Okay. It just kind of feels like a hero that's quite difficult to make work, but I guess your options are running thin with the Hoodwink and the Mirana being banned out. These are some typical Tim's heroes. We'll see what he decides to go for here. The Chen, though, is a very typical scam hero. This is a hero that he is extremely comfortable on. In fact, I would argue to say it's perhaps one of his best position 5s.
Because it's a farmish hero. He likes to farm on his position
he's
5.
always been good at this. Scam is such an interesting player. I feel like he's done like both, like he's done mid, safe lane, position 5, and he always still somehow has the same type of playstyle where it's a lot more farmy, a lot more technical, very nerdy. He loves his summons and micro and all that stuff. We're going to see a Shadow Fiend here for Execration. Do you think this is a mid against the Sand King, just because you see the matchup?
Well, it could also be a safe lane, right? With Tusk, they have a potentially position 5 Tusk SF. I like to see it with drinking buddies.
Yeah, I agree. Just to kind of have a second save, right?
Save? Bro, it's all
what's
about
wrong?
the damage, the kill, move speed, and damage.
I guess so. Okay.
The funny thing is, like, every time people think of drinking buddy, right, they think about, oh, I can bring him to me and snowball and save him, right? But actually, the fact that you're doing that is to allow your SF to have move speed and attack damage to kill, you know?
Sure.
Saving is like the secondary concern.
Yeah. You get the kill. The best defense is the offense, right? If they kill, if they try and kill you, you kill them faster, and it's a no.
I mean, the thing about it is you kind of have to be proficient at using the auto cards. Right? Sometimes you have to turn it off. Sometimes you have to turn it on. You need to know when you have to not reposition the SF. Sometimes you have to reposition him. So those are things that you really need to get used to. I think
I really like the addition of drinking buddies because I feel like Tusk is one of those heroes that, at least to me, you can never really autopilot this hero. There isn't parts of the game where you don't need to think about when you're using your snowball, when you're using your shard. So kind of allowing for drinking buddies to have so many sort of specific applications just now makes Tusk a hero where you need to think about all 4 of his spells, right? You can't just be walrus punching willy-nilly. You want to try and time it. It's a hero that requires a lot of technical proficiency.
It's also a very completely different playstyle, right? If you think about it on position
agreed.
4. Position 4, usually you have dagger, and then you take the stun talent at level 10. But with this build, you don't take the stun talent at level 10. You take the extra duration for your drinking buddies, right? And then you go for Solar Crest. You're basically
it's kind of like a buff bot in a way,
buff bot.
somewhat like a Bloodlust.
Better than the Bloodlust.
Okay, relax. Come on, man. Okay, well, answered with a Gyrocopter Disruptor. This is a very unconventional support duo, I must say. I know that they have pretty good bodyguards in the Sand King Gyro, but is this really good enough? Like, is it enough control, you think?
On Chen Disruptor? Yeah, I mean, you think about the concept, right? I'm running at you with the Chen creeps. And we have Mac and Pipe. You cannot fight us, so you try to dodge. And then guess what? Disruptor, you don't run from me. I bring you back into the clutches of Mordor. My
Yeah, but then it's
creeps.
gonna be like a Disruptor and Chen in your side lanes, which feels a little bit weak. And you were talking about it yesterday. The Chen just hates Chen, Disruptor, Silencer, these heroes that are not very mobile. They kind of hate playing into Tusk, right?
I mean, this time is okay. I think with Disruptor is a lot better than Chen Silencer, for example.
Okay,
Because
sure.
Disruptor has catch. I think you also have to categorize what type of backline heroes you have, right? Disruptor is a catching backline hero. Chen is a farming backline hero. So they kind of work in a way because Disruptor deals with the heroes that are running away from Chen, right? Because you cannot really fight into Chen in the early game, supposedly. If you have
Yeah, allegedly.
Allegedly. So Queen
We'll
of Pain is going to be giving them the extra team fight. So it's going to be a carry SF with the Tusk. And now they need an Aura hero to kind of buy pipe.
Okay.
They need someone to buy pipe right now.
So
on
it's
Excursion.
cute. It's cute that you were talking about, oh, Chen's a backline hero that farms, Disruptor's a backline hero that catches. But now I'm looking at Chen, Disruptor, Sand King versus Queen of Pain, Tusk, Snapfire. I know which way that's gonna go. And what we've seen from the previous games is that when Bob gets off to a good start on the Queen of Pain, like when you have these supports making moves, you can deny so much of the stacks. I just don't feel like the Disruptor and the Chen can actually defend these recovery avenues for the Sand King or the Gyro. That's my concern right
the
now.
mana burn creep is going to, I think, change things. I think
You reckon? Okay.
early game Excursion, they definitely have to think about, do they actually copy what Scam did, right? So last game Scam on the Warlock, he just went mid at level 1. He stayed there, he healed the Sand King, and he dealt with the creep. They just killed the creep together. So are they going to do the exact same thing right now, with...
Yeah,
I don't know.
They could
I
bring
don't
the
know
Tusk
about,
over or something like that.
yeah, I don't know about Snap or Tusk, who's going to do it. Probably better for Snap. I guess Snap has more damage.
Yeah.
But then you got to have to plan for it, right? You need an offlaner that can be alone for a while. But right now, the more important question is which offlaner they're going to pick. And they definitely need someone to buy pipe. Pipe
There's
is-
still a Centaur available.
Centaur, that is... against Gyro, I think Centaur is definitely a very, very good option.
Centaur, I mean, it's a good option in the lane in general, right? If it's going to be a Chen position 5, like the Chen and the Gyro can't really threaten you past a certain point, it feels like. Whoa, okay. I don't know if I like this very much because I feel like last game, we saw Tino struggle quite a lot with landing meaningful ultimates. And if I'm not mistaken, I need to refresh my memory, but this Magnus, Tino didn't really look the best when he's given these team fight setup type heroes.
He prefers to be on the Helm summon Zoo heroes, I think that's his strongest suit.
Yeah, I remember specifically the one game that we've seen Tino Magnus so far. It was against Yangon Galacticos, and it's the one game that they lost against Yangon Galacticos because we were waiting a full 63 minutes for Tino to land a meaningful RP, and it never really happened.
Yeah, this is going to be a test, if he actually recovered from that game. And now Aureus picks the X. X is a very good counter to SF in the game with the Blade Mail, but he is against a Snowball, Remember what FY say? How dare you pick
Yeah,
X
how dare you
against
pick-
the face of the King Tusk? That obviously is not
something
FY.
like that.
Oh, he's not going drinking buddies. He's actually going tag team. I'm a bit
Yeah,
sad.
I guess that's just the more straightforward option, right? Like
It's
I said,
better
Tusk
for
is a hero that...
it's better for the lane. Like the drinking buddy is weaker in the early game, but better mid-late game.
And why is that? Is it just because the buff
I mean,
scales a lot better?
it's the lane, right? It's the slow in the lane, right? It's easier for you to kill heroes. I think the drinking buddy is harder to use in the lane. I think offensively it's more difficult to use. It's better defensively, so it's obviously going to be more useful in the mid-late game. I mean, tag team, I think, has 3 purposes in the game. The killing potential in the lane and to kill Roshan. You definitely kill Roshan a lot faster with your whole team.
Yeah, that's fair. Let's see how they can put it
And
into play here. CML on the position 5 Tusk. Any draft that you like better here? The X last pick to me, every time I see an Axe, no matter how good it is in the game or who it counters or whatnot, it always feels to me like a very snowball hero, very feast or famine, right? It doesn't really, you know, I don't want to say it doesn't fit Nico's playstyle, but Nico, at least in the past year and a half on some of these other teams, he's always felt very consistent, very stable to me. Axe is like high or low, you know what I mean?
Consistent? He's a consistent player to you?
Do you not think so?
I think he's a high or low player.
Okay. Well, we'll see. We have very different impressions of Nico. Maybe the games that I watch are different from the games. When I was watching him, he's always doing pretty well on mouse. Like
either way, he's the player that I think you want to give a lot of priority in the draft. I think he's a player that he dictates a lot of play. He returns you a lot of your investment you put in him. If you give him farm, if you give him space, he is going to carry the game.
Yeah, happened last game. See whether they can do it on the Axe this game. I guess maybe I misrepresented my thoughts here, because what I mean by consistent is kind of similar to what you said, right? Like if
consistently carrying the game?
No, consistent with what input you give him. If you give him like what he needs, he'll give it back to you, and he won't like falter, right? Like if you give him a good start, a good game, you're not gonna see him like mess up a late game initiation or throw the game or stuff like that. But this might be tough. This is 3 razors on 2 heroes in Nico. You're not gonna survive that even with 3 rings. You're gonna drop to the deck. Palos with a first blood. So much for consistent. Drops for first blood to the SF of all heroes, and you're already going to step into the lane with that lasting presence buff.
Oh boy, this is gonna be terrible for the Axe.
This is bad.
This is bad news. Very, very bad news. Bonus damage for SF. I mean, they definitely didn't expect so many heroes there. And actually, the Chen is going to be laning with the Axe here. I think we've seen a lot of teams do this, where they put the Chen on the... I think Falcons was one of them as well. They like to use Chen on the off lane with whatever the offlaner is playing. Somehow it actually helps the offlaner a lot more, and the fact that the offlaner is usually the stronger hero means that you can send your creep to the mid lane if you wish to help the mid lane.
Yeah.
Because the carry sometimes is a very weak hero, so if you do that, he kind of suffers a lot in the lane.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
But now he is not doing that, so the creep is in his lane to mana burn the SF, which is very, very important. SF without mana equals big creep.
True, and I misspoke a little bit there. I was talking about the lasting presence, but it's obviously not in effect because he hasn't even leveled Presence of the Dark Lord yet. But either way, giving the first blood over to Palos, not ideal. We'll see how well Nico can recover. So far in the lane, he's doing well thanks to the help of Scam. Gotta watch out for that creep, whether it eventually makes its way to the mid lane. Meanwhile, Tim's able to find a kill onto Shanks. Not sure what Shanks was doing there. I guess sticking around to try and contest that small camp pull. Manages to block the camp, but ends up giving his life for it. Not sure whether it's worth it.
Nope, it is not, and he's trying to glimpse him back. Teams, he's looking for him. Oh, okay, he's hiding in the trees, he knows.
Smart. Typical Disruptor play there. For those of you who don't play a lot of Disruptor or have never had the misfortune of this happening to you, if you die in the lane, you can't just TP back willy-nilly in Vision. If not, you're gonna be sent back home and have to do the walk of shame. Scam though! Burn the mana of the SF, but clearly not enough. The Razors come through, and CML making use of that tag team to get himself a kill.
Yeah, this is the power of tag team. You can't do this with the Drinking Buddies. You don't have enough damage there, and you can't catch them because you don't have a slow. Another shot block, another tag team. Nico, he is going to take a bunch of damage. He needs the Divine Favor on him.
There's still the raise though. Paddle's just holding on to it, not even needing it. Very, very nicely done. Not going to waste any more of that mana that is in such small supply. This safe lane has gone stellar for Execration, and we were worried about Tino. Not really sure how relevant the Magnus needs to be if the SF's having such a great time. Nice cookie, but the Skewer, they kind of overlaid their spells a little bit, wasting some resources there. We'll just get beaten back by Natsumi's Gyro.
Yeah, both the offlaners for both teams not doing very well at the start of the game. And Bob on the mid lane, just jumping into Yorpach. He killed Yorpach the last game. He's gonna kill Yorpach again this game.
Yeah, I guess the one difference is that Yorpach is actually doing okay, right? In fact, beating the Queen of Pain in CS by like 2 or 3. So it's not like he's really losing out much in terms of creeps. He's got a TP back in. He hasn't missed a wave or a rune or anything important. It's still pretty big for Bob though, but not as bad as last game. Last game we were so concerned about him.
I mean, we were concerned because there were no stacks. They stole the stacks. The TA came in, remember? The TA walked in and...
I remember that,
Yeah,
yes.
she
So
took
that
the
was
stacks.
miserable for him.
This game, SF is probably not going to do that, but Nico, he's going to get gone on again.
I don't know whether you can survive this. The axe. Feast or famine seems to be correct, Winter. Perhaps I was mistaken. Nico getting absolutely dogged upon by Palos on his shadow feed.
Yeah, I
What's
mean,
the plan in this case? Do you even
X
still keep
is-
coming back to lane or what? Like,
I mean, you have to come back and get your levels, you know. I think you cannot jungle and you have to play the lane. I mean, X
So
is not
bad.
is not the best hero playing from behind, you know. He does not like being behind from the laning phase. You know. They totally didn't expect the early game to go this bad, you know. I think it all just snowballed out of control from the early first blood, right? They killed them at the rune and then the lane just got out of control from then on.
yeah, I don't think they really respected the Tusk damage that could come out. It was a very nice first level in the shards and just trapped them all for the triple raise to come through. That's way too much damage for any hero.
Yeah, I mean, Chen is already TPing out, you know, so he realizes he has to play the stack game now. This lane is, I want to say...
Dunzo.
Done, yeah. You have to be contented in just stacking. You cannot influence this lane anymore as the Chen.
It might have to be a situation, it almost feels like that the Sand King has to try and make space for the Axe. Because the Axe, if he doesn't get his items, if he doesn't get his farm, he's gonna be
I mean, he can
kind of useless.
He needs to farm first to make space for the X, right? That's the thing with Sand King. Sand King
Yeah.
is not the best roamer early game.
So they're both gonna have to do quite a bit of farming, and this is my slight concern, to be honest, with the Chen and the Disruptor, because
Sonic
these
Wave.
aren't heroes that can make plays. Sonic Wave in the mid lane, Yopach hiding in the tree line, trying to find a way out, but spot Shanks instead. That's tough. He's managed to juke out to the top side. Do they see him? He's gonna
Oh,
TP
nice.
out, seriously. Yopach, that's some nice juking over there.
The man is a master of footworks, you know, fancy footworks. But he's going to lose the rune because of that. He TP back to base, and right now there's going to be also a scan. They know that the Chen is stacking the camps. They're coming in with the Tusk. But they don't have the right heroes to kind of steal the stacks here with their heroes. But they're just going to be aware of the stacks.
Nice little haste rune grab from Tim's there. Even gonna get around here just to pop a little lightning strike onto Bob. Annoy him a little bit, give Yopach some room to work his way towards that level 6. Paddle's gonna swing down and try and get the sacks again.
I mean,
This is
they're going
kind
on
of aggressive.
They're going on Tino in the meantime.
They're going on Scam. I mean, aggression happening on two ends of the map. Scam will fall here. Palos is dominating. And maybe if the lasting presence, they're gonna feel good enough to just triple raise this small hard camp stack at least.
Yeah, they can take the medium camp, but they can't take the ancients. But that's also pretty big, you know, for the Sand King.
Oh dear, Sand King coming in onto Palos. You need to come in for a snowball save, waiting on the barrel strike, but pulled
Wow,
in.
perfect.
Very nicely done. CML, I'm not sure whether it's going to be enough though. Glimpse back into the middle of the creeps, and Nico is going to be the one to get that last hit. That is huge.
Is he back into the game? After that, yeah, kinda. Now he's similar net worth with the tank.
Whoa, look at Natsumi trying to 1v3 here. It's not going to be enough. Tino with a very nice skew onto the high ground isolates the gyrocopter and prevents any more damage from coming out. Even though Natsumi does go down here, I will say I like that play a lot. Because if they didn't bring 3 heroes, Execration were going to get punished big time for it. And now Shanks is stuck up here in isolation. He has the cookie down, but he's just bone dry on mana.
Yeah, I think overall the bigger kill was on the SF, right? The Ancients. I think that was the kill that kind of gave X some life back towards his
Oh
game.
dear.
He was so poor.
This is bad. Natsumi trying to set up a kill onto Tino, but they're just buying time because the SF is coming through. They can't get the kill on Tino, and Natsumi, he's gonna die a second time. Excellent rotation through the twin gates from the safe lane duo of Execration.
SF is not a hero that you expect so much action on, you know. Like, if anything, you expect the gyro to be coming through the gates, moving around, ganking, defending the stacks. But this time it is Palos on the SF, you know, playing the rotating role, and it's doing them a lot of good right now. Putting pressure. This kill on the gyro is actually absolutely massive. Now the difference between the SF and gyro is 1000 gold.
Yeah, it wasn't even that big even after that death on the Wisdom Shrine, but the fact he comes in and tries to... You can't really blame Natsumi for it, right? You just don't expect that. You see a low Magnus in the lane, you're like, okay, I'm gonna wrap around, I'm gonna punish him. But right now, it's Execration who are ruling the map. It's not that much of a gold advantage overall across the board because the Sand King's still having a good time after clearing those stacks, but it's a great look for Execration.
Yeah, Gyro doesn't really outscale the SF. So this is definitely worrisome, you know, if the SF is ahead.
You think late game, like full slaughter or all items up, the Palos SF is gonna do better?
Yeah, SF is going to out DPS the Gyro for sure. And he also has the Tusk.
Can't stick around for that Lotus, but at least will preserve his life.
And the SF just does way more damage, you know, with the minus armor. And you have a lot more... I think in the team fights, you do a lot more single target damage. Like, Gyro is very good with the spread damage, right? He's very good at killing everyone at the same time. But SF has more single target damage. So when it comes down to the 1 versus 1...
Natsumi again trying to farm out this mid lane, but will get caught out. Bob, not wanting to use the Sonic Wave, will just have to throw it out. Natsumi gonna get caught. This is the third death for him.
This
0,
is
3,
not-
and 2 on this Gyro.
This is not a lane that you want to be as on Gyro though. I'm not sure why he came to the middle. Maybe he was thinking about clearing one wave and contesting the rune. I think he's playing for his team too much at this point, you know. He's got to have to think about his own game.
AD rune for Yopach. He was trying to catch the Queen of Pain on the rune, but a regen means that kill is just not going to happen. You glimpse back, but it's a bit too early, and the kinetic field is not going to catch, neither is the burrow. This is a disaster. Aureus, they need to try and escape and cut their losses, but look who's here to claim the kill. Palos is there with CML for the Walrus Punch right in the gut. That has got to sting, and now they're looking at the tower to fall.
I think this is going to get out of control, you know, for the SF. He's hitting your towers with the lasting presence. This is really, really bad news. I mean, the game is right now too fast, you know, for Aureus to handle. I mean, that kill just felt so forced, you know, when they couldn't get the kinetic field.
It's not gonna happen, and now the quick rotation up to the top lane. Eco dares to pick Axe in front of the Tusk King and gets caged up like a dog for it. Bob on a killing spree. Very different complexion. Last game it was the same thing, right? This Queen of Pain managed to get off to a good start against the Sand King, but in the midst of contesting all those stacks and the map rotations, ended up losing the plot a little bit. It got a little bit rough for Execration, but they formed back up. Even though we weren't too confident on the Tino Magnus, it's worked out for them, right? He baited in the Gyro a few times. Now he's got the upper hand over the opposing carry.
We'll see whether the axe can actually make a difference when he has his Blade Mail plus dagger. It's going to be not a very good timing to get the dagger and Blade Mail, but Aureus, they really have to just wait, sit tight, farm a little bit, and wait for that item to come online. I mean, at this point, they are not in a very good position where they can force too many issues. You know, they don't have enough, I think, in the tank to actually win team fights.
The one thing about Aureus that's to their benefit is it's not like they're lacking damage, right? If they can actually connect the spells of the Shadow Fiend and there isn't a cookie to save or there isn't a snowball to save, they can kill him very easily. They find CML in their own jungle and snowball's gonna buy some time. Still should go down though. That should be pretty easy. Yopach picks that one up. Yeah, you just gotta kind of stay put and punish these over-aggressive moves, right? Now, they're not gonna expect this to immediate smoke up. They know where Natsumi is, and he's gonna get spotted on the wall trying to hit towards those Ancients. Oh no, Natsumi. You can't afford to go down again. You need to recover as best as you can. The kisses available. In they come. Onto the gyrocopter. Nowhere for him to run. The best he can hope for is a creep deny, but he won't even get that.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Hey, Gyro is having a very, very rough game. You think the Axe is having a rough game, the Gyro is also having a rough game. Like
Both side laners are just having a miserable time.
Sand King needs to get something done right now.
This has to be some sicko mode Yopach performance, I'll tell you that for free. They know Palos is up here, trying to sneak around, but he's hidden in the tree line. Nico's gonna show himself. They see him is the question. I mean, they know he's around the area, but they don't know exactly where he's hidden into. They'll show up the lane now. Try and look for a move. In they come. Static Storm, stopping the snowball save. It should be enough damage. The Sonic Wave can't save them, but it does return a lot. Nice heal coming out from the Chen. It will preserve their lives. And Nico coming up big with the double kill. They find 3 thanks to the Blade Mail just catching Bob off guard. He screams and it hurts him more than it hurts them. Shank's gonna turn around, but getting slowed up now. Natsumi surely can catch up. Afterburner available, not even gonna give them the chance. Shanks goes down to the gyro, and in one fell swoop, 4 members of Execration going down. That is a 3k gold swing. It's Aureus now with the advantage.
That was all your parts right there. He was really patient with the Barrel Strike, right? He didn't initially Barrel Strike, he epied, he blinked in, so they started off with a Field and Static Storm. And he was really patient. He knows that the Tusk is going to come in and try and snowball and bring the SF to another location. And he waited for the Tusk to come in, and he got a 2-man stun because of his patience, you know. And that was kind of, I think, how the fight started very well for Team Aureus there. So well played to your Patch.
It was also kind of scary, right? Because at some point in the fight, I think Bob TP'd in. He threw out a Sonic Wave that looked like it was going to sentence a couple of people to death. But very crucially, the Chen Scam was able to get his Hand of God off before the RP from the Magnus. You could tell Tino was trying to prevent it, but he just couldn't do it in time. And after that, healing over time starts ticking in. You're not killing these heroes. Really cool stuff here from Aureus to just punch back. And Execration, they gotta be a bit more careful.
Hang on a minute, the Axe is not buying Dagger. Buying Lotus?
Okay. What's the Lotus for?
Shadow Strike?
That...
And the armor?
Okay. Is that good?
Don't worry, I'm as confused as you.
Okay. I thought I was just missing something completely here. What? Is he worried about some sort of... Like, I mean, yes, it's like level 3 Shadow Strike and it does damage and it... I mean, most of the time you'd be concerned about removing the Shadow Strike just to... You know, I don't know, enable your blink, which you don't have.
I think he's playing this more like, you know, how sometimes 33 plays X, like Aura in his frontline hero. Because with these, with this passive one-man army, you're a lot more tanky than usual because you're getting strength from your armor. That's when the Lotus Orb kind of helps you. He gives you armor and then you're getting HP at the same time.
Yeah, I can kind of see it. I mean, I guess his perspective is if he's able to survive the initial burst like he did just now, the Hand of God can come in, he's got mad strength, he's got a Chen helping him out, you know, he has auras on the back line as well. He should be able to live through it all, so he's just kind of increasing his EHP. Oh, these poor Chen creeps.
I mean, the fact that he also has like max Battle Hunger, right? So he's just going to be casting his Battle Hunger instead of blinking to initiate. I mean,
damn, the hate onto Scam. They Mortimer's kisses that Chen solo. That's tough. Oh, your part?
He's pretty farm, you know, on the Chen, so that's
trying to set up here. You gotta be careful though. I thought there would be a shots coming out, but CML not wanting to risk it. Not seeing the gyro, not seeing anyone else. Nico going down in the top lane though. Tino, I believe he was able to use an up to carry Mango sticker on the floor.
And he has his Lotus done now, so he's gonna get a shot next. So he's just playing on the Battle Hunger and being tanky in the front line.
Do you think this is the right decision this game, or is it just something that's so new that it
I
will
don't
have
know.
to just wait and find out?
I mean, I think it has its merits here in this game against SF, all the physical damage.
It surely is a bit confusing, but I mean, if anyone knows what he's doing, it's going to be Nico. Like you said, you give him the resources, he's going to give you the returns. He's managed to come back in this game in a big way, now ahead of net worth from Bob, who... In another... This happened last game as well. He had a pretty good start on the Queen of Pain, and then now he's starting to just kind of slip slowly and surely behind. CML gonna contest this Illusion Rune, looking for a Bow Strike onto the Tusk. If you kill him first, there's not gonna be a snowball save. Not managing to get the Culling Blade kill, but still able to find the pick off.
And this is going to build up into a very, very tense next couple of minutes because Roshan is going to be on the menu for both sides, right? And Tormentor is going to be spawning. The last time the Tormentor spawned in the first game, they took a very, very huge fight, you know. And I think Aureus will actually won that pretty handily, but you could see how teams are setting up for it. Right now, I think Aureus has wards around the top section of the map. One on the Ancients, one on the river in the middle. I mean, there's definitely going to be a lot of setup, right? Coming for the Tormentor. You see, I think Excretion making a beeline over. They're getting ready to fight for the Tormentor.
Oh, they spot the Chen out. Palos going to try for the setup. If you had a blink there, you'd be able to stop this. But right now, Nico just running at them.
Oh, BKB.
Immediately, Palos pops it out of nowhere. There's the call, though. Trying to waste the duration. CML can't get a snowball save off. He doesn't need to, though, because Palos able to get his own Requiem. Cookie in. Is that why he wanted into his death? Sonic Wave comes through. Oh, Yopaj will go down as well. And now Tino joining the fight, looking for the gyrocopter. The kiss will slow him, the skewer forward. You're looking for an RP, pull him back towards your team, and Bob will get the job done. The BKB reveal from Palos squares them off completely. Aureus were not expecting that.
Yeah, that was all Palos being able to dodge that initial magic damage from the Sand King, right? If he were to have died right away, I think that fight was going to be completely different, you know, from the get-go. So that was props to Palos just being able to somehow react. I don't know if he saw the Sand King or he just reacted. Or he just reacted, you know?
So the thing is, we were complimenting Yopaj this entire time because he likes to epicenter, blink in, assess the situation, and then burrow if needed. But that's one of the times that it kind of backfired because he blinked in epi, and as soon as the Shadow Fiend saw him, just immediately pressed BKB. So then his Burrow Strike didn't stun. So this is one of the few times where your immediate burrow ends up working. Would have been way better than this kind of waiting it out and making a smart decision.
I mean, I think it was. I remember it was pretty quick already. He did it like almost instantly. I'm not sure how much of a window that he gave SF, but it was really quick, and I think SF also reacted.
Yeah,
really
I mean, props of Palos, right? Can't take that away from him. The timing on the BKB was everything. Even though CML couldn't come through to save it.
Yeah, I mean, it's also, I think he just got the BKB like a couple of moments ago, right? So maybe they also didn't really know he had a BKB.
I don't think he showed on vision up until the point he killed the Chen, and maybe nobody clicked on him just yet. They just thought, okay, it's SF, let's kill him. Speaking of the kill though,
Humbler's toy setup. Very nice. Bounce down the low ground, catches him with the field and side storm. Easy.
Cute moves here from Tims. Still, it's a 4k gold lead for Execration. It really was off of that sort of Tormentor area topside fight that they now find themselves with the advantage. This game very back and forth compared to the previous affair.
Yeah, I mean this move here is gonna connect onto a disruptor.
And they go Roche now. They try to find Scam. They miss the angle on the skewer, so they skewer forward instead. Scam still has that max, still has the Hand of God, will throw it out. Starting to turn around now. Natsumi there to deal the damage. Palos ready with the Requiem, but gets interrupted by Nico for now. They've used most of their ultimates. Again, the Sand King, he's gonna come in and on the tail end, the Burrow Strike stuns, but it's not gonna be enough. There's way too much AoE magic damage. And again, without your blink on the axe, you just can't come in and punish. They collapse upon your Sand King, they collapse upon your Gyro, and you're not in the picture. Close to 3k gold exchange. Again, they lose Palos, but it's so worth it.
I'm definitely with you. This axe just feels so useless in the team fights now without attack. He can't do anything. I mean, this build, this build is good if they are focusing you. If you're in front and they have to, you know, use their spells and hit you. But it's not good if they are going onto your carry and you cannot blink and save him.
Yeah, we're seeing it sort of. You know, when you want to innovate, people will question you and people will flame you. And I think before you find the genius, there's always a few moments of confusion and failure. Where we're not at the genius part yet. We're kind of at the confusion, disbelief, and maybe one or two failures. Maybe he will show us the value of this Lotus first in the next fight. But for now, I think we're all a little bit lost.
Not just us, his teammates is a little bit lost, right? The Gyro is like, where is my axe? They're going on me and there's no blink call. Oh yeah, my axe.
Right, you got
my axe does not have a dagger. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well. And then he asks, "Sorry, why don't you have a dagger again?" And Force is like, "Oi, Philippines, Philippines, and you're like, okay, sure. That's the only noise he's making. He's not really making much other calls. It's a little bit unfortunate. We'll have the blink on the menu now, but this is perhaps one of the slowest timings on an X blink I've seen ever. He kind of did it to himself, right? Like, I don't know, the blink is like half the price of a Lotus. Got me wondering whether you really need that. Maybe in another reality where there's like a Bane or a lot of single target disabled, the spell reflect would make more sense. But what are you reflecting? You can't really stop the Walrus Punch, you can't stop the Skewer, you can't stop really anything. And now Nico might be in trouble. Got the Glimmer onto Tino to prevent his blink from being cancelled. And still can't find the chase though. Nico's just a bit too quick. I mean, he has the shot now as well. It's cool, right? Like when you get the call off, you battle hunger everyone. The only problem is he's not getting the call off.
Yeah, I wonder why, right?
RP, pull him back. Okay, put him in position for the call. He's looking to survive. He has the Lotus ult, guys.
Yep, but he's dying to spell damage right now.
Yep. All he can do is voice line, bro. Like, I don't even think the Aureus draft is bad either. We saw some moments from them. They're gonna try and still fight. Maybe you buy back BKB off. Palos is too quick, and the Sand King just can't do shit. Has to TP away. You buy back on the X. He gets Walrus punched up on your part, so he's in trouble. Trying to fight a Barrel Strike. Needs 3 seconds, but caught off by the shards. Will Barrel Strike, but die anyway. And you've bought back on Nico, but what are you buying back for?
You're buying back on the axe so that he doesn't have to buy dagger. I think he's allergic to the dagger this game.
Yeah, now they're like, okay, well, now I just need to farm my dagger, right? This is maybe 2 to 5 minutes more of undisturbed farming. Every time his team is like, hey, we kind of need you to defend our racks or something. He's like, no, I need my core items.
You ping the dagger. 1500 gold to go.
Yeah, you just keep pinging. Tim's now in trouble, and this is the glaring weakness of the lineup, exposing its very soft underbelly, right? The two supports, Disruptor and Chen, they are backline supports who can't really make much plays by themselves. They need their allies, and right now their allies are just not in a good spot. They will run over and find Tino. This is pretty nice. I don't think the Lotus had anything to do with that, but just a good rotation up to this top side. Not sure whether they smoked or managed to dodge some vision or something like that, but the Magnus wasn't really expecting it.
A kill is a kill, like, you know.
So true.
Back into the dagger.
I don't think
road.
they're back, right? Like, I don't think that kill on the Magnus really does anything necessarily for them, though. Like on the map.
The X got his buyback goal.
Let's go! Dude, 400 more gold to the dagger. Not too bad, actually. It's farming with a capital F.
He's getting there, Mike. Don't worry. We're gonna see. We are at least gonna see one team fight where the X actually has a dagger.
Amazing. I certainly would hope so.
I mean, ideally, his target is going to be, I think, mainly the SF. I think he doesn't really want to call anyone else. He only
I thought that was the whole point of picking the X to begin with, right? Yeah. Like we were discussing it in the draft. Your concern is just kind of reflecting the damage back to the SF.
The snowball is the only concern. So as long as they get, you call the SF and you have Disruptor place the Static Storm on top of that. That would be enough in most cases.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for the Magnus to counter-initiate as well. Here's a blink. Here's the blink, baby. We got there. 27 minutes in, ladies and gentlemen. X blink. There you have it. Come on. Nico Dalta's where? He's back, folks.
The Daltas are back? Or the player is back?
No, Nico is back. The Daltas are nowhere to be found. They're gone now. No more flaming Nico. He has the item build.
He has to prove them wrong first before.
He does have to prove them wrong. I mean, all things considered, they did. Let's not forget, last game, Nico was absolutely proving the Doubters wrong. He was owning on that bristleback. He was doing everything right for the team. This time around, a little bit more confusing. They're trying for a smoke out, but there's no one there because knock knock, they're busy hitting your tier 3 tower in the bot lane.
I mean, it's taking too long. I think Execution, they're going to sniff out what is happening here.
There's some shenanigans going on, that's for sure. Put a ward right next to a ward, that's never a good start. Jump forward, Tim's looking for the call. You need a static storm to follow up. He doesn't have the ages, but Tino, a huge grab and RP pulling in Natsumi into death. And that's an immediate buyback on the Disruptor, but that means you don't have a gyro, you don't have a static storm, and you no longer have your axe. Tino, we were chastising him for his previous Magnus game, but he shows up big time, and he proves all the doubters wrong. What a grab from the Magnus.
Yeah, that was the perfect initiation for them. The gyro +1 and an SM vacuum to follow up. There's no chance for the gyro to do anything at all in that team fight. I mean, this is the power of Sarah. Execution, they were there and ready. They smoke up the other heroes. They were waiting behind the SF, and you have to show right on Aureus. You have to do something. SF is killing your buildings, so you make the first move. The Magnus just waits and reacts to it, and in most cases, the team that is waiting has a higher chance of success.
Yeah, I mean, when you just kind of have all the pieces laid out in front of you, it might seem easy to initiate on Palos, but it's just so hard with the situation at hand. He has so much backup. And that's 2 lanes of Rags, just one fell swoop. You couldn't ask for a better initiation from your Magnus. That was clean stuff. I mean, you talked about getting the gyro being the big deal, but I'd argue to say the fact that he got Tim's as well, preventing that static storm from overlaying onto the X call, that was significant as well. And Yopach, again, we're reaching a point where Palos, he's just too quick with that BKB. You're not getting these epi initiations that you need.
One last fight. One last hurrah. It's now or nothing for Aureus.
And it's now game 3 for Aureus, more likely. Roshan, it's not going to be available for a little longer, so there isn't really a major objective for these teams to fight around. Maybe they'll try and get the Tormentor as it comes up very shortly. How do you even stop Tino from doing what he just did at this point? Because, you know, we were memeing a little bit about this axe, you know, finally getting the blink. When he blink calls and when he, you know, jumps the SF and whatnot, how do you stop Tino from pressing BKB, blinking in, and RPing your Sand King and your axe? Even if he doesn't catch the backline supports, even if he doesn't catch the gyro, doesn't that just mean
might be caught? Gyro is gonna get caught.
Gyro is done. This guy, Natsumi, he's just not really had the best game on this gyro. 1, 8, and 9. That is a scoreline you expect from a support Ogre Magi.
You gotta bring in the Ogre at some point, yeah?
I mean, you started it. It's a self-flame. It's a self-flame. I can do that. Palos, punching on the high ground. They want to force out the buyback from the gyrocopter. They don't know if he has it, but if he has it, he has to use it at this point. Aureus at risk of losing. Oh, the instant Hurricane fight. Are you serious, Palos? He's not even giving them a chance. He got a buyback now, but it's daytime. They have full vision of you. You're not going to catch them by surprise. And Tino, I mean, Tims, he's trying to be annoying by putting the Thunderstrike on the Magnus to prevent any sort of a catch, but they're happy with that. Exactly, Palos, he'll take that. You know, you buy back for absolutely nothing. They're not going to give you a chance to get any sort of return kill.
Very disciplined, going back, waiting for Roche. Get the Roche and the game. Man, you were asking me how can they burst the SF. I think there is only one way. Blink, call. He doesn't react with BKB. You follow up with Epi stun.
Yeah, and then CML disconnects from the game.
No, you just have to make sure that the storm is on top. As long as the storm is on top, then the CML task cannot save unless he has. Did he buy BKB? No, he didn't buy BKB.
No, he has not. He went for the Vlads, which is a very clear sign of how strong they're feeling right now. They just want the auras and they want them now. Okay.
Top tower is under attack.
And Nico is working his way towards that BKB now. He's gonna hit a crazy BKB Lotus Blade Mail Blink Dagger power spike at 40 minutes. Yep, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I thought this Axe last pick was gonna do it for them. Then they feed first blood to the SF. I mean, they had some pretty nice initiations from Yopach, but Yopach can only do so much by himself, right? It just felt like there was so much for him to do. You're kind of expecting the Axe to come in clutch eventually. He doesn't have a blink, so he can't do any of that. And now, the next Aegis is going to go their way, and look at where Aureus are on the map. They're in no position to contest this.
Yeah, probably saving it for the next game at this point. I'm gonna try one more time, just make them come end the game.
Dude, the SF is like 1k gold away from Satanic. Once he gets Satanic, if you don't burst him down immediately, he's just got to kill back up to full.
I mean, the thing is, you don't have any repositioning tool. When you're up against a turret like SF, you need to have like some sort of repositioning. Tiny Magnus type of hero. If you can't remove him from his fort,
from his turret position,
from
right?
his turret position, you're not killing him in most cases.
Okay, well, we'll see whether they can catch Execration by surprise, but everything's looking all Execration right now. Palos gonna just run up to the high ground, show he has Aegis, he doesn't care. He's gonna kill some of these creeps, you know, farm all willy-nilly. Surely no one's around here. Aureus, they're smoking up as well, looking for some sort of a wraparound perhaps.
Oh, Bob, they caught him.
The call onto Bob. Is it going to be enough? Way too much healing, and he pops the BKB. The Culling Blade not gonna matter. And nice RP onto 2. Sonic Wave as well. Palos, he is just dealing the DPS. And Natsumi drops to the deck. That's a dieback. Yopach can't even get the epicenter off. That's done. We're going to a game number 3, Winter.
We are indeed. You know, this series would not have been perfect without the game 3, right? Now we're gonna see a full cycle. Game 3, best of 1. Winner takes it all.
The winner takes the spot in the grand finals, folks.
Home.
And loser goes out of DreamLeague, out of a chance to get better opponents on the international stage. And it's really kind of, I want to say, about proving yourself in a way, right? Like for this team, Team Aureus, they're very much a stack, and this is Tim stepping away from Boom after TI. This is Tim saying, this structure, even with all these notable players, it's not working for me. I'm gonna go back to my roots. I'm gonna bring back my boys, these Neon guys, these scattered players from all these other different regions. I'm gathering all the Filipinos back, and we're gonna show them how it's done. They definitely showed Aureus. I mean, the Aureus tried to show Execration how it's done, but Execration kind of slapped them back in this game number 2. It's not gonna be that easy of a road. I mean, what do you think Execration need to, or what do you think either of these teams need to bring out in this last game to really take the edge over the other?
Bring out their best. Nothing less than the best, Mike.
Nothing less than the best. And what does that look like, you think, for Aureus to try and come back in this game?
I don't know how it's going to look like, but it's going to be a good one, Mike.
Hopefully that's the case. Hopefully no more one-sided games. Hopefully a nail-biter of a final one to end out this series. We'll find out after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Alive with passions from his breath that flow. Yield your music when he's pleased to blow. Thus at once the charming minstrel delights with sounds and enchanting tune. With sweet songs fill the air. Go happy by, and ever mindful be, to court my handsome troubadour for me. Tell him of all I feel, repeat my love at each melting touch, since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine.
Started out with 8 teams here, back down to 3, and after this game, back down to 2. Only one will proceed to the grand finals to face off against Boom, who are patiently waiting for their opponents. And we have a draft for you, Aureus, Aurora. I almost keep saying Aurora. Aureus versus Execration. Aurora ain't here anymore. They moved back to Eastern Europe, but Execration very much have remained as one of the last Southeast Asian organizations, I want to say, and not just remaining as an organization, remaining very much as a team. The only major change that they made was Bob in for Lewis, and man, has he performed so far, especially in that previous game, the Queen of Pain, saw the Sonic Waves that were had, pretty clean stuff, but I think the big superstar of the previous game has to be Palos, right, on that Shadow Fiend. Looked amazing, backed up by CML's Tusk, position 5, and Aureus now, they need to try and come up with something to bring them one step further. Winter, what are we thinking?
Seems like they are preemptively picking heroes that are going against Chen, yeah. They didn't get to ban the Chen, so they're picking, I would say, Dawn right now, which is rather strange unless you're expecting to counter a Chen, you know. I think that might be the thought process.
Opens up the Shaker though. Sand King also still available. Both teams have decided to skip it out for now, which is pretty interesting given that it was first pick, first ban material just a couple of games ago.
Is there going to be a Queen of Pain? Queen of Pain ban.
5 seconds remaining.
Queen of Pain has looked pretty solid. But, I mean, when you pick this Earthshaker, it almost feels like it's going to be a Bob hero. That's at least my read on it. I know it can be flexed to Tino, but it doesn't really feel like Bob would want to give that over to Tino unless the mid matchup is just that awful.
I, on the other hand, don't like Bob playing a Shaker or Sand King. I think he just doesn't feel like the guy that's going to be clearing Ancients. I don't like that. I want Bob to be in your face. Queen of Pain, Storm Spirit, you know, like running at you. That's my take. You know, I think Bob as a player doesn't feel right when he's clearing Ancient stacks.
And there's that Queen of Pain ban that you talked about, but, you know, regardless of whether you as a player like to clear Ancient stacks or not, that just feels like the age of Dota that we're in. I know, Winter, you were discussing at length about how Dota now is defined by the 4 ancient camps on the map and who can control them.
But why Bob?
Why Bob?
Yeah, why do you have to
I
put
mean,
it on Bob?
Tino and Palos can do it, right? These guys love to farm anyway. Tino, a former carry player himself.
You have to assign the resources to the right players, the right duties. You know, you can't ask someone who likes to stack camps to go and hunt heroes, right?
Sure, yeah. Similarly, how you can't ask someone who only eats chicken rice to go switch it up and like have some prawn noodles or maybe even not eat. That would be the worst.
That is not an equivalent example, but I'll give you points for your effort.
Yeah, thank you. Always appreciating. I'm getting there. You know, I'll eventually match up to your standard of analogies, but for now, it's not a new hero, but it's a new one for this series and a new one for this stream. We haven't really seen much Enchantress. It is a scam hero though. What do you think is the idea here?
Enchantress over Chen. There is, I think, only one reason. It's easier to kill heroes in a lane, I think, with Ench.
Okay. Like just, you know, with the enchant slow? Is that really it?
I mean, you also.
But
I think
it
you also.
feels like you lose a lot though, right?
I mean,
like
you're also a lot more tanky with the overprotecting Wiz, you know. So I think laning phase wise, I would favor being an Enchantress. Chen is sort of like, I feel like mid-late game timing is strong, especially the mid game, right? Once you get your auras and you stack everything on top of each other, you're pushing towers, then Chen feels really, really good.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a hero. This is a hero that we don't see a lot. I think it's going to be probably an offlane Dazzle with this setup. Toss Dazzle offlane, very, very deadly. Execration just setting up to pressure and win their lanes. So Bob is indeed going to be on the Earthshaker.
This is terrifying. Like Dazzle Tusk. What do you even pick against that? And now that you've already locked in the Enchantress, it's not really a hero that can go in any role. So what carry can even survive this lane?
It's a lot of physical damage, so I would imagine a carry that has high armor. I mean, I think TA could be okay in this lane. You have refraction, you can dodge the poison with melt.
But don't you kind of get like slowed down to a cross? They just put a
And you have
sentry
to
there.
dodge, yeah, but then there's a sentry walls, yeah. I mean, you want something that can dispel. Obviously, Abaddon is, I guess, okay at dispelling the poison, but you still may die to attack him. So I think those are a bunch of options that I think you could really consider. I think it's about removing the poison touch from you. So
Why are we suddenly seeing a dazzle out of nowhere? Is this really just for
I
the
don't
lane,
know.
or is there some sort of... I mean, Execration, this could be just a pocket strat that they've been trying to save for a while, but forced to bring it out, like you mentioned. You got to bring out the big guns. You got to go all out. It's for a slot at the grand finals. Could
I mean,
this...
we may see more after the last pick. We may understand more, you know. I think the Dazzle could be setting up for a carry hero that wants to be with Dazzle, like Grave, you know, and then you can turn things around. Maybe a Meepo pick, I don't know, because I remember Palace, he plays Meepo, so this could be like, I mean, it looks like a Meepo draft, right? Because you have 4 heroes that make a lot of space. Dazzle with Meepo is very, very good.
I was just going to say, I was thinking Execration might really like that Gyrocopter, just because it feels like the type of hero that later on in the game can really benefit from a Grave and then buys you enough time to Satanic turn around and be that tanky frontliner. Helps you give information for your Disruptor Earthshaker as well, but Aureus are gonna snatch it away. This is a Natsumi signature hero, even though it didn't really work out the best for them.
10 seconds.
I think a lot of it has to do with how poor the X was in the early game. I think Natsumi, sure, he's the carry, but I think the real carry of this team is going to be Force, right? I think Nico on his heroes are going to dictate a lot of what the team is going to do. You know, how well he does in the early game. Like his Dawnbreaker, can he pull off like a good laning phase? Can he snowball?
Yeah, you were talking about how, I mean, Force, he's a player who kind of takes a lot of priority, right? What do you get out of picking his hero so early? Like the Dawnbreaker, is it really that strong that you can just not be concerned about the counter?
Yeah, I think so. I think Dawn is one of the better blind pick offlaners, right? If you don't see your lane, a lot of offlaners have no idea what they want. But I think Dawn is kind of like the opposite. You kind of don't really mind against almost all lane matchups. I think the worst ones are probably Ursa, Monkey King. You know, those type of anti-melee heroes, right? But I think apart from those heroes, I think most lanes are okay. You're gonna be able to farm no matter what, as long as you have an aggressive position for like Hoodwing, a lot of damage in the lane setup, so you can kill the lane.
Interesting that Sand King still comes out as the last ban. They're worried that Yopaj might pick it up a 3rd game in a row. We'll give them the initiation that they're kind of lacking right now. You're still missing a hero that can go in for the Dawnbreaker to Solar Guardian down.
Dragonite? Maybe Dragonite? I think Dragonite is a common one. Stun into Solar Guardian. Oh, wait a minute.
Okay, mid TA. We saw this yesterday, right? Like, this looked amazing yesterday.
In that game. Is it going to be good this game? I don't know.
That's the question. That is the question.
Because you have no stuns right now. Gyro,
They kind of
TA,
brought it out against Execration as well, right? It was into a mid-Nature's Prophet, I believe, from Boom Esports, and it just dominated so hard. Bob was the one to do it too.
I don't know about this game. You know, you have Gyro and TA, mid and safe lane, and you have Dawn. You pretty much have 3 carries on your team with no setup. So it's all going to be on Tim's on the Hoodwing.
That's crazy.
It's
It's so much work for him, though.
So much overtime to do this game. Hope he gets paid well.
Yeah.
That extra hours, you know. Execration now. Which carry do they want to go for? Terrorblade? Oh no, Lifestealer. There goes with the Meepo out of the window. Lifestealer against Gyro, Lifestealer against Dawn. I think Gyro Lifestealer is a good matchup for him. And the lane against Dawn is like pretty much very Lifestealer favorite in I think throughout the early phases of the game. I think when it comes to mid-late game, you could be annoyed by the Dawnbreaker stunning you through your debuff immunity with the ulti. But I think outside of that, Lifestealer is going to have a very, 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 very good game.
I'm not too sure how I feel about this Team Aureus draft. The last pick, TA, doesn't feel quite as much as a gotcha as it did for Execration.
I think
when
it's
they...
mainly for the lane. They want to win the lane because TA into Earthshaker, you have no way of taking away refraction, right? So I think Earthshaker is going to suffer in the lane against TA. I'm not sure how much, but he's definitely going to get the short end of the stick in this lane matchup. And looking at their overall composition, because you have Enchantress, so I think the plan here is to win mid really hard. Enchantress comes over at 6 minutes with the catapult, bring some creeps over, take the tower, and then you open up the map, go to the Ancients, pressure them, farm at their Ancients, and at the same time, Dawnbreaker has level 6, so he can join to the Ancients and connect to that fight, So it's going to be all about that first 10-15 minutes of play for Team Aureus. If they can get the right sequence of movements going for them, it's going to start from the first catapult wave into the Wisdom Shrine, into the Ancients, right, with the Solar Guardian. So if those plays actually work for them, I could see them snowballing and running away with this lineup. But if that does not happen, if the game starts out quiet, mid-game is still 50-50, then their lineup is going to have a very, very hard time, going into the team fight. You're fighting into Earthshaker, Echo Slam, you're going to have a Static Storm. And I think Dazzle is amazing as a core this game when you have no jump on the opposing team, so they can never find your real hero hiding behind and you're casting spells grave after grave behind. So that is going to be a lot of problems in the mid-late game. So Aureus, if they want to win this game, they have to win it quick, they have to win it fast, they have to do it as soon as possible. The first 15 minutes...
This doesn't even feel like... sometimes when teams draft a high-tempo lineup, we like to say they're on a timer. They're not even on a timer, they just have a small time window. You're telling me that if things don't go well for Aureus within the 6 to 15, they're just toast? Like, they only have that spot to really come... Like,
I mean,
their
lineup is early and late. There is no mid-game in this lineup because they don't have team fight.
I mean,
They
honestly,
don't have stuns,
even late
don't
game,
have-
does it scale well enough? You think if you have a TA Gyro, I know you got two carries, but...
I think, yes, if they really get to really, really late, 50 minutes, they have 2 carries. So essentially, I think that's what is going to pull them through. But during the mid game, there's going to be a period where all of your heroes are going to want to farm, right? The TA needs to hit creeps, the Gyro needs to hit creeps. So there's going to be a period where you don't really get to do much, outside of the Hoodwing, setting up some Solar Guardian kills. So I think this is the reason why the early game is going to be so crucial, the first 15 minutes. If they have a good 15 minutes, they can ride along in the mid game and get past that, But if the early game is bad, then you have 3 cores farming on the lane, you're playing very defensive with the Solar Guardian, and that's not what you want, right? And we see here Execration actually doing what Aureus did in the previous game, where they smoked 3 heroes to steal the bounty rune on top. Remember how the X died here? That was the exact same move.
It can happen again. I mean, there are no Shadow Fiend Razors, but Shanks could trap in Natsumi. He doesn't see enough heroes, but he has a ward. That's gonna save him.
They actually know that this is coming. Very smart. 2 for 2. That's what we like to see, right? No shenanigans. We have an actual real game starting this time. Like the last game,
lanes decided just within the first 5 seconds of the game. That's not ideal.
Nico is probably happy this time. Alright, I didn't get first blooded last
no feeding, time. This life stealer didn't just get something for free. Also, one thing that, you were mentioning about how Aureus want to try and contest this Wisdom, contest the triangle, push the mid lane tower. Because of the Lifestealer getting that Gore Storm facet, he can very much be involved, right? I think in the past, you never really consider Lifestealer joining these early engagements, but he can just roll up with an Ancient Creep, drop a Fireball if he's a Black Dragon, and just go to town.
He is, in fact, the best gate ganker because of this.
Yeah.
What do you do?
It's kind of crazy to say.
He brings the Ancient Creep over. 7 minutes, 8 minutes, 8 minutes, more or less.
Literally, what hero can kill an Ancient Creep at 7 minutes? I don't even know.
0? I don't think there's anyone that can deal with it that early. It's just way too early, right? So you just have to run. And at the same time, right, when he's defending his tower, so he shows up with a Black Dragon and he pulls the creep wave, right? It's also the same thing.
Yeah, like literally, how do you kill a Black Dragon? It's easier to kill a Disruptor, and Aureus. They are reversing the script here. Nico got first blooded in that previous game. Nico's angry.
Yeah, this is very, very crucial for them to abuse the fact that the Disruptor Lifestealer is actually a weak duo. Even though I mentioned Lifestealer is a good matchup into the Dawn, but initially, the first couple of levels, Lifestealer needs to be very, very careful. And Disruptor is also a hero that we always say that you need to enable this support hero, right? He needs some sort of babysitting. He's also very weak. And in this lane, I'm afraid they're both weak in the early level, so you're seeing them getting bullied by the Dawnbreaker plus Hoodwing combination. And
Yeah,
here,
there's no babysitter. It's like the lifestealers look at the disruptor. The disruptor says "goo goo gaga," and the disruptor's like "gaga gaga goo goo," and they're just two babies sitting next to each other. Where's our milk?
I think the Tusk has to be in charge of delivering some milk later. You know, he needs to make some rotations.
It's the milkman. Knock knock. Here's your
Yeah, but then
milk.
he's telling you, wait, I need to wait for my baby Dazzle to grow up because, you know, Dazzle doesn't like to be alone.
It's so beautiful. Tusk is a father of 3. A lot of damage coming out onto Palos, forcing that rage. Nico dropping low though. Does he have any resources? He's gonna throw the hammer out, just allowing for the trade. I mean, they get the kill onto Nico first. I'm not sure if that's worth it for the Dawnbreaker.
Definitely not, but a kill is a kill. Hoodwing's happy. He got solo XP. He's almost level 3 right now, and I think Hoodwing is one of those heroes as well. If you can give him a good early game start, you know, he can definitely do a lot. I think you can say the same for Disruptor. Disruptor with levels is, I think, one of the more scariest supports with levels.
They're trying to test this Lotus. Glimpse the Nico. Okay. Maybe he thought he just TP'd in or something like that.
He says thank you for that free ride.
Yeah, back to the creep wave. Nice pushback of the 2. Wow, that's nice. They have no glimpse and they have no way of stopping it. But the Thunder Strike slow. It's gonna keep Nico at bay. That was really scary for a moment there for the Disruptor.
Yeah, that was a very good play there by teams there. Catching that brief little moment. Another pushback here. Another
Oh my
nuke.
goodness.
And this lane is not looking good for this lifestealer right now.
Tims is honestly owning on this Hoodwing, showing why it was banned out in game number 2. He's just not been scared to pick it up immediately. And he is still trying to chase down CML. Bushwhack available. This is a level 2 Bushwhack. There's 3 stick charges, but he's just gonna chase him down.
Yeah,
This is a Squirrel masterclass, and Nico brings the hammer down on the lifestealer. In both the 1v1s, they win it out, and the Execration safe lane is in shambles.
This lane is definitely getting bullied way too much right now. I think right at this point,
Bring the babysitter in.
what
They
can they
need an
do?
emergency babysitter.
I
Like
think
maybe
they need the Tusk to come at some point already.
they do. They really do. They are malnourished. They haven't had milk in ages. They're both crying. It's awful.
I mean, this is precisely what they need to do with this Dawn and Hoodwing, right? On the Aureus side, they have to win the lane. They have to play the early game really well, and they're doing it.
What about this mid lane though? I thought we were saying that it's supposed to be like a nice little TA lane matchup into Bob. Bob's kind of schooling him at the moment though. Look at the
what?
CS disparity.
How?
Bob is 28 and 11. Yo Paj is 17 and 3.
Okay,
Yeah?
I have no
I guess that's just
explanation.
yeah, you're like, oh, I want to see Bob play a hero that's in your face. He is in the face of the TA right now as this Earthshaker.
I wonder how much of it is just with.
Here comes the task. Here comes the babysitter Nico. Looking likely to fall here. Nice snowball away, but
Oh, he
maybe
killed
that
the
means
Dawn?
Nico survives.
Radiant's
Okay. The glimpse.
Oh, that was close.
That almost was a disaster. If Shanks actually pulled Palos away there and Dawnbreaker survived.
At least they got the kill. Doesn't matter how, but they got there.
I mean, look at Dino. Is he?
The next
Oh my
crying
God.
baby, right? Where is my babysitter?
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure every support player knows this feeling when your safe lane's losing and you're position 4. You try and go down there. As soon as you're gone, your off laners pinging you. They're like saying GG. You look at them, they're level 3 or some shit. It's miserable. Shank's gonna try and make a difference in the mid lane, make use of the fact that Bob is level 6, but the problem is Bob doesn't really have any mana right now. He's not gonna be able to echo slam shit.
Praying
6-minute
for a
rune.
regen rune.
Oh
No.
my god. That's tough, man. That's tough.
Regen rune on the wrong
Palos.
side, Mike.
Oh dear. Cuts the tree, but unfortunately all around him are the trees, and Nico gonna be able to get another kill. You glimpse him back into the tower. He's probably gonna go down. Last little bit of a stick charge to right click. Seriously? 20 HP on the Dawnbreaker, surviving on a prayer there. They continue their domination of this bot lane. Palos is not having a game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Wisdom Shrines.
Structures are fortified.
They are going to be moving over. I think I see Scam. He's trying to plan for a steal here. He's waiting on the high ground. Maybe this is going to decide otherwise. It's probably not going to work out. He wants to pressure the mid. Like I said, you know, the Enchantress wants to go mid with the first catapult wave. Pressure with the TA.
Palos has no HP again. Like, how do you even walk up? The second you walk up, there's a bushwhack, there's a hammer. Oh my goodness. Palos is 50 HP.
He needs his level 6. I think he just needs the disruptor to just, for lack
Get the
of
hell
a
out of there.
for the lack of a better way of explaining, F off, you know, from the lane, so he gets
Yeah,
some
like he's
XP.
sapping so much HP. It's like maybe at this point you could have Gore Storm ganked already.
Yeah, he needs to go mid. Shaker's getting pressure mid.
That's the scam creep, like you mentioned. The sequence for Aureus, even though, like you mentioned, it's a very tight timeline for them. They are on schedule, 2k gold lead already. Even though Yopaj is falling behind in terms of CS, he's managed to keep up in terms of net worth.
8 minutes runes. They're gonna want to grab it. 3v3 brawl in mid lane.
I don't know whether Scam can survive this one. The rune is in the bot lane. They might have just had to sacrifice the Scam edge for it.
Oh, guess who's
Or
here?
will they? He's not even going to die. Natsumi joins the fray. This is why you pick the gyrocopter, the call down to catch him, and CML next to fall. There's a trap right in the middle of the lane. Yopaj will plant another sharpshooter off the mark, but Yopaj, he's got the damage. Glimpse in 1 second. They're not going to be able to find that kill, but much bigger is the pick off onto Bob, and now they're in the opposing triangle.
Yeah, very, very important rotation by Natsumi there on the gyro, ensuring that his team is still on track, on schedule with their lineup. They're gonna clean up the mid tower. Bob is gonna TP back in, but there will be no tower for him to defend.
That's tough. Yopaj is going to clean that one up. And you got to keep in mind, this was a lane that Bob, at some point, he was just crushing the TA in terms of CS. Now, his entire lane is littered with traps, littered with vision. How's he going to play this one?
First and foremost, that he's gonna need a sentry, but he's getting caught here. Oh no, the bushwhack does not land this time. So
It's a bit too far off from the trees.
Yeah, Teams is not going to be able to set up for this kill. So Solar Guardian is already available. So anything that's set up by the bushwhack now will have a follow-up.
You still kind of need a hero to be in range for that Solar Guardian to connect, and this is one of the problems we talked about in the draft, right? You don't actually have a hero that's all up in your face. Even the TA, to a certain extent, wants to keep that distance. So it still remains to be seen how the setup will actually play out. We'll probably see it very shortly. Aureus have a very tight schedule to follow. But we haven't really been talking about the Dazzle just yet. You mentioned that this is an excellent Dazzle game. There's no one to jump the back line. He didn't really have the best start, but he hasn't died, and that's what's important. Finishing up the urn already and looking towards the Aghanim Scepter. How do you sort of see the Dazzle playing into trying to counteract what Aureus are doing right now?
Now his job is basically to keep people alive, right? So if you're on the gyrocopter Dawn side, right, you're basically looking to burst people from the initial Solar Guardian. The TA jumps in, you Solar Guardian down, then Dawn, then you want to kill with the gyro. You throw all your spells and your right clicks on. But the Dazzle is going to be there to ruin everything, right? Either with a save from Grave, or he tries to stop the combination with the hex, you know, from the Poison Touch. There's a bunch of things that he can do, and he can do it from very, very far range, a safe distance, right? That's why it's important to always have a jump hero that can find him. I mean, TA, at some point, he's going to be able to do that, but meanwhile, Bushwhack lands this time. No Solar Guardian.
Lane, a lot of damage. They don't want a Solar Guardian into a tier 2. Could be risky, especially not into a potential Echo Slam. Glimpse back, Yopaj. CML still doesn't have that Static Storm, so no way of really keeping it in place other than the shards. It is awkward though. You're surrounded on all sides. Yopaj now dropping low. Has that refraction still in the bushwhack to scare them off. It's only a 2-man unit here in the mid lane, but it's enough to fight off 3 from Execration and force reactions.
Space mate. And bot lane Palos still in his 1v1 against Dawn, but not a fair 1v1. Dawn has such a huge lead over the lifesteal right now. But things
really
are
good timing towards the Aghanim Scepter, honestly. Already has the Ogre Axe and look at Palos.
Things are looking a lot better for Palos now. He can actually sit in the lane, and he has to
Oh,
find
here's
a creep.
Tims. He has to find a creep. He's trying to run his way towards the Ancients. Will he make it there in time? Bushwhack cuts the tree. That's clutch.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Nice quelling blade. Very nice. Could have died there. I actually think he definitely would have died there, not could have died there.
Maybe if Tims was just a little bit earlier too, might have made the difference, but took a bit too long to make his way down to the bot lane, and Palos back up to full HP at least for now.
You know what? He would have killed him if he had one point in the scurry, because he just needed a little bit.
Yeah, he was a bit too slow, right? He needed to make his way through the trees.
Yeah. This build is better for lane when you go.
A bit of a fight here, up on the top lane. They found Natsumi. Gyrocopter turning around with the damage onto Shanks though. At this early stage, they just don't have the damage to cut through the gyro. I thought for sure it'd be dead. Meanwhile, CML gets caught. Scam here to help heal up Tims. Was it just been a bushwhack and a couple of swings of the hammer?
Yeah, this early game is still going really, really well for Nico, you know, especially on the Dawn. He is snowballing out of control. 5 kills, very, very close to like halfway there, you know, to his Agalims. And once you have the Agalims, the TA is going to be able to play really, really aggressive, you know, especially when he gets dagger. He has opted to go for the more farm build right now, the tower hitting build, going for the Dragonlance first, so not getting the dagger right away. Not like Bob, you know, Bob yesterday, he actually got dagger as his first item and he played very, very aggressive. This is more like a farming build for TA. Dragonlance into dagger. And they are going to hit their timings very soon. You know, as soon as the Agalims on the Dawn comes online, it is going to be run at you all the time.
Your patch with the Dragonlance as well just needs the courier to deliver it. And then AD rune.
Oh,
He's
solo
going to be
kill.
looking for action.
Whew, he got him this time. He cuts the
What
trees,
the heck?
but it doesn't help his cause.
Did he just find him solo farming in the jungle?
Yeah, he was low. You know, that's how he found him.
Has been
Damn this. Oh, I mean, every Dota player has seen this situation before. Your carry just really not having anywhere to farm or anywhere to go. Kind of reminds me of Natsumi's situation from previous game. A blood grenade slowing down Shanks. On the prowl for this poor little Tusk. Nice snowball to dodge away from the bushwhack, but is that going to get him out of here?
Whoa,
Still
nice
have a
one.
stomp on the centaur.
Max range.
Nice bushwhack. Still trying to run. It's kind of making them work for it a little bit here. Okay. Shanks. Okay.
Sharpshooter?
He does.
Okay.
He can shard block them.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He has a Lotus.
I think they can't be bothered already at this point.
I mean, Tims is still. This has taken a minute. And now oh my god.
Dire are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Alright. Okay. Well, that just happened.
Space for your life stealer to farm Radiance.
For real. I mean, that was like, what? 2 to 3 heroes chasing him around for the better duration of 1.5 minutes. And he makes it out, so it's not even like a sacrifice or anything. Crazy stuff. I mean, that all just happens because at the start of that engagement, I don't think Tims actually had the sharpshooter off cooldown. It only came down like later on when he already made it past the Twin Gate area. What can you do? The Shanks also going for the shot. We saw some Tusks like DJ prioritize going for the Helm Dom themselves for the Ghost Push. Not really much of a concept here because you want to give as much space and room for your cores. You don't want to be taking that space. So he's going for the shot, for his shots instead, just to maybe help out with pushing out the creep wave and all that. From a safe distance, you know?
This build is a little bit similar to, you know, how you get the shot on Snapfire right away to push the waves. I think the helm is maybe a little bit not so conventional for the pass. I think the shot,
I'd agree.
The shot kind of, I think, feels more natural for this hero to buy.
I mean, it's also kind of nice versus TA and Gyro, right? Because until they get the Hurricane Pike on the Gyro, if you trap him in the shots, it's a long walk out, and the whole time you can get blocked in by a fissure as well. You can
Slowed?
get,
You're also
you know,
slowed.
yeah, true. It's not so easy to just run out of there. Shanks again. This was might be a bit of deja vu for him in this area of the map. The thing's slowing down a little bit. It's a 6k gold lead still for Aureus. Did you think they caught their timing? Do you think they managed to make enough out of the map within this time period?
Yes. but I still feel like their work is not done right. Team fight wise, the Earthshaker, Disruptor, Dazzle, they're still very, very strong. So they need to make sure that they get Roshan.
Yeah,
I think it's gonna be either now or they wait. They'll probably go for it. Maybe the safer call is to wait for it to move to the bottom area, then they take it, you know.
Sure, that's like still 5 minutes away though.
Yeah.
Is that too much time to give to Execration? That's the question.
Yep.
There's a Blink Dagger on the TA that kind of reads to me like Yopaj wants to start making some plays. There he goes. Straight in, forcing a glimpse out. Bob taking half his HP in damage just from traps and auto attacks alone, but Tino was there to save him if need be.
It's time for a move for Bob. Blink, Facebook done. Needs to create some space for the Lifestealer. When they see the Hoodwink, it should be a kill here. It's a big one.
It's a bit too deep this time round.
Wow.
Nice fissure to stop him off. That's a lot of damage coming up from the fissure.
700 gold for a pesky Hoodwink.
Wow. Okay. That's a recovery program if I've ever seen one.
I mean, this lead is also a little bit deceptive, right? I think the Dire's lead, if the Dire's lineup doesn't have a lead over the Radiant's lineup, it's going to be very hard for them to play the team fight, right? So they always need to be playing with some sort of lead in hand.
Also, I might be coping here, but I think to a certain extent, maybe the lead isn't as relevant because, yes, you finish the Aghanim Scepter on the Dawnbreaker. That's nice and dandy and all. But Axe doesn't really increase your farm speed compared to Tino, who's also finished his Axe, but that is an Aghanims that amplifies his net worth. Throughout this entire game so far, we haven't actually seen a Solar Guardian. So that has just been available because Aureus, like we said, they're missing a hero to really be in the middle of things for that to connect.
No stunts, that's what you get.
Yeah.
You know? Your only way of initiating is TA daggering in. In the middle, you slow them with the trap, you blink in, and then you have to hope your Solar Guardian lands. Or the most conventional one is just push back into Solar Guardian.
Yeah, like you mentioned, it feels like Tims has to work overtime here. Looking at maybe challenging whoever comes to the bot lane to stop this push. It's TA. Banging on the tier 2s, but forcing out the fortification. Doesn't seem like Execration are interested in this area of the map. They want to roam upwards and look for Natsumi on the gyro. Could certainly be a good first use of the Solar Guardian. That Aghanims is going to provide a lot of extra healing. But Natsumi, he reads that move. He already TPs to the safest part in the triangle. There's no way that anyone has snuck past into this area unless they went through mid where there's still a tier 1 tower up. Good presence of mind there from the gyrocopter to preserve himself, as it looks like it's going to be a free tier 2.
Yep, slowly but surely, the Tormentor timing is going to, come near. And the last 2 games, there has always been like a really, really crucial fight around the 20-minute Tormentor. So I don't think that it's going to be different, any different this game. 1 minute to go, teams are going to try to converge over the area. But Execration has already used TPs to come back bottom, so I would say that probably Aureus has the numbers advantage right now. They're going to be able to bring more heroes towards the top Tormentor.
It might be that Aureus just kind of stick around the bot lane to contest the Roche first. That feels like a much larger priority for the
that is
lineup.
like the normal trade. The Dire team gets the 20-minute Roche, the Radiant side gets Tormentor.
Right, so you're saying that, okay, if you knew the Roche was going to happen anyway, instead of trying to contest it with your Echo Slam, you're just going to go get a free
But
Tormentor.
with their lineup, they should be contesting. They shouldn't trade anything if you're Aureus, because you're ahead. You don't want to give them room to come back into the game, so you're not taking any trades. You are going to take everything away from them. You leave nothing for the Execration side, so they're thinking about contesting. They're smoking. Hoodwink is picking up a Lotus. T is already going through the gate. They definitely want to fight here. Dawn is under vision. If Execration can find the Dawn, that would be an excellent start to the fight.
The supports aren't in position to break this smoke. They're making a beeline straight for the Dawn. Shanks on the front line, a little bit off the mark. The courier might have betrayed the TA's location, though Tims on the backline doesn't find the bushwhack, but finds Bob. This is troublesome, Nile. It's daytime, and the Dawnbreaker's gonna be doing that additional damage. In comes Natsumi, not the initiation that you wanted. CML already looking to fall out of line. Solar Guardian coming in just to save Tims, like you said. They're not gonna give them any chance, but Tims still does go down. Bob Looking for an opportunity to Echo Slam, more like looking for an opportunity to just blink out, but that means there's no counter initiation available. Paddles out of the rage. Maybe they're just trying to bait, maybe they're just trying to give Bob some time, but the daytime vision in the Watcher allows for the flat cannon to tag the Earthshaker. He still can't blink in for the counter initiation. They see this Dazzle real body and they are going to threaten him. Still has the Grave available. They're still trying to bait, still trying to buy time, but Bob, he just can't make it happen. He has to TP out and escape, and CML might be next to fall. We don't have a hammer for another 4 seconds. Nico will try and sneak his way past the gate. Can you find him? Doesn't look likely. It's just going to be a Tormentor going their way. They sacrifice Tims and they sacrifice Skem, but they get a couple of big kills while they're at it.
Yeah, they keep the snowball going. They get the shard right now on Tims, which is gonna be, I guess, really huge with the gyro. You're buffing up a lot of the damage with gyro, and now Roshan is on the table. You have Desolator
That fight
completed.
just happened at like the worst possible time, right? Like there were so many instances where Bob was just trying to kite away to get his blink refresh so he could jump in with an echo, but every single time, whether he was tagged by a bushwhack, tagged by Scam, or just a stray auto attack from the gyrocopter, he couldn't find the connection.
Yeah, the smoke was just not so well executed. They were taking the fight on the, I think on the low ground. They went down. I think the better idea was to probably hold the high ground on execution side. I think the moment they walk down to the low ground, you're exposing yourself to all the TA traps. You're under vision, the wards and everything, and the fight was just gonna be really difficult. You know, if Bob doesn't get a good opening with the Echo Slam, the team fight is going to be really, really hard right now. And Disruptor, I guess he was late also because he used his TP and he had to walk from bottom all the way probably, so he wasn't there for the initial fight.
You gotta keep in mind as well, I briefly mentioned it, but I think this is an aspect of Dawnbreaker people don't talk about anymore. When they changed her innate, the second it turns daytime is when she's the most powerful. She not only has a damage increase, but the vision increase is what allowed Aureus to operate so cleanly in that fight. And just like that, ages over to the gyrocopter, 15k gold lead. Execration in this game number 3, they tried to go for an off-kilter pick to win their lanes, but the Dazzle Tusk never really got to that point because Tusk was too busy babysitting their failing bot lane.
He didn't have a choice. I think if he didn't move bot, Lifesteal wouldn't be able to play out of the game. And all the small little things add up, you know, the Disruptor getting killed at level 1. That was kind of also the thing that snowballed the game out.
On to Shanks. Nice little catch there. He tries for the shards, but the snowball isn't gonna do him any favors. Just bring him back into the hands of the Gyro, who has that Aghanims and will finish him off with a Hunter's Boomerang. Nicely done from Tims. You talked about this Hoodwink needing to work overtime. He has put in the work alright. Since the laning stage, he's just been landing bushwhack after bushwhack. Clean stuff.
Now they're going to hunt down the Lifesteal. But Lifesteal, oh, he didn't. He did. Oh no. Okay, if he raged, he would have been the same, I guess, because of the solar panel. This is a huge, huge kill. Can he find a creep? Nope. And this game, you see a huge difference, right? If Nico is having a good start, he is a completely different player. If he wins his lane.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Aureus definitely in full control of the map right now. They're taking every inch of the map away from Excretion. No ancient camps for you, they're farming everything. All they're left is with the breadcrumbs.
I mean, this is exactly what you were saying, right, Winter? Nico, less of a consistent player, more of feast or famine, and he is eating good. While the side of Execration have nothing but crumbs, they're having a full course meal. This Dawnbreaker has looked monstrous with the backup of Tims. Now Natsumi. It's a, you know, last game, his gyrocopter didn't look too good, but like you said, it was largely because the axe didn't really have much impact.
Do or die now. This is do or die. This has to connect for Bob. Like, he is 1-1 and 0. Hasn't been able to accomplish much in this game.
Yeah. It all started going wrong for him after that rune grab, right? The fact he didn't get the regen and then he just started falling off a little bit. He was dominating the TA and then it just turned around very quickly. Can you really afford to just slam a gyro though with an Aegis and a whole team behind him? It feels like you need to find the back line, but who's giving you the vision right now?
They don't have a observer ward here, so they have no idea who's in the area. This is definitely looking really bad right now for Excretion. I mean, sure, they might have the better team fight lineup, but with this deficit that they have, it might not matter at all, you know? Like, they're just getting they're getting overwhelmed in terms of net worth. The heroes have way more items than them, you know. TA is going to have BKB soon. How do you deal with a BKB TA? And
they haven't really set up a situation that the Dazzle can contribute yet, right? Like, I feel like we were talking about how this game is pretty solid because the Dazzle can prevent people from dying. The problem is people aren't dying in these team fights. They're just kind of getting pushed back and picked off, and they're not able to chain the engagement that they need together. You don't really need to kill the Earthshaker if you're just preventing his Blink Dagger and his initiation the whole time. Oh, up on the high ground. Did they spot Bob? Atos. Bushwhack. He's in trouble. Hunters. Oh my god.
There was once a Bob, and now there is none.
There was once a Bob, there was once an Execration in these close qualifiers, but it might not be the case for much longer. Satanic complete now for Natsumi. He's taking quite a bit of damage to the minus armor from the Weave at Tino. Laying into him a little bit, glimpse back. You don't want to lose that Aegis for nothing, but they also don't want to commit to the gyro without their Earthshaker. He has buyback, but it feels so awkward. In comes Yopaj, ready to swing. You still really don't want to buyback on the Shaker, and because of that, you just lose your offlaner. BKB used from the TA, understanding that he's so strong right now and he can just go in like that. And they didn't even need to use the Solar Guardian.
And they have to just reset with the Enchantress healing up the gyro a little bit. Aegis is gonna run out, so gyro's gonna heal no matter what. And now back they go, you know, finish off that melee Rex.
Nothing to be worried about. Even though your Aegis runs out, you still got the Satanic now. You still got a Daedalus cooking up in the back pocket. Natsumi is so farmed, but look at the net worth. Right behind him are the other two cores of Aureus. You don't got 2 cores, you got 3 cores. Even Nico himself scaling up to be somewhat of a carry. Shard and Axe complete. Looking very strong. This feels like it has to be $1 million type Echo Slam for them to turn things around here. Execration. The team that made it for Southeast Asia to EWC couldn't really quite do the job for TI. Decided to make a change, bring in Bob, and he's been performing for them this entire tournament. But where they need him the most, faltering a little bit. Can't even really blame him. It's not entirely his fault. They just kind of drafted themselves a really tough situation. Natsumi now on the high ground. Starting to gun things out. The Walrus punch is there, but can he really take this fight? Natsumi just lays into the Tusk, and the Grave is only going to be a temporary solution. It's not gonna save him. No buyback for the Tusk. That was the softest initiation you could possibly make, and Natsumi just shrugs it off and laughs. Pathetic.
I mean, they have to
Don't
go.
have enough time as a lifesteal. You gotta try and go now. Natsumi. Satanic up in 3 seconds. Yopaj jumping in. Where's your Echo Slam? Where's Bob? Oh, you lost CML. You got no silence. And you got no Earthshaker because he has to blink out. He's spotted by a trap. Yopaj knows exactly where he is. Aureus, they're just cleaning up racks for free.
Yeah, Bob just waited too long. I felt like he just needed to try and go, and then have to try to burst with the Static Storm, you know.
Bob is dead, by the way. Grave, keeping him alive for now. Shank's there with the shield. Oh my goodness. That was like 50 HP survival. Thought for sure he was going to go down there, but with the full respawns of Execration, Aureus are going to show respect. But it's a 1k gold per minute lead at the moment, at the 29-minute mark. If it just feels like you were worried that this Aureus lineup, they would not have a mid-game to play, but I think they skipped the mid-game completely with how far ahead they are. I mean, blinking, you'll miss it. These carries, they're already 4 items in. Blink Dagger, Deso, BKB, Hurricane Pike finished for the TA. The Daedalus finished for the Gyrocopter. He's just missing one last item. And when did we get here?
Way too early. for Execration's point of view. The game escalated too much, just based on how the lanes went. They lost the side lanes way too hard. I mean, Earthshaker was kind of the only one doing okay, but he couldn't really find much impact in the game. Just one kill, 2 deaths, 0 assists right now. That is not something that you want, as a Shaker. I felt like he was kind of hesitating a lot, when it came down to the team fights. He didn't really find the openings that he needed to find.
It's hard for him because he knows he has to land $1 million Echo. Anything less was not going to do the job. And now CML, he is done in. Tino manages to make it to the base, but can't really say the same for the 2 supports. Shanks getting picked off by Yopach all alone out here. Look at how aggressive TA is playing. This kind of reminds me of the glory days of mid-TA. Maybe it's still a thing in the right lineup because it has looked splendid in the 2 games it's been brought out. Might be draft dependent, Bob. He has to try something, but it's bright as day out here, and Palos has to rely on the Grave, turn around onto Natsumi, but you can't win this fight. Tino forced to use up, but Yopach can kill him when he comes down, using the Infest to save the Dazzle. That's all you get, but that's mega creeps. Aureus forcing Execration on their last legs here. You might just have to settle for Scam. He's gonna get glimpsed back in, but the Solar Guardian, we almost forgot about that. Look at the damage. They just get melted, and GG is called. Execration will get slammed out of this close qualifiers, as Aureus will be the ones to bring the heat to Boom in the grand finals. A full best of 5 between those 2 teams. A full best of 5 between Jabs and Tim's former teammates on Boom, just at TI, splitting ways now. And between the both of them, they'll have to decide which one is the representative for Southeast Asia going on to the main event at DreamLeague Season 27.
A fitting end, right? It all started with Boom against Aureus in the first round of the upper bracket. Now it's going to end with Boom against Aureus again in the grand finals. Both teams are going to have a lot of experience playing each other, and because of the multiple amount of series that they played before they're playing against each other now, so you're going to have a lot of information about your opponents, and also the fact that both teams definitely have grown a lot right throughout the qualifiers. You have definitely played enough games that you figure a lot more things out about each other, so it's not going to be the same game like how they met in the first series earlier in the qualifier.
A lot has changed. Teams have learned, and they are picking up tricks from each other, right? Execration bringing out the Chen that they saw Boom execute very nicely. And Aureus stealing a bit of plays with the mid-TA. Just a trick out of the book of Execration just against another opponent. It's clear that these teams, they're growing and developing at a blistering pace. But who is going to keep up in this race? At least for myself and Winter, that will be it for us for this DreamLeague season qualifiers. It's a whole stretch, right? There's a lot of other, qualifiers and regions happening. But yeah, I mean, that's going to wrap it up for us. Any final words you want to say about who you expect to win this close qualifier spot, Winter?
It's going to be close, but I think from what we've seen so far, Boom could be still the favorites. Not overwhelming favorites, but I think they would be the slight favorites. And I think Aureus, they have definitely also improved a lot throughout the qualifiers. So it'll be a very, very interesting finals. I hope we get a 5-game series, and I hope the team that wins will do SCA proud in the upcoming Dream League.
As always, Winter, the sharpest purveyor of SEA Dota here, but it will be an age-old battle. 5 Filipinos versus a mixed group of mercenaries. I want to say you got a couple of Mongolians thrown in there as well on Boom. Perhaps a new era for Southeast Asia. Let's see what happens. But it won't be us to bring you through it. It'll be the very charming Bowie as well as DK Truman. We'll be back after a short break, so don't go anywhere. Grand finals for the 1 slot for Southeast Asia after this.
last breath that flow. Yield your music when His breeze to blow. The sad ones, the charming minstrel, delights with songs and enchanting tune. With sweet songs fill the air. Go and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll tak a richt wacht for oud lang syne, for oud lang syne, my Joe, for oud lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll tak a recht geduldig wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in heart-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in heart wrung tears I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never Derby to sing the same as I. The tale was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This Rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This Rammy had two horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind, a covey, a flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista. Vista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance, and faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bows of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bows of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella per danzare, tiene buona mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella per danzare, tiene buona mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza donna mia, venite qua, un garzon bello giocondo, ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those induce fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and day. Agus foy marish and crushki in the speak shelan.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand finals of the Dream League 27 Southeast Asian Qualifiers. My name is DK Truman, and I am happy to say that I'm joined by the wonderful Bowie for this best of 5 here, with two very exciting teams to see face up against each other.
Yeah, I mean, they played each other right in the beginning. And here we are, right? It was Boom Esports Aureus in the upper bracket quarterfinals, and even though the Aureus lost, they grinded their way out of 4 series, and here we are again, you know, playing the same match this time, 5 games. It's gonna be a really hype one, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely a very interesting one to see. I can remember the one match that Team Aureus did win was with the aggressive Doom performance coming up from Team Aureus. Especially the Nico Doom offlane. I think that was that game. No, it was a Doom safe lane that they played that game, and then they had Nico on the Marcy in the off lane. Was looking pretty impressive then, but they went for the hey Philippines the entire time previously, and in game 1 and in game 2 and game 3 that was not the case anymore because it did not go as they'd like. I do think that there is some slight technical issues here with my partner. That's why you're seeing me. Hello, how are you doing today? As Bowie said, it's a repeat of what initially was the first round upper bracket knockdown, and we already predicted, well, not predicted, but we expected kind of that this might be the grand finals. Team Aureus, of course, a team that has no sponsor. If anyone's watching, don't forget to sign them. If you got the opportunity, just going to throw it out there because they are amazing. They have such a ridiculously good stack. It's kind of mind-boggling that this stack is possible. Obviously, stars have to align to make it happen in that regard, but you've got yourselves the return to Southeast Asia for Skem. You have Yopaj in that mid lane. Force or Nico, whichever, currently ranked 3 on the leaderboard. Tims obviously has been one of the best pulse 4s in the region for many years, and they just complete that roster with Natsumi, who has been looking a lot better as of late and has definitely improved over the recent period of time. So I'm honestly not surprised if this goes to a 5-map series. An entire lower bracket run was needed here for the side of Team Aureus, where they had to take down Nemesis, YG, Reconyx, and then afterwards Execration to make it towards the grand finals and have that rematch going on. I hear you on Discord. I don't know. Okay, then hopefully we will see you soon enough show up on the screen as well. I did just talk about the run that Team Aureus has, the return of Skem to Southeast Asia, and how amazing that team has been looking. But they're playing against a team that went through the upper bracket without too much difficulty. Actually, they didn't have that much difficulty making their way through that upper bracket whatsoever. They're also a scary team. Sanctity also returned to the Southeast Asian region. You have Jabs in the offlane position, who is just improving on in himself the entire time. The great support duo, and then Jackie to finish off the roster as well. You're not, according to the things, you're not in the VMix yet. Oh. I mean, I'm just reading what the chat says. Are you in the lobby on... Are you in the lobby right now in Dota? Okay, good. Yeah, I do see you, but it crashed a couple of times, so hopefully that is gonna be fixed momentarily, and we can get the show on the road, and all these technical issues can be a thing of the past, as we are currently. I mean, you know, we're pausing it right now for you, but don't worry, when the game starts, Team Aureus is gonna pause it for you as well, because they've been having ping issues and other issues the entire time. There we have Bowie on the screen. Hello, Bowie. Welcome back to us in the land of the living. But yeah, technical issue. You know, it's an online world. Technical issues will always pop up very quickly. Hopefully, that will be a thing of the past from here on out.
Yeah, kind of. You know, I was online for 4 hours, and then as soon as we get to start casting, my internet decides to just go cuckoo. But yeah, I was gonna say that Boom's games, unlike most of the entire tournament, were very fast. Like as you said, they did cruise through the upper bracket. And the one game that Aureus won against Boom was one very long game, almost an hour. So curious to see if things are going to be on the stompy side, or if we might get to cast some longer games again.
Yeah, hopefully that will... I do expect this. You know, we've had multiple close to hour-long games. Yeah, gonna be looking forward to seeing what they can bring here to the table. Probably at least 4 maps, preferably 5 maps, and a couple of hour-long games where it is neck on neck the entire time is what I hope is gonna happen.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's 10 amazing players playing for both teams. I do have a kind of a soft spot for Force. Like, to me, this whole tournament, he's been my standout player. Of course, like, I think they draft a lot around him. There are games where, you know, his last pick and everything, but at the same time, there are games where he just gets first pick Primal and he still stomps. And when you look at, like, there's not a lot of SCA players that played in other regions for a long time and came back. And I feel like he might be one of the best SCA players right now, just because of the different perspective he has, you know, from a different region.
Yeah, that's of course the experience that they take with them towards the team. But both teams have a player that has ventured beyond the borders of Southeast Asia for an experiment. Unfortunately, the only one that has successful experiments, I guess, in other regions are what, Mid1 and Abed, because everyone else returns pretty quickly. I mean, even Gabby went on to other regions to try it out, but I mean, I'm just happy to see
he played
the
for a year,
players
right,
also
on
return.
Mouse Force. He played for like,
yeah, but that was also like, yeah, I mean, he got a lot of experience there.
Like, yeah, sure, they didn't like qualify for anything,
It
but I
wasn't
do
a
feel
great
like
team.
They were close, man. Like, Europe is really hard.
Mount?
I really
I
feel
know
like
Europe is really hard, but they were never close. Like, they were there. They played close qualifiers because they got invited. That was kind of it. I'm not trying to throw
Mr.
shade,
Downer,
but
Mr.
I am 100%. I'm a Debbie Downer in that regard. But we do have ourselves a draft starting here right now. I think Force is playing, for instance, now better than he has ever done, and I'm happy to see that happen. Same with like 23 Savage. You know, he tries Europe. I don't. To be fair, everyone fails at OG for some reason, and then becomes really good afterwards. I'm happy that he returns because the region needs him.
I think with 23, yeah, like he ended up going to this like very high expectation team, right? So his experience is a little different. Whereas, like for Force, Sure, Mouse is a big organization, but even with Team Tickles in the beginning, like he felt like it was more of a grind than like necessarily. Yeah, this guy is definitely gonna succeed when he goes to a different region. So I think maybe there were maybe a little bit too much expectation of what 23 Savage was going to achieve, but regardless, we have that first pick puck that Boom has been rocking for a couple other games.
Okay. Yeah, the puck has been a very big staple so far in the qualifiers. Multiple teams have been running it. As we do get to see the Snapfire. Obviously, they did ban out the Sanking that otherwise Budge would have probably taken. But the very interesting part is Aureus banned the Chen themselves because they didn't want to give it away to Narman on the other side. So yeah, that's kind of interesting. Every single team has banned the Chen against Team Aureus, but this time around they have to ban it themselves.
Yeah, Boom has more Chen games than Aureus does, and they play less games, so it goes to say that, you know, both teams really value Chen, so whoever has first pick probably won't really need to do anything because the other side will ban it. Naga is another very strong hero for Boom. Whereas Boom, the only hero I think is kind of different that they banned is the Abaddon. Aureus has 100% win rate on Abba, so they feel like they have to take that one down.
Yeah, and they play it so weirdly as well, like the builds, especially the build from Natsumi is just strange, but it works. So yeah. Magic right there. But we also saw Nico yesterday play it really freaking well, where he dominated and destroyed the game. Other things to note as well, very interesting for Team Aureus. I don't think they're going to be able to keep it up so far, but Skem has been playing the all-hero challenge for Team Aureus. He has not picked a post 5 the same in any of the games that they have played, which is really impressive, but at one point it has to end. There's no more post 5 here. Otherwise you're going to go to like Centaur post 5 or something, and that might be a bit too much experiment.
He can keep getting away with it.
Exactly.
Something
and
like
if this
that.
is a 5-map series, eventually it's gonna run out.
Well, just so we're clear here, he did repeat a couple of heroes. He played Enchantress twice, and he played wait, is this right? No, never mind. Yeah, nope, yeah, he didn't repeat a single one. Never mind. Sorry.
I was already confused because I remembered. I was like, really? I didn't see Enchantress the second time?
No, I just played one. I was looking at his stats, but it was from like a different, like before this tournament.
Oh, actually,
anyways,
I didn't check them this morning. That is true. I didn't see what heroes he played this morning. He played Chen, never mind. Yep, and he played Eng. Okay, except for the match, the only match that we had, yeah, you were right. The only match that we didn't cover is the one where he repeated hero, so that doesn't count. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that is true. That is true. We'll see what he's gonna pick here. Lich still available. We were talking about that one. Although that hero might be Kaka, as they do go for the Tusk Warlock here. So we don't really know the cores for the side lanes, but we do know both supports.
Yeah, obviously, Tusk also nice against Dawn and Snapfire to dodge a lot of the the Dawn ulti or the Snapfire kisses, which is pretty neat. Laning wise, Warlock is always one of the stronger supports to have, as it keeps whoever your safe laner is alive. The only thing that I always hate to see is when you pick a Warlock and your safe laner is a Dusa, and then you're like, okay, I'm useless, cool, nice, good job. Healing does nothing. Yay.
So looking at the heroes that they played, I was gonna say Gyrocopter was open. That is a hero that they've been playing with pretty decent success. They only lost one Gyro game against Execration. So this could be like a Dragonite Gyrocopter. But I think they're actually going to pick support because they have 24 for Aureus. So this might be Skim's hero right now.
Yeah. Wouldn't surprise me if he plays the Dawn 5 though. But the DK, of course, still very flexible in that safe or mid lane position. Against the puck, you're very likely putting the DK there, as it is just a free lane. Puck should not be able to kill you at all. And let's see, what other heroes have they? I mean, for what +5 they will go for, like it really depends. You're playing against Tusk. That's the only thing that you know, that you kind of need to know. It wouldn't even be that bad if they put the Snapfire 5, because you can just cookie out of the ice shards as a counter, and that might just be the case with a Tim's Lion here.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, that's your puck catch. You're gonna have Dragonite, Lion with Dawnbreaker OT, so that's definitely enough ways to kill the puck. The only save they have is Snowball, which only really becomes relevant once you have Blink Dagger for the Tusk.
Yeah, no one runs the, not the tag team, but the other one, the other Facet on Tusk anymore. It's only tag team. Well, especially with an Ursa joining in the fun. Pretty solid Ursa game so far. They have a couple of tanky heroes. They don't have too many hard counters for the Ursa.
Yeah, and
the
that
lane
is a hero they
looks
have
nice.
not lost with. Like Boom is, they never lost an Ursa game in this qualifiers.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay, that's I mean, it's a strong Ursa game. The puck might have some problems, as you said. You're up against a Lion, a DK as well, who's going to get a blink, so you get that quick DK stun, and you die. That might be the issue for the puck, but the Ursa looks like it has a pretty nice game so far. Obviously, we don't know what Team Aureus' safe lane is going to be just yet. But Ursa does well against almost every hero.
5 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
And I think Gyro, which is probably the hero they would like to play, that's a pretty bad matchup against Ursa. You probably don't want to run that hero. I wonder if like Carry Doom is an option. Like you just want like some Radiance, very fast hero that kites the Ursa. I wonder if that's something they're thinking of.
Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if they just picked the Gyro. It's their most picked safe laner so far in the tournament, and it's not great against Ursa, but it's like
They could also
okay.
play Carry DK and play mid Monkey King, right? I think they really try to play this Monkey King into puck matchup quite a few times on Aureus. For your
Okay,
Pudge.
that
Like,
could
he
be
played
interesting.
Monkey King.
But then Yopaj would probably need to focus a little bit more on farming instead of, because he loves playing the gank monkey. But then
But you
falls
have
behind
Dawn,
and
right?
farm.
So I think it
Yeah.
kind of fits.
It depends on how aggressive they want to be, really, on Team Aureus. But so what we've seen so far, they like their hour-long games. So, yeah.
Yep, I can attest
Except
to that.
against Execration. Like, again, the one series that we didn't cover. Okay, the Raconics, they also did pretty fast games yesterday.
Well, looking at here, they do ban the Magnetor. So offlane wise here for Boom, they don't have a lot of options. I think Centaur is one, right? It helps to kite the Dawnbreaker. It helps you run away from kisses. It's some initiation for the Ursa.
Boom Esports, turn to pick.
Okay, there we have the pick coming in for Boom. They ban out the Troll, which would be a decent one. I don't really think Natsumi has he's probably played a Troll game. I know they've played against Troll a couple, at least once.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think they did not play Troll yet.
5
But it was Boom
seconds
that played
remaining.
Troll against them. I think Aureus had a Marcy
Yeah.
and Boom.
Oh yeah,
played
that was
Troll.
the yeah, with the Nico, Marcy, and okay, the Mars, one of the most insanely strong heroes in this patch. Obviously, if you manage to get farmed to the point of like Refresher plus Scythe of Ice, you have insane lockdown in team fights.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, so we get some ways to
5 seconds remaining.
allow the Ursa to do a lot of damage. The laning stage is pretty decent against gyrocopter as well, because he doesn't really get
Honestly,
on top
against
of you.
almost everything. Like the hero has what 300 attack range or something. It's just nuts.
Yeah.
That spear is huge. It's almost a range hero.
I honestly.
Yeah.
Okay, they go gyro anyways. Yeah.
It's not surprising, right? When in doubt, they pull out the gyro.
Yeah, it does. I don't know, like most of the games where I was very impressed with Aureus, they had this kind of high tempo hero for Yopaj. Something like the Quap or the Sen King were really the heroes that I think he excelled the most. And, you know, unlike those heroes, Dragon Knight takes a while to get online. So this might actually be a slow burner one, where they feel like as long as they scale enough, they're going to just be stronger than Boom. And I think it is a correct assessment. It's kind of on how fast can Boom play this. And they've been very successful at just increasing the tempo and pressuring teams. So it's going to be a test for Aureus here. This is not the play style that I think they played the best during these qualifiers.
Yeah, it is going to be a pretty impressive showdown. A lot of stuns on both teams, a lot of lockdown tools. So, like, the Ursa has the advantage, of course, being an Ursa, that eventually you get the Aghanim Scepter and you don't really care that much for quite a big part of the game. But Gyro, if you get the Blink Spear Stun in the arena, you're probably dead with the Ursa on top of you. Like, their save is Snapfire. Dawn ulti is nice. But in the later portions of the game, Dawn ulti is also going to be lackluster to try and keep you alive.
Yeah, until the MKB on Ursa, I think Dawn with Eggs, because that's probably what he's going to rush, is very good. But once MKB is available for Jack Boys, that's when it starts to get a little bit dicey. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see how fast this Blink Dagger will come for the Dragon Knight. If they're going to be able to kill this puck a couple of times. Because without the puck, they also are a little bit slow on how they want to play this game. You know, Ursa needs some time to get better through your Blink, and even then, you're not necessarily starting fights. Mars also buys, you know, sometimes you see like double bracers, soaring phase boots before Blink, which means that it's not like they're going to be pressuring. I think like the first 15 minutes of this game might be pretty slow.
Yeah, Jab's also already marked up that he wants to go for the Helm of the Dominator, so you kind of know what game it's gonna be on their part.
Yeah.
Radiant side, I assume it's just wait until Yopaj gets Blink, and then it's go time for them.
Yeah.
Because of course, Natsumi is just gonna keep farming, but the rest of their heroes, like Snapfire with the Mortimer's Kisses, Lion obviously with the Finger of Death, and Dawn ulti, they can fight very early on. All they need is initiation, and that's going to be the Blink Dagger from the DK.
Yeah, as long as you have Kisses and Blink on DK, you can pretty much kill anyone besides the Ursa. Like, he might be able to get in rage off and survive, but everyone else will struggle.
I am unfamiliar with this.
Well, let's see what's gonna happen here. Smoke Gank on Smoke Gank. Double Observer Ward on the same side for the Dire team. They're gonna check if there are any stacks being made already. Which they have done a lot. Aureus has done a lot of stacking in the qualifier so far.
Wait, is that a bugged, like, because it says Sentry Ward for the ward and the transport.
Yeah, no, they call it
like
Sentry Ward. Like, they rename it with that rename item, and they call it... A lot of people do that.
They
and
hate us.
Yeah, it's just weird. It's... Maybe people get to think, oh yeah, the yellow thing, oh, it's called Sentry Ward. Then I don't have to remove it.
Okay, so...
Interesting.
Oh. Well, we are back here with the game. I mean, at least the pauses, even though we had a lot of pauses, they haven't been very long, right? Just some quick fixes.
Yeah, should be hopefully not a return of what we have seen a lot from That is plenty of moments there with the pauses coming out from Team Aureus. We have barely costed any of the boom matches.
Yeah.
So yeah,
just
don't know about
one.
those. Yeah.
Well, the laning stage is going to be pretty aggressive, actually. I think both side lanes for Aureus are stronger. Like, Ursa has a lot of sustain with the Warlock, but I don't necessarily think that's a strong lane that they have. The Mars stuff is a bit trickier. If you get, like, a good shard block, things can happen, but, you know, you do have the Snapfire Cookie, so it kind of depends on Cookie being on cooldown or the Dire getting level 2 before Snapfire's level 2.
Yeah, there is quite a plentiful amount of damage with that tag team that could be possibly covered with finish shards, depending on how he wants to do it. First blood is for Nico top lane onto Jackie. That is, he got pretty close to dropping, but Don is one of the strongest laners in Dota. The damage output, I mean, even level 2, level 3 is ridiculous comparatively.
Yeah, that's crazy, you know. Ursa usually being that melee dominator. Feeding first blood when you have a Warlock in your lane, definitely not how you want the game to start. And that's how Nico won a lot of games. Like, we saw, I think I remember games where he just gets a double kill in the lane. Like, consistently outperforming as they will lose Gyro in exchange of the toss.
And there's no Cookie to get out of the area. It wasn't an Ice Shards block, but tag team also does plenty of damage. But at least they will get a kill in response, and Skem gets farm, and that's what we want to see. We want to see big fat Skem in the game. Yopaj in mid, he's up against the puck, and he is doing a terrific job. That is, he's a DK against the puck. There's like nothing the puck can realistically do against him top lane. They're going to go in once again. Nice two-man stun from Tim's there, but it is gonna be the Dawn making sure the Lotus doesn't get secured, and Narman now in that area, but it does get picked up by Nico. Jackie needs to run away because Tims is gonna chase him. One more hit, uphill miss, no, not coming through. Jackie, does he get out of range? Yes, he does, but I don't know if you're very happy with that. He does have a level 2 heal. Shadow Word on the Ursa to keep him going, but that is an aggressive little engagement there. Jackie really wants to fight Nico.
Yeah, that's probably worse for the Dawnbreaker, really, because she doesn't really have any heals to work with, and she was forced to walk around, so all of the experience in that lane was lost, whereas
yeah, and Narman is half a level ahead as well of the Ursa, so he got that level 2 heal, which keeps him going.
Yeah, mid lane is a wash here, I guess, as expected. Dragon Knight certainly ahead of him. 70, nice.
The Dawn at one point, all you're gonna need in the early game at least is gonna be that level 6 anyway, so as long as he gets experience, he should be happy. Mid, yeah, not much more to say. Shouldn't be a kill happening on either side unless a mistake comes through, and Natsumi going for the fight here. Ice Shards block miss from Yokam will not harm the Gyrocopter. Yeah, the afterburner facet's so freaking good.
I mean, remember when we worked on creeps? Like, it was so strong. I mean, it's still amazing, but very good facet.
Yeah, the other one is also nice, but it's like an extra call down on call down. Sure.
Jabs is okay. He's fine.
Yeah, immediately runs away. Skem throws a blood grenade there for good measure. Doesn't have a Cookie out of there. Skem's dropping low, and Cookie now leveled up. Tries to get the deny onto the neutrals, but not gonna be coming through, as that might have been a little bit aggressive there from Skem trying to take that fight early.
Yeah, they're too tanky. Like Mars and Tusk, even though Gyro usually deals pretty well against melee heroes, they are a little bit too tanky, and Snapfire doesn't have the levels to really do that much damage, as they will try and secure the rune now. At least, you know, denying that from the puck would be huge.
Yopaj's also level 6, so he can put pressure on towards the tower with that Worm's Wrath. Corrosive Dragon.
Yeah.
Narman also coming in towards that mid lane. Very aggressive positioning. Tim's walking in. Hex number 1. Puck doesn't have a illusion or a quickly stun comes out. Shotgun blast. Blows him up. Looking for another. And of course the rest of the course don't want to rotate through, so that might be kill number 2 for Aureus. And Tim's gets that one secured with the rune spawning bottom. Invis. They will walk away with an easy double kill.
That's so unfortunate. The puck was about to get the snowball, but the cookie actually stunned him before he was able to cast that spell. So that's puck dying again. Tower taking a lot of damage. Great rotation from the supports of Aureus. And I guess, you know, I was afraid of the Dragonite not being able to create space. But if you actually send the heroes to his lane, then you don't need Blink or anything. You just kill the puck like this laning stage. You know, this laning stage should be DK favored, but I think Yopaj is outplaying Sanctity a little bit here.
Experience Shrine moments. Jackie and Yokam in for the Experience Shrine. Narman also rotating through. They go for Nico. He needs to get to the low ground. There's a lot of damage to Tims. The snowball is going to deny it. Scam walks through. There's going to be Fatal Bombs onto 3, which is a problem for the fight. In comes Sanctity even, but the Experience Shrine's already been picked up by Narman. Jackie, they get 3 kills of their own. And Boom got a huge fight, plus double Shrine, and a disastrous engagement here. They really needed the rotations faster from their team.
Yeah, 4 heroes there. Just the Mars not able to attend, and a little bit unfortunate. They were very low. Dawnbreaker was too low to really do much there. And as you said, the snowball dodge and the air spike was huge from Jokam.
And now Jackie's got the cornucopia already at the ready, so top net worth on the Ursa, looking very comfortable in this game. Yopaj in that second place right behind him, though, is going to go for that Blink Dagger so that they can start making plays. Hex onto Sanctity, but they're rotating. Jabs even rotating quickly. It's got the Arena available. Yopaj, Golem drop. Arena available as well, and they're going to go for the the DK Dawn ulti in response. Going to get anything done here. Yopaj's tickling down. Will eventually get taken out. And turn is towards Scam, possibly more, because they have that amplified damage puck with a Dream Coil still ready if they want to try and chase.
I mean, that's crazy. Like, they're sending 4 heroes in every engagement. This time it's the Mars that rotates, Ursa stays farming in the top lane. There was a possibility for Natsumi to TP. He does have cooldown now, but at the end of the day, another great response. But tower falling, like this golem just does so much damage. Maybe we can get a deny here. Okay, nice deny.
That's at least something, but yeah, Jackie is very farmed. They're rotating now towards bottom for Natsumi. The Gyrocopter needs help, and I don't know if he'll be able to get help. There's no DKT available. Tagging there. Natsumi is dead. Snowball out to safety, and Jabs gets that kill, and Boom is just... they're outplaying them.
Yeah, they are. I mean, the laning stage started really well, but they're using the fact that Solar Guardian is on cooldown. They're using the fact that this puck is just... this Dragonite is not a good response hero until he has a Blink Dagger. Which will be ready,
Nico?
but at the same time top.
Yeah, Nico, they tried to go in on the Ursa. He doesn't really care that much. Gets healed up in the meantime, gets a free kill onto Nico, and that is the damage coming now towards the tier 1 tower top lane.
Crazy.
I mean, you said
So
it,
many
100% win rate on the Ursa so far in the tournament.
They definitely know how to run that hero, and despite all of this fighting, like, this is still going to be a really good timing on the battlefield. Already halfway towards the broadsword. It's going to be like an 11 or 12 minute Battle Fury. It's just huge.
And it's also the fact that the supports have that double experience. Yokam level 6. Snapfire still a full level away from it, from his ulti. Lion, same story, and those supports really need their ultis to start making plays. Yeah, DK has his blink in a sec, but if you don't have the kisses with the DK blink, you still won't get the kill.
It really doesn't matter if it doesn't have it. And yeah, as you said, that one experience rune fight changed everything. I think Dragon Form was also on cooldown when they went for it, which was very smart. They knew that the Dragon Knight couldn't really accomplish much even if he attended, because they forced that mid tower a lot, got the puck kill. But, you know, the puck kill mattered way less than the supports having level 6s.
And yeah, as you said, Jackie 300 gold away from the Battle Fury, 11-12 minutes, very solid timing. Yopudge does have his blink at available. Jabs has his Helm of the Dominator, so he's going to be able to try and keep up in farm with that tool this game. And any surprise items coming in. This time Natsumi is going for the Dragon Lance instead of the Aghanim Scepter, so probably looking to fight earlier than that they normally would, because Natsumi tends to go for the Ags first. But
I think it's mostly he just wants to be the tankiest possible so he can survive for the Solar Guardian. Like, there were a lot of fights where when the Solar Guardian came through, he was already so low. But that's a smoke. They will try and find the gyro again.
Yeah, he's playing it very safe next to the tier 2 tower, farming the creep camp from behind as well.
Even the Ursa going through the portal, so they want to have literally every hero here.
That observer ward bottom towards the TK. Yeah, they're baiting this. They're baiting this so hard. Trying to get the catch. Yopudge is going to get spotted.
Oh, the blink out!
Gets the blink, and Yokem gets dragged back there and called on. It's a perfect one. Dreamco, though, onto 2. Dawn ulti in response. Yokem is dead. Arena drop from Jabs Mars. In comes Jackie. He's going to go for the DK. That's a kill. And the Fatal Bond's damage popped up. Natsumi very low. Nice air spike coming out from Tim's. But they are just on the retreat right now. Sanctity, can they get the catch onto Nico? Very likely, as no, the rest of the team cannot chase thanks to the slow from the Celestial Hammer. And it's only a 1-for-1 trade, but this was a fight that Aureus was ready for. They baited them into this fight, and they still lost it.
Yeah, they definitely did. I mean, I wouldn't say they lost it, but it was... Yeah, but at the same time, it's a 5 versus 5 where the gyro keeps on farming. I feel like just by allowing this gyro to survive, it is a win, because I do feel like they scale more. To me, it's way more about surviving this mid-game aggression than... Like, I didn't really expect them to be able to thrive in the mid-game, especially considering how poorly of a start they had with the experienced Runesteel, so... I think it's all right. It's not a... Like, yes, they lost in numbers, but I don't think it means as much as maybe the viewers think.
On one hand, I do agree with you. On the other hand, it's like... Yeah, they did use everything on both sides. At least that's a plus. But the gyrocopter... Like... The fact that they saw the observer ward, they were ready, they knew they were going to get ganked there. They even got the blink to drag the Tusk backwards to put him in an awful position. Had a perfect call down on the entire Dire team. And they just barely cared.
But I think the problem is, yeah, sure, you drag the Tusk, but at the end of the day, the way they wanted that fight to happen is you stun the puck and you kill him, right? Because, like, yeah, sure, you're dragging this guy, but it's a support. So you're puck still gets vision to do everything he wants. And speaking of the puck, they are going for another smoke here. Not sure they're going to find it.
They're going to go in onto the Mars bottom lane. Dawn ulti on top. Can you run out of there? Norman with the heal. It's not going to be enough, but the puck is here. Has the Dream Coil. And a haste rune going in. Catch onto the Dawnbreaker. Nico dropping low. The Fatal Bond's damage also spreading to the other heroes. And it's a 1-for-1 trade. And almost getting a second one. They're on the run right now. But yeah, they get a kill where nobody is nearby from the side of Boom. And somehow they get an offlane for offlaner trade.
Yeah, you still force everyone to TP bottom. And, you know, the Gyro's still farming. So and they killed the offlaner first. Which means, yeah, I think that's fine. They just need to give time for Natsumi. Like, he had a really shitty start and he needs to recover.
But is this a game where you feel confident on the gyrocopter to take late game against the Ursa?
Only if the Dragon Knight's farmed as well. Which he is, right? He's pretty much tied with the gyro and not that far from Mars, which is like somehow ahead of the puck. If the Dragon Knight has enough farm, I think it's completely fine.
Okay. I mean, yes, I do agree, because ultra late DK is terrifying, especially with like Aghanim Scepter, Bloodthorn, the whole shebang. Getting to that point tends to be problematic. They don't have good push on the side of the game, actually pretty terrible push, but they are playing a lineup that if you at one point the Mars is going to have that like refresher combo, and then team fights are really hard. Like Dawn ulti is not going to help you.
Yeah, and that is another reason why I think this is going to go late, which is you have a carrier. So even if you control every Aegis, even if you have a sizable gold lead, this hero is just really bad at going high ground, which means that at some point his farm is not going to matter as much. Oh, yeah. Omega dead. Oh!
Jackie. Mana drain.
Wow.
That's all he can do at that stage.
Poor guy.
Oh,
Dragon Knight gets found here.
Yeah, and do they have the damage to kill him off though? There is a golden drop. Yeah, the Yopudge is stuck with outer paddle. And that is a big kill. Elder Dragon form also just popped as well, so that's going to be on a lengthy cooldown now.
I'm surprised he went for... When he used Dragon Form, I thought that the call was to actually Solar Guardian and try and take that fight, but with the Lion dead, and I guess they just want to farm this Aghanim Scepter or Nico. Like, that's really the goal right now.
They fortify the quick wave as well. Make sure that you get some hits in on the tower. Jabs has got the Wild Wing Ripper. Luckily enough, Hurricane's on cooldown, but it's one of the more obnoxious little creeps that can run around and just drag you off over a cliff or something.
Yeah, break coil, right? We saw, I think it was a life stealer. Was it a, I don't remember. Like, we had a carry just sending a Wild Wing to break coil in the game.
I think it was Marcy.
Yeah, maybe it was Marcy. Maybe it was Boom, actually. I think it was that series against the first series against Aureus.
Could have been. I mean, we casted 6 series earlier. Then that's a lot of games.
But not a lot of puck games, so I think it was that one.
Well, Nico is close to his Aghanim Scepter. That, for the time being, will help a lot. Jabs is still second net worth, is close to that BKB now. Sanctity, it's got the Blink and the Witchblade. So you do have the double Blink threat on the dire side.
Oh no.
And that's a quick kill onto Nico. That should be the tier 2 tower also being secured. Jackie is dominating right now as they kill off Tim's in mid at the same time. And yeah, they're just getting pressured all over the map.
Yeah, and that's how Boom can potentially take this game early. Like, yeah, Aureus is bad at taking towers, but if you kill everyone, then it just doesn't matter.
Yeah,
you can just
dead, then there's no one left to defend. So I think that's a pretty ideal strategy.
Yeah. Also, every tier 1 tower is still up. Most of them quite healthy, so it is not a great position to be here. Like, this Gyro cannot farm as much as he wants. Everyone's stuck in the base.
Meantime, I mean, I'm used to seeing Tim's really farmed, but yeah, he's not playing the Snapfire this time. Scam does have the Shard finished up, so he'll be able to at least get a little bit more farm that way by getting some creeps. The problem is all the creeps that you can get on Scam are supposed to go to your cores because there's just too little map to farm at the moment.
Yeah.
Jacksel's gonna get the Shard for free in a sec. You have 2... Actually, both support shards are really good. The Tusk probably a bit better, but the Warlock's shard also definitely no bad shard. Yeah,
there's gonna be a big timing here, hopefully, for Aureus. The BKB on DK is done, Eggs on the Dawnbreaker is done, and the Age is about to expire. So I would love to see them smoking with all of these timings kind of aligning. Ideally killing the Ursa even.
Yeah, he has the Aegis still for 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And is...
Dire are scanning.
Okay, he has the BKB flying right behind him.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, that is... Oh,
he
that
has it
is...
so very close so that...
Yeah,
he gets
okay,
it delivered. So they didn't get spotted that he had BKB yet. But they're gonna push the...
They also do want to fight. With these Aegis expiring, this could still be a good fight. Oh no. Yeah, you don't want to kill the Ursa now.
That was a bit too early. That was a bit too early. He had 6 seconds left on the Aegis. They're gonna get the catch onto the back end. Don Oak comes out. That's with the Agnum Scepter. They take down Sanctuary.
Oh, wow.
They look for more snowball save. But Jackie's gonna go straight for the TP out of there. As is Jab, so they lose 2, and they're not gonna continue on the fight. Honestly, that might have actually saved Aureus there, because he had a 2 stunned right in front of him. 4 of them were Fatal Bond together. Golem got dropped. I think if they just went for some hits, they might have actually wiped it.
Crazy. Still, like, despite the fact they initiate on this Ursa that had Aegis, they take a good fight. The BKB on DK finally allowing him to, man up through the arena. One of the reasons I'm not a big fan of this gyro is that, despite the flat cannon, you're still picking a range carry into Mars. And I think the arena placement has been very good from Jabs the entire game. Like, that is one thing that no amount of farm will ever fix. Like, if the arena is actually placed, your DPS as range heroes will be severely limited.
Yeah, it's... a lot is going to be riding on Jabs. He doesn't even have the blink yet, so he doesn't even have good positioning targets. We'll have it soon enough. Meantime, Gyro does finish the SNY against the many stuns from the Boom Esports side of things.
At least they finally get a tower here. Scam was pushing top, and they do get that one.
And finally they get a little bit more space to farm on the map, as they did get a pretty solid fight. But yeah, it's again, like, high ground pushing is going to be tough regardless, until Ursa gets like his Aghanim Scepter, and at that stage you will never be able to 100 to 0. Well, maybe if the DK gets his Orchid, but otherwise, and Hex, because you can't enrage when you're hexed, which is kind of huge.
Yeah, and the Lion does have a blink now. He had Glimmer Cape queued up because the game was so grim, but after surviving through all of that, he did finish blink, and they can finally go for a little bit of a smoke through play. Mars can die. He does have a BKB, but so many instant stuns that if he doesn't instantly pop it, he can still... Oh, but they don't want to go for him.
With a blink is right behind him as well, though. They kind of want to use this as Jabs as a bait, but they're going all the way around. They're looking for Jackie.
Yeah,
He'll
he knows though.
Oh,
they have the high ground.
DK stun onto the Mars. Snowball
save.
Golem drop in response. Jackie walks in. They're inside the arena. There's going to be the Dawn ulti.
Solar Guardian.
Ursa did pop his ulti though. He's looking for the right click. Stream call from behind. The Natsumi Gyrocopter is the target. Finally does get taken down. Jackie gets fingered, taken out of the running. 5-kill streak secured on the other side. And that's a great spear from Jabs. Nico is dead. Jabs trying to run away. The DK is obnoxious, but Jabs is just soaking the damage with the heal from Narman. Chasing for more, says Sanctity, as they're looking for the cleanup here. Lion is being chased by Yokam, and Tims is still trying to disengage. Gets the blink back to the side, but the DK, is he going to be able to stay alive? Yo Pudge, he looks, oh, there's a bounty rune, could go for that one before I drop, but he is dead nonetheless.
Okay, I mean, yeah, not the ideal fight, because they lose 4 heroes for an Ursa, but it still goes to show that you have to really account for the Tusk. Like, if you do not know where Jokam is at this stage, you're just not going to be able to 100-0 anyone. It's unfortunate. They knew. That's why they ignored the Mars at first, and they tried to go for the Ursa, but I think they felt pressured to go for a move, and because they did that, they're going to lose Roche as well.
Yeah, and that is going to be Aegis number 2 with the banner for a possible high ground push later. Ursa has that basher. He's going to go for the shard next, as it's kind of an SSD in that fight. It was visible. Jackie is killable once his BKB ends and his rage ends, obviously. But the most damage dealt in that fight was Sanctity on the puck. He's got that Parasma done, so a lot of damage even with the right click, and is close to Octary. No, he's going Aeon Disc on the puck instead.
Cool. Just making sure that even if the Tusk isn't nearby, he's not going to be killed.
This game is definitely still winnable. Ursa is killable. The rest of them got pretty close. They didn't die, but pretty close already. Impressive. Considering how the early game went.
Dragon 8.
Yopudge. DK's done. Yokam, can he interrupt the blink? No, he cannot. And Yopudge gets out.
Okay.
Oh,
Tusk still looking though. They do have Solar Guardian.
There's a snowball, Dream Coil catch. There's no BK. I mean, there's no BKB. There's no Elder Dragon form. There's no reason really to keep Yopudge alive there.
I'm surprised Cam TP, but I guess he just wanted to maybe try and cookie him away. Like they don't want that to be a fight. They just wanted to save the DK if possible, but without committing.
Yeah, he's
such
got
an
Solar
important spell.
Crest, Mech, Cookie, so
he
had tools to possibly get him out of there.
BKB done for Nico after this wave, so he will also have a way to deal with the arena. Eventually he's going to get the shard as well, so he can deal with the walls, but pressure's coming. Second Aegis, they have banner as well.
Tier 2 tower in mid also about to get taken with that second Aegis. Natsumi is very farmed though, is second in net worth right behind Jack Boys. Has been keeping up the entire time, but Yopudge and Nico are kind of falling further and further behind, which is the downside here, as Jabs is still fairly farmed. Got an extra 3k lying in wait there for, I'm wondering if he's just going to go refreshing now.
He can. Like his mana pool is, it's not the greatest, but you know you don't need to use both. Yeah, you don't need to use both arenas like in the same fight. Even if you have like just a little bit of time to reset, can be very impactful.
And Sanctity does have his Aeon Disc now done on the puck, so you jump hex him, he just pops it and then phase shift get out. They're very much grouped up, looking for anyone that gets close to the high ground. But they're walking in the complete opposite direction.
Oh, they have a ward. Nico
gets caught inside the arena catch, and a perfect jump.
No buy.
Gone for 50. And there's high ground.
That's a fresh BKB he bought.
Well.
Oh no.
Where is the... Oh, it's on Jabs. They're not even using the banner.
I think you have to give this up. They're gonna try and take a fight?
He has the Aegis still for a minute and a half. Sancti gets the Aeon Disc popped. Now needs to be significantly more careful.
Good glyph.
And they fortify the last hit on the tier 3 tower.
Okay, they actually somehow made that work. Going for... Oh. BKB.
From Jab, BKB. He's just bulwark blocking any damage coming his direction. Going in, Natsumi's taking a lot of damage actually. The golem gets dropped, it gets whiffed completely. Natsumi's still alive.
Oh, Solar Guardian.
Loses his first life, has a rage again when he comes back alive. Norman is going to get taken down in response, but Yopudge, no BKB at the ready. Sancti is still here, and jump in. A spear comes out, no shard from Jabs, unfortunately. They get this catch onto Scam. Jabs is blocking so much damage with just bulwark front face. They will only lose the Tusk there. As Jason, Yopudge goes in deeper, but Sanctity, they keep on re-engaging here on the dire side. Yopudge is going to get taken down, but Jackie in response falls. And that's a big kill with the Ursa finally down in the dumps.
That was really clutch from the Radiant. They forced this fight with the Dawnbreaker being 12 seconds from spawning. It was very close to this Gyro dying before the Solar Guardian was available. And even though it's like not a clear-cut win, you take away the Aegis, so you're just delaying, which should be enough. Like, I think the biggest problem right now is that you need a break for this Mars. Like, as you said, he's taking so much damage. Dragon Knight tries to commit on him, but he's doing like no damage. He doesn't really have a lot of damage items.
And that fight, 12k damage dealt by the Ursa, and just nowhere enough to kill the Gyrocopter. That Gyrocopter, with all the tool, like the solar crest, the mech, the cookie, 4 staffs that his team has for him. He has the Satanic now, he's going for the butterfly. They're just making sure that whatever happens, Natsumi stays alive.
Yeah, I mean, the evasion from the Solar Guardian, yeah. Like, he's going MKB now, so that's when he will be at his, you know, maximum power to kill the Gyro.
Doesn't do evasion anymore, by the way. That was only when it was the flying high sky thing. Oh, that's a dieback.
Oh.
It's now just big fat healing,
right.
but a faster jump.
You are indeed correct. I'm not sure if he had the Talisman of Evasion in that fight, but evasion is still going to be a problem, which is why the MKB is queued up. And he's pretty close. Like, this is going to be pre-third Roshan MKB for Jack Boys.
And there's also a Tormentor available, so they can get a shard. Jabs getting a shard is... He has a Shivas now on Jabs. I really do like that against the healing of the Gyrocopter in that fight and the sustain that he gets.
Yeah.
And if he also gets a free shard, then that fight, he almost had that. He would have won that fight if he had a shard, because he speared and wanted to spear the Gyrocopter, but hit, I think, Skem first, so then it didn't hit the Gyrocopter on the second spear.
Unfortunately, it's Narmon that gets it.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, it's not bad per se.
Yeah.
But
nah,
it
it's a
could
great
be
shard.
more ideal.
Yeah, and he's going Refresher, so that shard on Mars is going to probably take a while.
Puck Ags. A lot of extra damage with the Dream Coil. And then they tend to go for Mjolnir afterwards.
Pretty defensive position here, which means that Aureus, you know, they were already being outfarmed, but 12k is probably the highest number we've seen this game. It's very scary to be out and about, especially when your Gyro has no BKB. I mean, now it doesn't matter because Puck has Ags anyways, but not easy here, as they will smoke on Boom, but unless they jump the base, they're not gonna find anyone.
Radiant are scanning.
I'll creeping up here for the possible jump on the side. Can they find anyone smoked up? Roche is up in 20. That's Roche number 3 with a refresher.
The Dragon's found.
They find Natsumi. That's a big target. Donald immediately. Can they kill him off? Jackie is trying to get the damage in, but Natsumi is healing nicely. Is it going to be enough healing? No, it's not. He is dead. Nico's going to be the next target. No buyback available. There's going to be the Aghanim Scepter of Tusk yeeting back Yopaj towards the dire side, and that's 3 dead, 1 buyback used in the process. A very fat and juicy fight, and again, Jabs blinks up the high ground, boom, catches the target he needs.
And it's not only that, right? His itemization as well. Like, he completely destroyed the healing from the Satanic as well as the Solar Guardian. That's how they were able to power through all of that sustain. And if they had enough sustain, the DK comes in, the other heroes come in, and maybe you drag that fight and take it. Now they might just get 2 lanes of barracks here. There's no buy on the Gyro.
Jabs is, by the way, only walking in bulwark form. Like the entire time. I rarely see Marses actually like use the bulwark these days.
Yeah.
Like, most of them forget that it's a spell. Oh, Scam. And there, Yokam yeets him back with that Aghanim Scepter. Yeah, I mean, this was, to be fair, a perfect timing. Like, you got MKB at the same time as you got the Shivas done, at the same time as you got the Puck Ags, Aghanim Scepter on the Tusk.
Yeah, perfect jump. Really, really unfortunate that. Okay, they're gonna try and force this Ursa
on
here.
to 3 though. Tim's already had 2-man catch inside the arena. It's making that 3 Dawn ulti coming up. He's trying to heal them up a little bit. Jackie's going for Yopaj. Yopaj is dead. But now Jackie does need to get himself out of there. Norman with the channel for a very long time. Buyback comes out from Yopaj, but no Elder Dragon for him. Jabs is just soaking up all the damage. Sure, focus me. Keep my cores alive. As Jackie will be able to just disengage. Roche is up though. It is 3rd Roche, so it has the refresher cheese as well. That might be an important, like a Hail Mary target for them.
Yeah, you really need to get that Roche. That's your only consolation prize. But, you know, this Ursa lineup already having 2 lanes of barracks is more than enough because they got all of that without even having Roshan. So sure, they might not have this one. But I think the length of barracks are more important than Roche itself. They have buy on both heroes as well. Like, they could buy and try this.
Disarm is there because Sanctity hits Roche. And Norman's just going to chill with the upheaval a little bit. Buyback comes out from Jabs. Roche is almost dead. So this is a very big time. Big gold drop comes through. There's the jump in. Gyro, can he stay alive? He picks up the Aegis though, and that is huge. That keeps him alive for a second fight. The Hex up to Jackie. The Ursa's dead. He doesn't have buyback available. They can finally go for some push. That's what he's going to chase on the enemy side of things. Jokam needs to yeet him out of there. In the meantime, they're still Fatal Bond. Arena catch comes in. Dawn ulti onto Jabs, who bought back for this, by the way. And Jabs, snowball save isn't going to be enough to keep him alive. Sanctity is still nearby, just chucking out spells every once in a while. Nico pops the BKB. It gets dodged completely. They're tightening not to be as much as possible.
Solar Guardian again.
Pressure, and they're going in onto Sanctity. He falls. The puck is dead. The Tusk will follow suit as Yokam gets taken down, and they keep it alive. Their tier 4s are under siege right now, but the game is still going strong.
I cannot believe they won that fight. Like, Jokam kicked the gyrocopter 3 times. Like, he played so well. They were also somehow able to get the Aegis, even though this gyro has no BKB. So he commits for Roshan, somehow doesn't get stunned enough to not pick the Aegis, and he didn't lose the Aegis in that whole fight. So this is 10k swing, I think, right? It was like 22, 23 before he went Roche. And this is starting to get a little bit scary.
Yeah, it's a bit dicey now all of a sudden. Yeah, your 2 sets of racks down, but Gyro with the Aegis available has a buyback in case it goes wrong as well. Jab's not having a buyback is important. He did fully buy out that refresher, so now you have to deal with the double arena, but that second... that refresher eating from Dawn in that fight to get the second ulti saved them completely. Yeah. Like, if he didn't get the refresher shard, he would be dead. And so would anyone else but the gyro at that stage, because they were so very close.
It's the only reason they won that fight. And now he actually has money for a refresher since he, survived through all of that. So things are getting to a point where, sure, you have this very farmed Ursa, but, he already has 4 deaths. Ursa is not a hero that likes to, Ursa cannot die too many times. I think he's very similar to TA in the sense that he, he plays from ahead, ideally.
Yeah, he's struggling to kill off this gyrocopter. Gyro picks up the Aegis, didn't even die the first time. Large part of that has to do with the fact that it took a while for Jabs to actually join the fight to get that arena catch off inside the pit. But yeah, regardless, that was a pretty strong hold, and the only course of success here for the Radiant side to try and keep themselves in the game, because if they didn't get that Aegis, the game was over.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it goes to this Gyro's build as well. Like, he's so sure there's MKB on the Ursa, but this is a 4k HP Gyro. You're still gonna, take some time to go through all of that HP, all of that armor. And
who actually ate the cheese? Did you see?
I have no idea, to be honest. Maybe the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, I think I saw it. I just didn't clock it. It's like, oh, he got healed,
It-
and
it-
then I realized probably too late why, because I completely spaced out on the fact that cheese was also there and the refresh.
I am lagging so much that like I can see 40% of the team fights. Not even joking. Like my ping is extremely high to SEA.
Huh. That amazing Brazilian interwebs, as I've been told.
Yes, it's the Brazilian, the internet that's the problem, not the 30,000 kilometer distance.
I mean, are you lagging in Dota?
Yeah.
That's...
Yeah, because like I'm watching real time, right? It's not like there's a delay in client, so there will be a delay watching the fights.
Oh,
it's like, you know when B-Cop casts China? Like sometimes you get those as well.
Yeah, but that's because China is literally on a different client. Like, they have a completely different game. Lifestealer has
Yeah,
no
but
blood on
the
it,
internet as well is a problem, as they're wrapping around here, ignoring the gyro, looking for the back lines.
Yeah, they're gonna go in. Don ulti. Do they have the damage? Natsumi is blocked outside of the arena. They're gonna go for the DK. They know he doesn't have a buyback, and the DK
Still alive.
is still alive. Gets cookied out of there, but they do find the line at the very least. The fight is completely spread out. Nico is going for the fight up against the Tusk, and Yokam again trying to yeet everyone out of him. But Yopaj is dead. Nico's going to be the next target. That's a Don dead in the dump.
Ursa's in
Has a
problems.
buyback available.
Oh, the cookie finds
Almost
the Ursa.
take down Jackie. The Ursa falls once more. And this is very doable. Natsumi is going to chase after Jabs, or is he? Because Sanctity still has a lot of damage, and there's no more BKB on the gyro. So you have
I don't
to
think
back
they can
off.
kill this gyro. Like, this is a very risky buyback. He has Satanic still.
If you miss Spears, it's going to be a little bit tougher, as they're just going to yeet Natsumi back and try and
Still has
bump him
Satanic.
down. Natsumi pops his Satanic, tries to heal up. Jabs is dropping low. Jabs is dead to the kisses.
What is happening?
I don't really understand the continuation of this fight. Hex onto the
They
Puck,
find a Hex.
Finger
Puck
as
could
well.
be dead.
And
Ooh,
Sancti
good-
should be
good
able to
kick.
get away thanks to Yoka. But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't like Natsumi still has an Aegis.
Yeah,
You can't
that's
kill him
right. Like,
twice without the Ursa.
that's such a weird buyback. I think they miscalled that entire fight. This was a 24k goal lead, and we're back to 7. This gyrocopter is starting to become a real issue. By the way, I haven't noticed. Yopaj is 0-8 on Dragon Knight. That's kind of sad.
Yeah, he's got the nullifier. You know, that's his impact in the team fights at this point. Scam is close to overtaking him. But yeah, that fight was obviously DK got pretty far away. But the re-engage without Ursa, especially because Jabs, you know, he doesn't have a buyback, felt weird. Narman was walking
it's
with
not
his
like-
team, but he had about nothing. Like, Narman was out of spells and had 200 HP. Standing there, oh, if Gyro hits me with one flat cannon, I'm dead.
Yeah, maybe they were like, yeah, the Aegis is expiring. We can kill the gyro, but I don't think they can kill him once, let alone twice. Especially without the Ursa, right? If you don't have the Ursa, you're not gonna kill this gyro. I'm sorry, he's just way too tanky.
And even with the Ursa, it's already a struggle. He's going for the Ags. He also has the Urshock now with 2 charges, and if he gets equipped Ags, significantly increases his survivability. Like, to an insane amount.
He definitely needs that. They also need... They're gonna go for the smoke, but remember, Puck has no buy, and Jab still 1 minute 20 for his buy that he has
And
no
also
money
9
for.
Yeah, no money. Jackie, no. Does anyone on the die side? No one on the die side has a buyback.
This is really weird. Like,
On the Radiant, it's only Nico that has a buyback. Jump comes in, Golem gets dropped inside the arena. BKB has been used on the Dawn.
Ursa coming
Chasing
back.
for more. Jackie's going to go for the gyrocopter, but Jackie needs to
What?
be careful. Pops his own BKB, drags him out of the base. There's a Walrus kick nearby, so Natsumi needs to fall back as well. And look at the amount of damage the Dire side has taken without doing almost any to the Radiant. Now they're gonna smoke
I think
up.
they're trying to. Yeah, this is a good move. You know that the first arena was already used, and the 2 BKBs from Jabs were used as well. So, oh, if they can find this puck, Sanctity.
And this gun cooldown.
They're dropping some wards, but they will not find Sanctity. Scan doesn't find anyone either. Okay, I think Boom's gonna be fine.
Also, Nico almost has that refresher. He went for the AC instead previously, and he's getting the refresher delivered right now, which means he doesn't have a buyback. So if he gets caught, that would be very problematic. In general, that previous fight made no sense. No one except for Nico had a buyback on either team. And right now, it's only Jackie that has a buyback, with Sanctity pretty close. It's wild that they go for a smoke where, oh, if we lose this smoke gank, game's over.
The game is... Yeah, and I think it really is over. Like, they have AC, the gyro is gigantic. Unlike the Dire, I believe that with the respawn timers we have right now, Aureus would be able to potentially get, like, 2 lanes Barretts. Or even, like, try to go all in for Throne. Okay, so Swift Blink on the gyro. He sells the butterfly, knowing that now Ursa committed for MKB. So I think that's actually pretty smart.
Okay, top side though. They are kind of close to each other. Skem gets spotted, as Jabs is very close to Skem, but he's going to get the TP out of there. In time, a minute until Roche respawns. And that, again, refresher shard, pretty impactful to have. Sanctity would love to get a free one before he has to buy the full refresher orb. But yeah, Jackie is just, it feels without the axe. He dies so fast.
He does, and they don't really have... I mean, they have the snowball save, right? That is the one saving grace for them. You have the kick as well to maybe kick whoever has the highest DPS away from the Ursa. Joker has been playing really well. To me, he has been the MVP of these mid-game fights, just always staying alive and being annoying.
Yeah, with those good old kicks, he also has a BKB now, so a lot more survivable. But on the other side, you have a Swift Blink Gyro with a Daedalus. They didn't really have like that massive amount of damage output. Now they do, in a very quick succession. DK still is like, okay, he's a thing. But all he does primarily is just soak up damage.
Yeah, he's definitely this big meat shield. Does have a stun as well, which helps, but overall, like his goal, I mean, considering like, his goal could have been the second carry, but unfortunately, like even 47 minutes in, he's just not too farmed. Roche is up. I think he did get scouted by the Tusk. So
It got taken by the Dire team, so there will be a roar if they go for it.
yes, it was snatched by the gyro.
That's the only like downside there. Like you have that audible cue.
There's also the creep wave problem, right? Because they don't have any mobility heroes on Radiant, and with these 2 lanes of barracks, it is hard for them to... Yeah, I guess Dawn... Yeah, you're right. But she has to be showing here.
And yeah, they're trying to just keep the gyro. Everything rides on the gyro. If he dies, it's problematic. On the Dire side, kind of the same with the Ursa. Like Puck does a bit of damage, but not really.
Jar has no buy, by the way, whereas the Ursa does have it. If somehow they can kill this Jar couple.
Smoke breaks. Jump in. They get the catch onto the Yokam Dusk. Is he going to get trouble? Yes, he is. The Mortimer's still flying out. Donald as well. Jackie's going to go for the Yopaj DK. He gets pushed to the side. Yopaj DK is almost dead, but Jackie going to get away. Jabs is dead. Jackie is next. He's in trouble. Has no more rage available, and they lose 3 right next to Roshan, and that is disastrous here coming up for Blue Esports.
This refresher Solar Guard is so clutch, even with the Shivas, even with all of this great itemization from Jabs. He just cannot kill Natsumi. 4,000 HP with the Satanic. It's just way too freaking strong.
Well, the pesky puck is trying to make sure there are no creep waves going to the dire side.
Yeah.
So be a little bit careful though, as
Mid-wave,
he
though.
will fall back. But they have a buyback on 2 of their die heroes, which at least is a plus. The biggest problem is Yokem doesn't, so you don't have Yokem for 50 seconds. He's got that walrus kick.
Honestly, I think you don't buy back anyone. I think you give up your mid barracks and you see what happens. I really think if the Ursa buys back here, you're putting yourself in a terrible position. Ooh, or a puck almost gets found.
Yeah, almost caught Sanctity there.
It does show top though, which means that they know that the Lion cannot attend this fight.
It's very much alive. Comparative to that one fight that they had in the Radiant base. It cost them 2 sets of cracks and we thought it was over.
Alright, I do like that they don't buy back and they take their booties out of the lane. Just one lane of barracks. I am so impressed by Aureus. Like, this is the type of game where I think a lot of teams would have crumbled, considering how terrible of a game both... I mean, literally every core had. Like, they had nothing. 2 Aegises in a row for the Ursa. He had a perfect game. And... like, they clutched this game out. Like, I'm not sure if there's much more to it.
Yeah, obviously the game is still going, and one good catch could decide everything, but the problem is they need to catch that pesky Nico Dawnbreaker with the double Solar Guardian. That keeps him alive.
Good luck doing that.
Jackie is... yeah, he's close to that equipped Ags. And he kind of really needs it as well. Just the cooldown reduction on his ulti down to 18 seconds from 30 already is a big plus, but the fact that you can use it while stunned.
I guess that's the question, right? What is more worth? Like, 2 lives when they're going high ground against him, or the eggs?
I would say probably the 2 lives.
Yeah, I think like if they don't go high ground and the Aegis expires, you'll probably buy the eggs even if you don't have buyback. But in this high ground defense mode, you probably I don't think it's worth buying it.
I do concur, though. It seems they're not gonna risk the high ground push against the Tusk, where you get Walrus kicked out of position, and then that first life is gone without any teammates being able to help.
Yeah, it could be like Walrus punch into a spear in like almost tier 4, so you gotta be careful. Oh, puck finds the jar.
Yeah, but you don't. Dawn is always there. Like, that's the fearful thing. They also don't really have any. Like, okay, Gyro also has the refresher in his backpack, so that if you lose the Aegis, he swaps it in, pops a second BKB Satanic in case it's needed. Yopaj also level 25. I would have assumed he would have gone for the Dragon Blood HP regen, and especially the extra 12 armor.
Yeah, there's no break this game, right? I don't think anyone has a Silver Edge.
And all he needs to do is soak up damage. He has Ags now, so he has that unobstructed pathing. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, very good this game. Because even if he gets kicked, he can go through the cliffs and everything. Also same for the shards. As, oh, they find Mr. Jokem here, has to BKB. Missile might?
Okay, dodge.
Ooh, nice outward
good old
staff.
outward staff. God, this game is so very, very close.
Yeah, but as we said, the longer this goes, the harder it potentially gets. Like, this Dragon Knight, slowly but surely, will be a threat.
That is very. I mean, even Scam's net worth is like freaking huge. Nullifier being built up on the puck at the moment. Wants to get a Nullifier into the Ags. I'm surprised that Sanctity isn't trying to do more damage. More of a utility build with that refresher, the Aeon Disc. Yeah, you have Ags and Octarine, which obviously are great items, and the Parasma, but no like Mjolnirs or Daedalus just for the damage output with the Dream Coil.
Yeah, kind of it's kind of an interesting game. Usually you don't want to buy this Aeon Disc. Oh, Lion gets coiled. What? Puck?
Puck?
Hello?
Okay, that's
that was a play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was one of the plays.
Huh.
Well,
I don't think they're gonna.
So that's a plus.
Yeah. But okay, this is a move. This is a moment where you want to force this buyback, but you don't necessarily want to commit for the high ground. Like, I think you posture, but you, especially because your dragon form is. Oh, it's actually gonna be back up. Okay, they will poke high ground, but you gotta be careful. Like this buyback into a coil kick arena can be dangerous.
It can be very dangerous, Jabs.
Oh, they find jabs.
Oh, kick back.
Oh, that's the kick.
Gyrocopter, that's the catch.
Oh no.
Have the save on him. Natsumi, there's the arena to try and keep everyone away, but he's healed back to full HP with that satanic. Jackboy's going back in with the puck. Buyback coming through. There's the second arena coming in. Refreshing use on Natsumi. He's going to stand still, but he's going to get kicked back towards the Dyers. Ancient, and a huge play coming out. Big fat mistake there from Natsumi. Chase onto Scam. Natsumi doesn't have a buyback for 600 gold.
Oh no.
Oh, that's...
Yeah, that's...
That... I mean, they have the wave luckily pushed in towards the dire side, but 80 seconds of no gyro. They tried to get, I guess, like something on the map, but there are no more bounties, so there's no more gyro.
Clearly calculated play from Sanctity. He killed himself on purpose to bait Aureus, and man, like that was kind of bound to happen. You know, you just dive at nighttime the enemy base to try and hack someone. It's just a very low percentage play. They got baited. They got baited.
Yeah, especially the fact that it's Natsumi that blinks in the front. Like,
yeah.
Like the one person that with Aegis you can be there, but without you can't. And he gets yeeted onto the Dyers at the Ancient, and yeah, then it's everyone. He even saw jabs through in arena very far forward so that the rest of his team couldn't help him.
I mean, this is Megas potentially. Like, you don't want to buy back the Dawnbreaker now. Yeah. And you don't want, like, so that's awful.
Roche is up in 2 minutes, so it's only going to be Megas, as they won't be able to secure Roche anytime soon. But this is pretty painful for Team Aureus. One big mistake and their entire winning formation has been broken.
Yeah. I mean, they have gyro, so technically it's not like they cannot defend Megas, but they were, like, their last 15 minutes were so promising. It's a shame that things are going to become much harder. We might be looking into Rapier territory here for gyro.
Yeah.
And I don't even know.
They do have good high ground defense, though, for Ancients at least, there. With that Dawn.
Yeah. I wonder what you sell here if you're going Rapier for Natsumi. Like, every item. So I guess maybe the BKB might be the only one.
Yeah. Well, no.
Because status resistance is also...
He's 24/7 stun.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's a rough one.
Kill cab. Walking up, there's going to be a catch. Toss Nico to the side. They take down already Tim's. No buyback available on Tim's because he is, yeah, that's a solid dieback. They get a kill, they walk out. Dragon Form used. That's going to be Dream Coil number 2. Sanctity needs to be very careful himself As they're going to go back in, Yokan with the kick onto the gyrocopter. Don ulti comes up, Natsumi trying to heal up Jackie.
Wait,
He's dropping
Ursa?
low, though. Jackie is almost dead, needs to get himself out of there. Gets the charge away with the ulti. Yokan Tusk is dead on the side. Has a buyback. Jabs is being chased by a homing missile. Has a blink, but doesn't use it. As they're going to go back in onto Natsumi. They know he doesn't have a BKB. Can they kill him off, though? Jackie's going to go for the fight. Golem drop because of death. Double two-man spear kill coming in. Natsumi's dropping low. Gyrocopter is getting taken down.
It's too late.
Dead. Don ulti too late, and that means it's a free Nico kill coming in. They bought back on the DK. Actually, I'm saying free, but Jackie needs to stay out of there, but he's going to get taken down in the end thanks to the Pyrrhic Cloak from Nico. So Jackie falls. But they do manage to take down Gyro, force out a Yopaj buyback.
Yeah, they have the Gyro buyback. Only the Lion that doesn't have... Lion will be up because they have Glyph. So when you add everything, they definitely can defend. Cheese being passed. So I think the cheese was never used. I think that's the cheese from third Roshan that was saved somewhere.
Yeah, the tier 4s are gone now on the Radiant side. Roche is up. I guess they'll just wait until Ursa respawns to get Roche.
Yeah.
But, God. I mean, these fights have everything. This is Southeast Asian madness.
And we are 60 minutes in, by the way, which means that with all of this wait for Roshan, we will get to see everyone's tier 5s, or at least most of everyone's tier 5s.
At least the dire side's tier 5s.
What is the best tier 5 here for the Ursa? Deso too?
Honestly, the tier 5s are very disappointing comparative.
I think it's either Deso 2 or Spider Legs. You sell your boots and you buy something else.
Jabs pops a BKB for good measure.
Huh. Okay.
I mean, Helm of the Undying, right?
Yeah, it's okay. I feel like Helm of the Undying is better for like Dawn.
Gyro, I think is absolutely
yeah.
Flat cannon hits out.
It's insane how much damage you can
Speaking of
put
which,
out.
he is going for that rage on the gyrocopter. Or it's queued.
Yeah. You do need it.
Well, who gets what? Jackie. Oh, he could also take that refresher for. Wait, the Aegis is on. Oh, the puck. Wait, doesn't he has his buyback?
He doesn't have buyback, right?
Yeah, but he has it in a minute for it.
We'll see if that's a mistake, because this Ursa can definitely die. We saw lots of fight. Like, the Dawnbreaker does a lot of damage to the Ursa.
Wow, Ursa has Divine Regalia. The outgoing damage increased by 20%, but if he dies, it disables it.
Pretty disgusting on Ursa. We have Book of Dead for Tusk. Book of the Dead for the Puck.
Book of the Dead, Fallen Sky, Unrelenting Eye, and Pyrrhic Cloak.
Honestly,
Fallen Sky is best.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, he might have actually kept the same one that he had, so that because Ursa just died from it against Dawn. From the
low key, I think Unrelenting Eye was not bad this game.
Okay, well,
like besides the Ursa,
slow resistance by 100%. This bonus is reduced by 20% for every enemy hero within. But everyone's in that radius. Oh, but increases status resistance by 10% for every enemy hero within 6 meters.
Yeah, because I think you can sell the BKB. You can sell the BKB and just have like 70% status resistance. Because these fights, they are all clumped up, right?
Yeah. Unrelenting Eye is actually probably very good to get this game, considering. And in the meantime, let's see. Okay, Lion has that cone now with the Earth Spike. That's kind of neat.
Okay.
Level 20 talent. Still quite a ways away from the AoE hacks or Earth Spike cast range distance. Wow, that 600 watt.
Dawnbreaker
Spots out Nico. They're going to be pushed back. They're going to in for the Dawn. Dawn dropping low. Dawn's dead. Has a buyback available to come back into the fray. Golem does get dropped. They're trying to disengage. Jabs as the Hex thrown out onto the DK. He's just getting killed by the Golems. It's tied to the Golems on the DK.
Oh, the kick on the Gyro.
Gyro in a bit of trouble. Has a buyback available in case it goes wrong. There's the Dawn coming back, but they know there is no DK. Nico getting bashed up, charges right through. The Ancients under siege. Fortification is needed. Kick out of the area, and it is the catch onto Natsumi, who is about to die. No, he is not. Nico with a huge double kill coming in clutch. The Ancients under siege. That's all
the throne is dead.
And the throne is gone. Boom Esports take game number 1, but my God, this is game 1. My lord,
yeah.
They give us a beautiful game.
Amazing game. I mean, it was extremely back and forth. It could have been anyone's game. There were a lot of clutch plays, which, you know, what we expect out of BO5 from the SA region. I think, you know, in both teams could have won this game. Like, at the end of the day, it boils down to very small things that happen. But yeah, I mean, I hope we get to be entertained as hard as this one, because it's gonna be hard to top game 1.
Oh, it's very hard to top this game. I mean, okay, this is no shade. Yopaj is my idol, but at the end of the game, Sanctity did 105k damage. Yopaj did 25k damage.
Holy shit.
65, almost 65-minute game, 25k damage on that DK mid. Ugh, his sanking, you know, it would be up there with the 100k as well, but they never had that DK come up alive as they would have wanted in game number 1. But it definitely does promise to bring us an absolutely stellar qualifier, and we're here for it. However, we're going to need to go towards a short little break. We'll be right back for game number 2 after the break.
Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilke joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, slumbering. Tick tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering. Tick tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering. Tick tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His ram he had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads at Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
I's the boy that builds a boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind a caviar flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance, and faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds a boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And I's a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to what is about to be game number 2 in definitely an exhilarating series already. Boom Esports take game number 1, but it was so incredibly close. It could have gone either way. A mistake or two cost them, unfortunately, for the Radiant side there, as Aureus, it's a small, tiny mistake, but that Blink Dagger up the high ground, that cost them their entire momentum, didn't it, Bowie?
Yeah, I think, honestly, considering how the draft happened, it is very impressive that Aureus even had a chance taking that game late. I wasn't really a big fan of their draft, especially the Dragonite part. So considering that I thought that their draft wasn't as good and they lost the early game substantially, I think they played really well. To me, two things that they need to address. Like, if I don't think the Lion pick was very nice. I don't think the hero was able to do that much. And also, picking Gyro into that Mars was a big mistake. So if they want to give Mars to Jabs, you need to play something else rather than the Gyro. So if they love the Gyro as much, I think you actually need to either pick Mars or ban it in the second phase.
Yeah, the Mars Arenas constantly blocked all the damage from going out because Gyro was always inside the arena, so the supports were in that regard safe. Normally that's when random flat cannons kill supports in those engagements. Mid lane, Yopaj did really well to win the lane, but obviously afterwards the DK just... He was a meat shield, essentially. Nico played really well, I do have to say, on the Dawn. Ulti was just off the timing there at the end of the game where everyone was dead, and then he joined in. That was a little bit slightly unfortunate. But for the rest, Nico, he was the one that kept... Like, obviously, Natsumi was the heavy gyro carry, but Nico is the one that kept them in the game. They would not have been in the game if Nico wasn't there.
He destroyed the lane as well, right? He got that first blood on the Ursa. They really played well. I do like this ban on Puck, though. I think the reason they went Lion was just the Puck, and might as well take it out and play supports that fit their lineup a bit more.
Yeah. The Lion... Tim's has been so impressive this qualifier as, like, the Snapfire, and... Yes, Skem played a pretty solid Snapfire last game, but I'd rather see it on Tim's than Skem play something else.
Exactly. And it's not about Tim's Lion specific. It's about Lion. I think that hero's kind of ass, and even though it was supposed to counter the Puck, they didn't have the heroes. Like, technically they should have, but the early game was so good that the Tusk got that Blink Dagger so fast that they could never fully utilize what the Lion was supposed to do in that game.
Yeah, Yokan played out of his mind on that.
Yeah, he played so well.
At the Roche bit where he just kept on yeeting everyone away.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was so good. And he stayed alive so long, but they lost that fight in the end still. But that was because Ursa wasn't as tanky as I expected. He died pretty quickly in a lot of those engagements.
Yeah, once his OT was over, like even the Dawnbreaker, Starbreaker was doing like excessive amounts of damage, and a lot of people forget, but you're healing AoE from that as well. So if the Dawn's just close to the Gyro just gets a lot of sustain on top of it, and they do ban it. I think Boom is doing a really good job, because sure, they ban the Puck here, but they get to play Marcy, which is a hero Aureus really likes. And you're also taking away all of the other Nico heroes. The only one left is Primal from the ones he played this tournament. So Are we gonna see Primal here?
Against Marcy, probably, possibly. Obviously, Nico is like 16k MMR, so he has a pretty big hero pool. Wouldn't put that past him. Yopaj, that swaps over from the DK to a hero that he has been very successful with in this tournament. The Queen of Pain yesterday with that refresher orb, where he got the double sonic wave and just blew the entire enemy team up, was magnificent to watch.
Yeah. By the way, I said there's no heroes left, but there's still Doom and Zladar that they played, so never mind.
And both work really well with Snapfire in lane.
Yeah.
To be fair, everything works really well with Snapfire in lane.
But I do like that they forced the swap. This is one of Yopaj's best heroes, as you said, and with Puck out of the pool here, there's not a lot of matchups that would be annoying for co-op. So, just an overall very strong hero here.
Yeah, the Marcy's also, like, I know Jabs likes playing it. I don't know if Jackie plays it a lot, but obviously supports probably can play it as well in case it's needed. However, normally when I see Jabs, I think, and the Marcy, I immediately connect those dots. So my first thought is that it's going to be the off-lane position.
Yeah, I think it's a very solid hero. Super flexible as they go inch. Not necessarily. I think it's just a comfort pick here. Like, it doesn't necessarily counter either of those heroes. In fact, I would even say that it's kind of a bad inch game because they have so much burst damage that your healing usually might be useless.
5 seconds.
Yeah, to a degree. Obviously, Snapfire also has Little Shredder, which is good against Enchantress. But I think Ench is almost always good because you have that potential to turn into a core in the later portion of the game. And the amount of times that we've seen like 3 enemy heroes spend a solid 20 seconds killing one Ench plus 5 is remarkable. How many times that happens in a game.
It also prevents the Beast pick, right? You have Snapfire, so Beastmaster would be a really good combination here. But with Ench, the lane does become kind of challenging for Beast.
Yeah, it's there's not too many. I mean, Lycan isn't banned. That one, I think they might actually play that on Team Aureus. Because it was banned every single time against them. But Slaughter it is. And indeed, Nico playing another hero that he's played previously in the tournament. Snapfire Slaughter probably going to be the lane. That is heavy damage and aggression on whoever is going to be the safe lane for Boom.
Yeah, a lot of minus armor as well. Are we going to see the full minus armor team from Aureus as they did that time? Oh, there you go.
It's close. It's close. There's the
yeah, I mean, they had Sand King instead of co-op in that game, but overall, it's just like this one magic slash just like non-physical mid laner, and everyone else applies minus armor. So bans for the next phase for Boom are probably like TA and I don't know what other carry has minus armor.
I mean, I'd probably do TA and Ursa, but that's just because of last game.
Yeah, I think they want to play Ursa on Boom though, right?
That the problem with Ursa is like you have that fast burst where you need to kill someone, but Dazzle really destroys you in that.
Yeah, that is true.
That's a big problem for that. So then, if someone gets shallow graved, your Fury swipes could hit nothing at that point, and then it becomes pretty tough for Ursa. Oh, that's a better choice because then you just don't care. You hit everyone.
Yeah, you hit everyone. Dusa notoriously good against minus armor and magic decrease, whatever you want to call it. So it is a really good response here. It also dissuades some of the carries Aureus would like to play, like Gyro is not a great matchup against Dusa. Can they anti-mage? Yeah, they banned it. Never mind.
Yeah, obviously anti-mage would be the ban. The second ban, I would assume Ursa still, because Ursa is still good against Dusa. One of the few heroes that is. other options that they might... It could still go for the TA to be fair. As if you have a lot... When you have a lot of minus armor on Dusa, she still dies.
There's PL.
No, there's no PL. Stop it.
Pretty good against Dusa.
Until she gets Mjolnir plus Aghanim Scepter, and then it's over.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, they're gonna ban TA. Even though it's like bad against Dusa, I still think TA would be a good pick. It's decent against Marcy, and it's just like overwhelming minus armor. Oh, they take the troll. Huh.
Okay. And they pick up Void Spirit. That's... We get a bit more Void Spirit. Good against Quap because you can just dodge the first spell pretty easily. And
yeah.
Skills nicely as well into later parts of the game.
You have Silence for Dazzle, right? You can look for him the back lines. Can cancel Kisses with your eggs.
They needed something to chase the Dazzle because Dusa can't do it. The supports can't do it. Marcy can, but Marcy has to go really deep past the Snapfire, Quap, Slardar, which is not ideal. If any of them catches you, like Sonic Wave pushes you back, Slardar obviously chases you down.
They really like the gyro, huh?
Tried and trusted. It almost worked last game. And yeah, both safe laners on both sides are just going to try and clear out the entire enemy team.
Yeah, I'll say it. I think Aureus has a much better draft than they had game one. I think Yopaj having a comfort hero is very important for how well they're going to perform. Natsumi is playing this tried and trusted hero, as you said. With this Dazzle that we did see Scam play to a very high level. So this, I'm not saying Aureus has the outdraft here, but I do feel like if it was that close already with kind of a worse draft, you know, this is a game where Boom has to play even better than they did game one.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I like Team Aureus as well. A little bit more. I think the catch for the Dazzle is they have some, but it's not easy to do because they have. Yeah, the supports can't join, and that's the big problem. I think they can't get there. You have to get past the Queen of Pain. You've got the Snapfire from Tim's to help the Dazzle. Then the Dazzle could Shallow Grave the Snapfire and get bunch of healing on their side, bunch of defensives. And I do feel
the supports
like
are squishies, right? Like with minus armor, they just explode to...
Hoodwink is an easy target for Slardar. Like, you just one Slithering Crush with that shard and an extra hit and Hoodwink's dead.
Even Void Spirit to some degree is kind of fragile.
Yeah, I do think that this is going to be definitely probably okay, I'm saying definitely, but probably a better game for Team Aureus than that last game, even though it was very close. I think they might have this one because I'm afraid that Boom Esports' draft, they die very quickly to like the Flak Cannon. The other side doesn't really die that fast to the Dusa.
Yeah, and this is a Dusa that's not being like enabled, right? We have no Bloodlust, we have no... It's just a plain old Dusa. And there is a fair amount of kite, I would say. Like, Quap can just blink out. Gyrocopter's really fast. You have Leg Day on Slaughter. Dazzle can just play with not full projection. I don't think this Deuce is going to have an easy time hitting people. Not only because she doesn't have that much damage, but, like, there's not a lot of stuns on Boom as well.
Yeah, the control might be a little bit lacking here. On the Dire side, you said, like, they've got Stone Gaze, they got Bushwhack, which one you have to look at Dusa, the other one you have to, it's a skill shot. Aether Remnant, which is technically also a skill shot, and the Marcy Rebound's probably your most reliable, which, yeah, on the other side you got Slithering Crush, that's all you need.
Yeah.
Slithering Crush, Fire Snap Cookie, obviously the homing missile as well. They know from each other who's on whose high ground, thanks to the smoke break. They actually have less stuns on the Radiant side than the Dire, but you mentioned the mobility, and that's something that the Dire doesn't have. Like, they have The two cores have it. The
And I
supports
think
have
their
none of it.
damage is more spread out, right? You don't need, it's not one hero that's doing all of the damage. Whereas for, like, in the later fights, I think Deuce is going to be like 80% of their damage.
Yeah. Though Void Spirit can scale very well with the fact that it's universal, but normally you need like, oh, Nico dropping low does get the bounty at least. So will die.
Oh, no, he's not! Seaborn Sentinel! Oh, he's dead.
And does die to jabs in the end. Tried to give that one to the Dusa, but
Alright.
no way.
And now Scam is in a little bit of trouble.
Well, he gets tossed up to the safer side, at least, and he'll be able to walk away with the Black Cannon. It forces the Boom players out of there. Scam is just still fighting. He's like, ah, come at me.
He does have a blood grenade, so Jocam has to be a bit careful. Nah, he's dead.
Tried to sidestep that one.
Squirrel so fast.
Yeah, it's he's got that wind lace.
Slow.
And there's a bushwhack available again.
Oop.
And Scam is not dead yet. My god, the entire laning stage doesn't matter. That chase just lasted forever.
Yeah.
And he walked back to base. In the meantime, Natsumi does get themselves some free farm time in the lane though. 6 last hits, 3 denies. Scam will be a bit sad, but
surprisingly,
as long as
Sanctity
they
not
don't lose
getting.
the experience shrines this time.
You were talking about dissimulate. Like that's how much players hate dissimulate. Like he doesn't even get dissimulate to dodge the dagger.
It is quite a weak spell in that regard, even though it's really good to dodge the Queen of Pain. But yeah, Quap is just harassing everything. The bottle is delivered to Sanctity should be fine. Natsumi taking some damage, but in response, Dazzle's here as well. And the God, they take such a heap of damage. It's also the minus armor from Weave, even though it's like 0.5 at the moment on Dazzle with a couple of levels. You will constantly get that minus armor debuff on enemies and armor buff on the gyro.
Yeah, and I think that's low-key gonna be very important, right? Because you have many ways to apply minus armor, 3 specifically, and it's so easy for Black Cannon to be hitting everyone that's minus armored. So these mid-game fights, you're gonna have to buy some, you know, max and armor items in general, or else the, you know, Dusa is probably gonna be okay against it, but definitely not everyone else.
And it's more than one player that you need to try and stay alive in this game. And, it will be a problem with the Flat Cannon pumping through, because that's where the Enchantress is weak against. Like, yeah, it's good if you right-click the Ench, but if random Flat Cannons in late game start hitting her, she actually does melt.
Yeah, definitely not a tanky hero in that regard, at least.
Oh, we do have and very farm Natsumi, 21 last hits compared to no one on the dire side even having 10. So that's kind of nuts of a start for him.
Yeah, that's really night and day difference from game 1 where he had 2 deaths. He did have actually decent CS, but it was a lot of like small camp stacks that he was working with. Like this is just straight up lane creeps that he has almost twice as much as jabs.
And the mid lane matchup, Yopaj versus Sanctity. The 4-minute runes are about to spawn, so I assume the supports are going to start moving to secure or deny anything. As Yopaj needs a water sip, otherwise it's tough of a lane against Sanctity, who has a lot more HP and mana at the ready. Yeah, there's the rotation coming out from Scam. On the other side, it is Yokam. And on the top side, it's going to be Tims. So, might get a early fight. There is a Disseminate now for Sanctity. Could be stun lands, but he gets a bottle refill regardless. is trying to run away. Still has that disseminate to get out of there, but Yopaj doesn't get the bottle refill. And they actually go in onto Yopaj under the tower, but we'll be able to get the blink away. And Scam even gives him some nice little goodies to make sure that he's got the mana on his side.
Alright, so every support rotating. Fortunately for the side lanes, these cores, they don't care that supports go mid. Like, the lane matchups are favorable for both the Slaughter and the Gyrocopter.
Natsumi is clearing up the creep camps the entire time at the same time as the lane creep, so it's very interesting to see.
He's way ahead of everyone else.
Yeah. He's having a pretty good time. Mid is still going pretty even. Top lane, Slaughter is getting more than I would have expected. Deuce is one of the heroes that actually tends to be able to bully a Slaughter out of the lane with a good Mystic Snake bounce, but Nico's obviously... But is he the highest ranked player in this game?
I think so, yeah.
Yep, he is the highest ranked player. Natsumi second. And third, I think, is Tim. Wow, 3 of the highest ranked players are on the Radiant side.
Yeah, they're definitely higher MMR, but you know, as we could see from game 1, it is not only about MMR.
To be fair, Jabs is ranked 311, and he definitely plays better than a rank 311.
It's the power of friendship that matters.
It's the power of not caring about your pubs anymore. To respect your soul and mind.
Very true. So, rune time. We see literally 4 supports in the mid lane, and it's a rune top.
It's an amplified damage picked up by Tims. Or Quap could grab it, or it could get denied by the Enchantress. But, yeah. No runes are going to be given to the core so far. That's actually pretty good for Sancti, because if there was an amplified damage rune on Yopaj, he wouldn't be able to stand in the lane anymore. Mid laners are the only ones that are really struggling in the laning stage.
Yeah, they're both like trading a lot, so even the Quap missing CS, especially when you go for 3 points in Dagger, like your CS, it's just gonna be inherently worse. Oh, Marcy.
Get the catch, now to be dropping low, trying to heal up, but look at that movement speed with the afterburner. Call down, gonna completely whiff the mark, unfortunately, but Skem sees out Yokam, but he'll force a TP out of that direction. And Natsumi will be able to stay alive himself as well. Tango back to full HP he goes.
Okay.
Oh, Jabs has got the Helm of the Dominator now. So, really farmed on that Marcy, but top net worth is Jackboy's on the Dusa.
Huh, higher than the... Damn, he's 500 ahead of the Gyro. That's crazy.
I mean, Jabs is even ahead of the Gyro.
Huh.
Those neutral creeps mean nothing.
Yeah, I guess it is a lot of neutral creeps, as I said it wasn't, but... rotation from Sanctity here, just trying to poke, knowing there's no cooldown.
No Sanctity. For Scam, he has Shadow Grave. Yeah, there's not anywhere close to enough control, and the rest aren't there. In time, in comes Yopaj as well, spots out Yokam, dropping low, good wing, Sonic Wave gets a nice 3-man catch, but it won't result in much more than that kill.
Oh, there is a shoot rune that will probably be picked up by Sanctity here, so Quap. Oh, and they have vision, but there's no way they can kill it, right?
And do they get the damage? Almost! He is very low. There is a disseminate, but it's too far away to chase for more. And Yopaj will be able to stay alive, but scary damage coming out there in a swift second.
Yeah, very nicely done by Marcy, just chaining every spell perfectly. Oh, speaking of Marcy.
He does manage to get a catch. Tims leaps over. Is he gonna... No. Oh!
Oh!
Ooh,
wow.
Oh,
weave, he's alive.
Dodge and weave. Oh. That's neat. Also distracting from occupied for a little bit.
Okay.
Alright, That one was very enjoyable to watch. Dodge weave in at the bottom. Natsumi needs to be careful on the gyrocopter. Uses the call down, but of course Jabs doesn't have Unleash, so he doesn't have like the big combo to try and nuke out the gyrocopter. They're so much focusing the gyrocopter at the moment, and none of the Radiant side are putting any pressure towards the Medusa.
Yeah. That's the thing, right? Slaughter is getting decent farm, but it also means that the Medusa is literally doing whatever she wants. But 700 gold for the Blink Dagger, so Nico will be ready to do some stuff as they're looking.
Nope.
Yeah.
He doesn't land, but he does lose a decent amount of mana. Armin's here, and that is the end of the chase with the Void Spirit coming in from the other side. A little pause action as Tim's feels like he might be... he should... Okay, he does have a 20 magic wand on Void Spirit, so he should have the mana for Astral Step.
Alright, we're back.
Can he get away? No, with the TP from the Hoodwink on the other side, don't really think that's possible. Even without it, wouldn't be possible. Sanctity does get a kill, and that's 2 Urn of Shadows charges added in.
Okay. Illusion Rune for Yopaj. Finally gets to yoink a rune. But, I mean, things are looking very good for Boom again. Like, it feels like the first 5 minutes are always a little bit of a struggle for Boom, but when you look at it, safe lane tower already down on the side of the Radiant. You have this Dusa free farming, and Quap is not having a great time here.
He's so focused on keeping Sanctity low that he's not getting any farms done. And it's a good jump, but there's no big spells behind it. As I say that, he has the Sonic Wave available, but Scam gets taken down in the meantime by Jab. Bottom side Sonic Wave catch onto Sanctity. Is he going to take down? He still has Shadow Strike.
He's earned.
Charge actually keeps him alive as Yopaj dies.
Damn, that hurts.
That very much hurts. Tried to outplay him, but unfortunately Sanctity is pretty good. We saw it on his buck last game. Now on the Void Spirit. Dodge and weave his way through, and Yopaj is now bottom of the course.
Yeah, that feels really bad. That the one heal take from the urn was enough, and I mean, yeah, you're gonna rely on the Slaughter now. Like, the Blink Dagger is 50 gold away, so Nico, he needs to do a lot in the next couple of minutes to enable this Quap back into the game, because with this build, Quap just doesn't like farm back. You need to get kills.
And those kills, like, you can't really kill the Dusa. You need to spend a lot to kill the Dusa. I think this is just
not without
where they need to extend the game as much as possible on the Radiant side and try and get it late.
Yeah, it might be the case again. I think they maybe could have killed Dusa, but not without Mortimers, and that's the second game in a row where and this time I don't even think they lost the experience room, right? They just don't have level 6 on Tim's.
Yeah, they're roaming around quite a bit. Scam is level 6, so he does have that Noth's projection. But it's really a game where both sides want to kind of... Dire has more of an aggressive approach. Radiant has pick off. But both of them kind of are just content with farming until very late.
So that's a smoke here from Boom. Looking for... I don't think they can kill... I guess if you land a Bushwhack, you might be able to kill the Pop. Nah.
Maybe even a Sharpshooter thrown out for good measures. Going for that Blade Mill. First item, unsurprisingly, Jack Boys is done with the Manta. Yep, full Manta being delivered to the Dusa. He's farming up the Radiance triangle as well. Jabs, second net worth, very... closely ahead of Natsumi, who is going for the Agnum Scepter in this game. As his
Slaughter going U-Scepter, by the way. Very interesting choice.
Okay, I guess against the Marcy jumping him, or jumping anyone.
I guess it's a way to like lock down the Dusa when she ultis. Like maybe you just
I
wait
think
till
it's a
someone is out.
combi. It's good against like the Marcy when he ulties or the Dusa when he ultis. Both of them.
Yeah.
And fantastic to hold down. It is weird to see it as a slaughter item because normally it's like Mars. It's Arcane Room scooped up in front of Sanctity by Nico, and the Blink Dagger reveal comes out.
I'm gonna try and get this mid tower here, which they game one it took them a long time to get a first tier one. So this is nice. TPs though.
Yeah, Sanctity. Ooh, again, the Bushwhack missing the mark. Nico gets himself back, and no deaths happen. I do miss the disruptors right now because there was always a glimpse when someone died. Now there's just nothing.
I think that's really one thing that Boom has done really well in both games of this series. Like they are very defensive of their towers. They don't want to give it away. Even the Deuce TPing. So overall, just making sure that there's a lot of space for the Deuce to farm without any threat.
I think that's pretty much spot on. As they are content here on the Radiant side. And as are we. I mean, we see a Deuce. I always had that with Alchemist, where I just love watching an Alchemist farm for a long time. Just relax. Jump in mid. Yo, Pudge. Sharpshooter not going to be able to connect. I know it's one of those things. I just enjoy how pro players can optimize farm patterns.
I like seeing Luna farm, like the sound of the glaives bouncing. It just tickles my little brain.
Yeah, that's also a nice one. Especially what I love to see Luna push the like high ground, where it's just like, oh, there's your base, bounce all over the place. Oh, there was your base.
Yeah. But did you watch this? Like they literally just went down with 2 heroes and took mid lane, and there was no response from Aureus. Like, I think it really shows the difference between how they approach this game. While they're mostly farming here on Aureus, it really feels like Boom cares more about their towers, and it just allows this Deuce to be 10,000 net worth at the moment. Like, and when the butterfly is up, all the minus armor is not gonna feel as strong because you need to land those hits for the minus armor to even matter.
Yeah, and it's gonna be a while before Gyrocopter has an MKB because he's almost done with the Ags. But afterwards, that's what BKB after, and maybe MKB then. But I don't know if you're tanky enough at that stage.
Yeah. Dazzle does have.
Nothing happening there. They just constantly throwing spells at each other, keeping each other at 80% HP. But there's a jumping up here, but this time around, Jab showing for fun. And the sharpshooter from Yokam, and yep. Yo Budge thought, gentleman's agreement. We don't kill each other, we just tickle. But that was a bit more there once Jab joins the fray.
They're looking for more here. That's intentional. He's gonna TP. No, he's dead.
Jab flipped himself on a ward as well. Oh, Norman. Oh,
the Wild Wing!
The save! Oh,
wait, is this missile level?
Nah, it's level 1 probably.
Okay, okay.
But Jabs does die, and that's actually a pretty big kill given to Nico on the Slardar, who is 1,000 gold behind Jabs, but still pretty fine for Slardar. Has a shard now done, going in for Yokam. There's a lot of damage, Sonic Wave, blow him up. Sanctity. To get anything done here. Jabs again with that Wild Wing Ripper just running around. Could he deny it? He's pushing Sanctity out of the way. Even from beyond the grave, he's useful.
Finally get that tower. Top also fell down. So finally a little bit of breathing room for the cores on the side of Aureus. But, this Dusa, this is going to be a 19-minute butterfly. Very scary timings here. And Jack Boys, he's going to be able to join fights very soon.
Yeah, the Deuce, that's kind of huge. One Scotty, after Scotty, you probably go Ags. With Butterfly very likely going for that Roche, you get that Aegis. How are they going to kill you once, not speaking twice?
Yeah. Gold lead at least did stabilize for the past couple of minutes, still holding on to 3K. And again, this is a game where technically they're supposed to scale a little bit better than Boom, like very, very late game. But, you know, this is another game where Yopaj is just not playing to the level we saw yesterday. Like, this Cop is very underfarmed.
Yeah.
Considering the matchup, right? Like, you would expect Cop to do much better here.
Yeah, in general, both of them have been just so much focused on harassing each other in lane that none of the two farmed, and they're also not. Quap is a decent farming hero. Void Spear is actually a terrible farming hero. Speaking of which, he is going for the Ags next, but yeah, there's just no farming that the hero does. Has long cooldowns on all of the spells.
He's all about fighting. As Smoke from Boom, looking for just some edge here for the Tormentor. Oh, good wrap around. Daytime arrives.
So Cookie gets him out of there, and Yopaj gets a snipe against him, but they need to run away. Scam is gonna get slowed down, but they can't get the kill here. However, that does mean Tormentor is ripe for the taken for Boom Esports to get that first shard of the game.
Yeah, really. I mean, it was nice positioning, but if you, because the Void Spear initiated on them, they never got to jump the supports. Like, the way they win a fight as Aureus here is finding either the Hoodwink or the Enchantress in the beginning of the fight, and they've been struggling to do that.
Void Spirit got the shard because Hoodwink bought his, so that's really good.
That's amazing. That's the only farming spell that this hero has, by the way, and they're gonna farm a Snapfire as well.
That does help a little bit more with Sanctity's game. Now he's about tied up with Jabs in terms of net worth. Jabs has his BKB at the ready, so a lot more sustainable going forward into these fights. And yeah, Jack Boys is close to one ultimate orb. Again, no one's even close to trying to attempt to eliminate him.
And the Slider did finish the U-Scepter. Very interesting build from Nico. Like, in general, I'm a big fan of his item builds. The U-Scepter, still trying to understand exactly what the goal is. Oh, that's Roche, by the way.
It's good against, like, you know, Spirit Buster is about to kill you, and combos like this where they want to sharpshooter you, with those shenanigans. But yeah, for the most part, it's going to be about that 2 seconds. So Stone Gaze, you lift her up. She doesn't buy BKB normally anyway. Sanctity takes a lot of damage though. Sonic Wave gets pump faked as they chase him, but Sanctity still had one more astral step and dodges it completely out of there. So no Sonic for a little bit, and they're about to push that bottom tier 2 tower down.
Things are looking really bad here for Aureus. Like, this Butterfly Aegis Dusa with level 18 is... like, he cannot be stopped at this moment. They do not have the tools to deal with Dusa at all.
Well, a scary game in there. Jabs very aggressively forefront. Is going for the Nullifier, which again is a very good game for it. Against a... I mean, they got items that they're building up, Solar Crest and whatnot, to buff up the Gyrocopter and keep them alive.
The U-Scepter. The U-Scepter.
Ah, that as well. The U-Scepter that will then immediately get countered.
That's another tier 2 down. This Dusa is such a freaking problem. Holy shit.
Do they go high ground that easily? Yeah, they kind of do, right? Against
they can if they want to. Like, they can poke, but I think they're just gonna get tier 2s.
Oh, Scam. Run, Scam. You're dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
Very much so. No! Well, it's a 3-man gang squad. Oh, Shadow Brave TP. Oh,
wow.
Scam. Oh, Scam. Bamboozled, jebaited, kept them busy. Obviously,
He's a pretty good player.
Yeah, Scam's pretty good. He's pretty good at this game. But I don't know if it's going to be good enough to try and keep this Deuce at bay. Currently level 19 as well, so almost into the extra Stone Gaze duration.
Yeah, Gyro. No plans to go for a Thompson Diffusal Blade of any sort, so just gonna be the standard Daedalus on the Gyrocopter.
And a lot less flair than last game. A couple of ganks here and there, but it's just Dusa farming, Gyro farming. Late game Dota is the plan here on both sides. Slider does manage to get the catch, but a 3-man bush.
Oh my lord!
From jabs as well. Pops the ult, going for Nico. Next, he's gonna get crushed up. Sonic Wave pushes them back. So much damage, but they stay alive as well on the Dire side. And that was an absolutely fantastic catch from Yoke. I'm going in for Yoke. Budgie cuts. How did that tree get cut?
Jokam has to be, I mean, the MVP for both of the series. Like, a pristine tough game, kept them so late into what felt like a lost game. And then you have this insane bushwhacks that he's landing on the Hoodwink. Not even playing the same hero so far. And I don't know. I really felt like this draft was going to be much better for Aureus, but I can't help but feel like Kyopaj is underperformed in the laning stage a little bit.
Yeah, Sanctity didn't like even destroy him or anything. Oh, Scam is caught out. Nico got stunned up as well, and they're trying to chase for any kills that are left behind, but they're too fast, and the catch on the Radiant side isn't great. Even picks up illusion rune there to dodge the slow from the Shadow Strike. And they back off. Jackboy's TP's in, jumping onto Natsumi.
Oh no.
He does have a BKB to try and run away, but is taking a heap of damage. Jackboy's got that Scotty available as well. And Natsumi, can he get out? Yes, he can. They won't be able to finish him off, but there's no BKB for another fight on the Radiant side. Still have an H for another 25 seconds. That should at least be a little bit of damage coming in towards that tier 3 tower.
Yeah, they're gonna pop the glyph. Age is about to expire, but honestly, it feels like this Dusa, like they can kill the Void Spirit, so you can imagine how hard it would be to kill Jackie.
Yeah, it's the Void Spirit, like he's just getting out every time. He's got that Resonant Pulse as well with the Aghanim Scepter, so he got the 2 shields. Then you have Marcy right behind him every single time to help him out. They've got the Solar Crest on the Enchantress because they have physical damage primarily on the Radiant side, so Solar Crest is all you need. And there's a Nullifier on the Marcy now, so the Radiant doesn't have the best defensive tools. Obviously, Shadow Grapes help works against it, but yeah, that's going to be a set of rats.
No response. I mean, they can keep going, right? They're gonna wrap around here. They were trying to finish the Slardar eggs before the fight, but it's just not gonna be available. So, oh, they're going top. So this wraparound is gonna take so long.
And they know they're wrapping around. They're trying to block the wraparound. Sanctity is already standing in the front.
Yeah,
going all the way around. They're going lane around.
I mean,
they
yeah, your base though.
From the Observe ward, at least. But their tier 3 tower is about to drop. Tim spotted in the creep. They do get the jump on. Yokam gets away. Just barely jump onto Yopaj. He's taking a lot of damage. Shellowgrave has been used to silence up. Can he get the blink away in time? Yes, he can. Ticks down though. Almost drops through the damage. And Scam is going to be left behind enemy lines. Jabs is dropping pretty close with the globs of death. But no kill secured once again by the Radiant side. And they are just getting outdone, outplayed, outsmoked here by Boom Esports.
They really are. I mean, it's a nighttime fight, so getting the jump is not going to be easy. They don't have any nighttime vision heroes. to look for the Hoodwink. And that's kind of we alluded to. Like, you need to find a Hoodwink or the Enchantress, because those are the heroes who are going to be able to burst. But even though Nico got a fairly decent Blink Dagger timing, they just didn't find the openings they needed.
And they back off. I mean, right now it's just, I guess, wait for the next row. So Natsumi is going to spot it, so has that BKB at the ready. Yopaj pump fakes his Sonic Wave, gets hypnotized, back. Yopaj dropping low, and Yopaj is going to get the blink to the side. Spirit Vessel ticking though.
He might be dead.
Stay alive in the fountain just in time.
Yeah, fast brain there. Gets the TP.
How do you recoup this game?
I don't think you do. Like, you need a throw. Like, you need them to dive base. But the thing is that Boom's draft is not necessarily easy to even dive. Like, the Dusa just needs to be hitting the towers.
Yeah, you'd need to have, like, Sanctity double Astral stepping into the Radiance Fountain to give you a shot at this stage. Natsumi is going for Rapier. He's like, okay, gotta get something magical going. Maybe that's the answer. Just have enough damage that you can clear them from long range.
Yeah, I think so. That's probably the only way back into this game. Like, killing the supports without them realizing you have Rapier. Because this Deuce is just not dying. I don't know. Like, unless everyone else dies.
He's running right towards jabs. And he's very dead. That little Yule Scepter is gonna keep him alive there. Philippines! Philippines! Woo!
That is the weirdest item I've seen Nico build. Like, I've been down with most of his item choices, but I still am not sure I understand the Yule Scepter this game.
I can understand why, but it's just not. Like, you'd rather have a BKB.
Yeah.
Or a Heaven's Halberd if you're meant to counter the Dusa with it.
Well, we'll see if anything is gonna change here so far. Just seems like a pretty easy game. Yeah, just wait for the Aegis and you win the game. Like,
finish the game, go on to 3, and look to 3-0. The way that it's looking. Game 1 obviously was very close. This game was nowhere even.
yeah, it feels like for the first time, Aureus is getting a little bit in their head. Like, they never allowed losses to affect their performances. You're gonna get this Enchantress as Roche dies. Yeah. But that's about it.
Do they?
Can they even kill her?
Finally they kill her. It cost them 2 ultis.
Oh, they did leave the pit. They're coming for this.
Yep, and they're going in for the... Oh, my lord.
Sheesh.
There's just... That's rubbing salt on the wound right there. They spent so much time and effort killing that Enchantress that they just walk out the pit. Get a double kill, including Yopaj.
The nice part about that, though, is it does buy time for this Gyrocopter to finish his Rapier, I think. Like, he will have Rapier for high ground defense. If he sells, like, the... Yeah, he did sell the Rapier already. Yeah, he's gonna have money, I think.
Doesn't have a courier for 2 minutes, though.
Yeah, he's gonna have to walk. Gonna have to do the old walkaroo. Wait, he's going back. Oh, he's not gonna have it then.
Yep, nope, that's not gonna be Rapier gaming. It seems for another minute. That's at least mega secured for the dire side before Rapier is up.
Yeah.
Slider does have his Ags now. At least has that status resistance and extra armor, but you get all those little ether remnants around the area. You want to get that slithering press jump into that. That's what me is running to get the Rapira gaming.
Yeah. Just have it now. I mean, he has the item locked up, but will eventually disassemble. All right, are they going for the YOLO move? They are. In order to do so, find someone else. There you go.
Goes in. Still engaged immediately, and Slimer's dead. And Scam's dead. And everyone's in trouble. Yopaj used Sonic Wave as well. Gonna jump in, he dodges the first blast stun onto Yopaj. Quidapane dropping low there, really not some EU. Jarokopter trying to pump it down, jump stakes a lot, but it's nowhere near enough. They drained Medusa's mana, but yeah, he just didn't have enough time to get the damage out. GG is for Boom Esports. After a thrilling game 1, they wash game 2 and put Team Aureus 0-2 in this series.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of like their draft. I'm not sure. I think the biggest problem was Yopaj. Like, he wasted some Sonic Waves. The Gyro had an okay game. The Slardar had an okay game. Technically, I guess the biggest issue was all of the support rotations, right? We talked about it. The supports not having their level 6s to allow for those kills was maybe the biggest thing we can touch on. Like, the Snapfire got her 6 at the 13 or something. And the Slardar could only rotate once he had Blink. And maybe the game was too passive, which allowed the Dusa to grow a little bit too big before they were ready.
Yeah, the Dusa just didn't get harmed at all. We knew, obviously, even if they picked Gyro, Dusa is going to be the strongest hero in the game. That's just the way Dusa runs, unless you get like a hard counter to the hero. But I didn't expect it to go this way. Horribly sideways. Jab's also winning his lane against the Gyrocopter. Mid going even, but Sanctity doing such a good job. Yes, his farm was actually pretty weak compared to the other cores, except for Yopaj. He kept Yopaj constantly on that low fun, so he couldn't really play the game as well as he would like, and they just can't kill Enchantress. Like, the hero is stupid this match. They spend a solid 15 seconds trying to full in Snapfire ulti trying to kill it, stuff like that. It's just not ideal. Enchantress is a pain to play against, but there's so many pains in this game, and that's why we love Dota. Nonetheless, that does conclude game number 2. Team Aureus, can they come back and go for the reverse sweep, or will this just be a dud at 3-0 finals? We'll have to wait for game number 3 after the break.
But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time, and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang and the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again, when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again, when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again, when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. Eyes that buy the builds of Oaken, eyes that buy the sails there, eyes that buy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper, codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogle, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Eyes the boy that builds the boat, and eyes the boy that sails her. Eyes the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogle, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogle, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English alehouse, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a walking alone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting ready for game number 3 here between Boom Esports and Team Aureus, and it is, I mean, game 1 was a very close one. It went over the hour. Game 2 was very one-sided, wasn't it, Bowie?
It was, and you know, it is a little bit concerning here for Aureus because they tried 2 different strategies that worked for them in other games. This minus armor one worked pretty well, I think, against Draconics. We saw them playing something a bit similar to game 1 as well, but neither worked. And the fact they're banning this Sand King, picking Marcy, like they're banning a lot of the Nico heroes that worked and forcing like not allowing the Sand King to be played by Opaj seems to be a problem. Like they need to find a way to get their mojo back, and I think this 3rd draft they're gonna have to innovate. They're gonna have to do something they haven't before.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to need to make some changes here, as they did manage, they just straight up struggled very much in that game too. I don't know if it's, I mean, it's probably the Opa Jiro hope that Sand King is left through, something along those lines. It is not immediately first phase banned, so that already makes it a little bit more problematic. But yeah, you need Yopaj to be active. Quap is actually one of his better heroes, so it was surprising to me that it went so terribly wrong.
Yeah, I like looking at the matchup, like the CS was fine, but it should have definitely been a bit better for the Quap. And then there were like 2 Sonic Waves that didn't get kills, and in general, like she didn't really get a lot of runes, right? They rotated, every support rotated. The first one I think got denied. The other, the 8-minute rune, the Void Spirit picked it up. It was just unfortunate. I think, yeah, the Quap might be fine, but they need to find an eco hero, and maybe you have to pick it first, honestly, so that you allow Yopaj to get a better matchup later down the draft.
Yeah, I think that might be an important factor here, the Nico hero. Game 1, he was very impactful. Game 2,
because the Slaughter
less so.
Yeah, I think like he had a decent Slaughter game last time, but he looked much better with the Bristles and Primals and Marcy's. And something has to go through here, right? We've already banned 2 heroes that are not Nico heroes.
And they do have first pick on Team Aureus. That's something they haven't had in the first 2 games. So yeah, that might actually be a difference maker here. Obviously, the one thing that always springs to mind is they might just pick Snapfire, but I would really like to see them focus on Nico's game a little bit more. I think he is definitely the star player for the team. I mean, obviously Skem is, but Skem can play anything. So yeah, make sure that Nico can be that carry from the offlane, as a lot of offlaners do these days.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they do ban Naga here. Yeah, the Marcy I think is the biggest hero for Nico. That's the one he always picks up. But he can play Bristle. So Bristle could be an option right now if he wants to go that route.
5 seconds remaining.
Impossible.
Team pick. Boom.
But they could have picked the Dawnbreaker. Oh.
NP.
Yopaj did play an NP game, I think.
They did definitely play it in their team. I can't remember if it was Yopaj or Natsumi playing it. Obviously, it has flex with Scam being able to play it easily as well. But it is not that bad of a choice to have in general if you're playing. They banned on, but for other global strategies that they might want to go for and the early rotations, I think that especially, they just had no early rotations in these games to make a play. Enchantress comes up on Boom Esports. Obviously, NP is a Spirit Vessel builder, so that should already be semi-countered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he did not play NP on Yopaj, so...
Who played it then?
I think it was Natsumi. It was either +4 or Natsumi. I'm looking here. Because I was searching by player, so...
Okay. It was... I'm quickly checking. Saying I'm checking. I have the wrong game in front of me.
So it was indeed Mr. Natsumi. He lost, by the way, but he did play one game.
Yeah, it was against Nemesis. It was the anti-mage game. Yeah, there was no chance they could win
that. I do like the Ursa ban, but I hope they remember the anti-mage because that is definitely a matchup that is annoying. And also, in fact, the Disruptor is open, which means Boom could also pick that hero. Very good against NP.
Yeah, we've seen Disruptor in general be impressive in the qualifier so far, and NP really needs to remove that one, or Team Aureus, or manage to pick it if Boom Esports goes for something different. But also, as you said, the anti-mage is pretty good against the NP, but it had a lot to do in that game, especially because they also had a Storm mid, so then anti-mage, like, easy. And there's always the flex potential here. Like an H-Profit, put it on Scam, put it on Tim's.
I would be very happy with this NP actually being a support. Like, I hope they try to bait some weird pick to counter the NP, and they transition this to, like, a Tim's hero, ideally, because I still feel like they could pick the Gyro, and as long as everyone else gets a hero they want, it should be fine. So, you could pick Bristle here, too. Yeah, you can pick Disruptor.
Like, you kind of have
to. You could pick Disruptor Bristle here.
That could definitely work. We know that Disruptor gets played by both Tims and Schem. So it could also be that +4 Disruptor if you need it. But in general, against Centaur, Stampede, they try to save someone, and you just glimpse them back, and, well, they're dead.
Mm-hmm. They are really using the reserve time here. They go Clock instead.
And Disruptor.
So it is core NP. They're not hiding it at all.
Well, it is probably going to be Natsumi then, and maybe Yopaj, but don't really expect it on Nico. But if they have a Clockwork, I'm assuming it's going to be a Scam Clockwork 5 with a Disruptor Clockwork 4 for Tim, so that you have an MP safe with a Clockwork in front of it. Very good against the center and lane as well. The Clockwork, plus 2 really good counters to the Stampede with the Cogs and Glimpse. But there's the counter to the Glimpse, obviously with the Shadow Demon Demonic Disruption save.
They could do so here if they want to. I guess if you do so, they might anti-mage on 18, but...
Yeah, they 100% anti-mage on 18 if you do so here.
They go co-op, okay. So what is Yopaj playing, first of all?
Void Spirit?
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly not bad. NP is also a decent matchup against co-op. like you have the treants to do more damage. You can TP back to base, so the dagger harass matters way less. You can gank side lanes.
I don't think you should get treants if you go mid quad or at all on.
Yeah, treants suck, but I still feel like mid NP could be an option. It's just that it feels like Yopaj, he has like not a lot of heroes he likes to play dispatch. Yeah, it's gonna be an Ember.
Ember Spirit is nice. I do know Natsumi. I think he didn't buy Spirit Vessel, and you kind of want one this game, so it might go to Yopaj's task to get the Spirit Vessel against the Enchantress.
10 seconds remaining.
And
Yeah.
Centaur. Guap actually.
It is.
Kind of also needed against Guap.
Ember struggles against Shadow Demon, right? With the
Very
Demonic
much so.
Purge.
Demonic Purge is horrible
So-
to deal with.
I guess the lane might be very good, but you do gotta watch out for that.
I mean, that's the thing.
And now you-
but Shadow Demon counters like half the hero roster with Demonic Purge because it's just so stupidly strong of a spell.
So do you ban TB or do you save your Aureus here? Because you're already pretty much committed for the NP.
I mean, last pick is for Boom Esports, so I would definitely ban Dusa because they have
Yeah.
a Centaur, and you don't want to hit your ride fest where you just get wiped.
They might
Other
just pick
options.
TB then. So make sure. I guess they could pick Darks here for Aureus, even though there's Demonic Purge and there's 2 dispels. It's not a great Darkseer game.
10 seconds remaining.
Like, except for the Shadow Demon, wouldn't be a bad Primal game. But again, Shadow
True.
Demon he only has 1 Demonic Purge. He can't hit everyone.
Yeah. I'm fine with the Primal actually. I would love to see like he had such a good game, but he really doesn't like running it as much as I considering like how much of a stomp it was against 2 counters in lane. Expected him to rely on the hero a little bit more when these bristles and Dawnbreakers get banned.
Well, they're taking their sweet time. I mean, other options for Boom Esports that would be like Hit Your Ride is the one spell that springs to mind the entire time. That is just scary. In ultra late game, we saw it at TI multiple times. So Dusa is just too wild to let through.
Yeah, I think you let the TB through, and you pick something that has a decent response to it. Darkseer comes to mind, but I feel like Ench just makes his life so hard.
No, you can't lane against Ench as a Darkseer.
Yeah.
And also, it's probably a Disruptor pulse 4, so then you have a Darkseer Disruptor lane.
The thing is, I think if you pick Primal here, expecting the TB, they're gonna pick something else. So you need to pick something stable that is just gonna do a relatively good job.
Yeah, but at least you force them away from TB, which is, I think, the plus. Timbersaw, okay. It's, again, Shadow Demon, hard counters Timbersaw because of Demonic Purge against the Ags. But besides that, not a bad Timbersaw game.
Yeah, it's okay against TB, and it does wreck Enchantress. It's honestly a decent pick. I think Timber is just not a good hero right now, but considering the options they have, might be the better one.
It also makes sure that a couple of heroes don't get picked, especially the strength heroes. I mean, some of them still might get picked. We even saw, I don't know if it was here.
Remember when Luna was a hero? Remember that hero?
It is in
Nova?
other regions. Literally, I've seen like 7 games of Luna yesterday.
Nova.
Nova.
There's no way they're gonna pick. They're not gonna pick Luna. They're gonna pick like I don't know. TA?
Is Gyro banned?
Yeah, Gyro's fine. TA
Gyro
is
works.
gives them
One of
Roche.
The better laners against Timber. Troll Warlord, I think, is also still available. Yeah, also
The Abaddon.
TA is also good against Timber. Yep. Very good
Okay.
against Timber, actually.
I like Boom's draft. I feel like they're on a roll. You know, Aureus, they're gonna have to really, they really need to give their hearts out here because I do think Boom has a slight out draft in this game.
I am on the fence. I'm actually going the other direction. I slightly like the Team Aureus draft a bit more. I think Boom has a scary, especially when you get to later portions of the game with the Hitch a Ride, that it gets kind of scary. But on Team Aureus' side, I love the fact that they have a lineup that from minute 2 can be in-your-face aggressive, that Boom Esports can't. They need like center with Blink. With a lot of centers these days, they go for like, especially Jabs tends to go for the Helm of the Dominator, and then you go for Pipe, and then you go for Crimson Guard, and then like, and then eventually you get Blink, and until that point, like Timbersaw in your face, MPTP, Ember Spirit with the chains, jumping all across the map. You got Disruptor with the glimpses and the Clockwork with the hook shots. I think they can be that aggressive this game compared to last game, where they will be able to overwhelm. Obviously, after last game, I don't know what's going to happen, but I like their draft here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying I dislike it. I just feel like Boom's slightly better. But yes, I'm not saying it's like a huge outdraft. Yopaj, though, I think that he needs to deliver this time around. They picked this Ember a little bit later on, so you are supposed to do well against Sanctity. And I would say the carry matchup for Natsumi, maybe for the first time in this series, is advantageous. Because, like, he played Gyro into Ursa, which is definitely not great. He played Gyro into Dusa, definitely not great either. So even though he actually first picked his hero, it is an overall good matchup against TA.
Yeah, and you also have the... it has the threat, of course. One bad TP, you're dead. But you also have the split push shenanigans that he can go for later in the game. Backdoor, even, potentially. If you get to that point in the game, you've got solid global presence with the Clockwork, Mystic Flare, and the hook shots from long range, and MPTP. And the Radiant is more composed in that regard. Plus, also, if you try to gank someone and there's a Stampede, Glimpse sends him back. That's always just neat. But obviously, they have a counter with it with Jokam. And Jokam is going to be, again, in my eyes, he has to pull out another star performance, like game 1 and 2.
Well, he could play pretty bad because they can lose 2 games. But yeah, ideally, you know, getting this 3-0, going home early, doesn't always feels pretty good.
I mean, all these teams have other qualifiers at the same time, so.
Oh, that is true. Oh,
yeah.
Jabs gets found.
But that's it. That was anticlimactic. Glimpse? No? Okay. He does have a glimpse now leveled on Scam, so he's a little bit sad.
Okay. Well, the hardest lane for Aureus is probably gonna be this Nico lane. The Timbersaw does not like that lane. I wouldn't say Disruptor necessarily helps you that much, so you do gotta be mindful.
Back, but, let's just keep them. Oh, Tim's is here.
Oh,
let's get the guy
hello.
to Jack Boys. Doesn't catch Jack Boys, and the disruption actually makes it so that he can't go for the bounce. But Jokam dropping low. So is Nico. It is going to be first blood for Skem, as the creep waves are going to collide soon enough, and Jack Boys should be able to get there in time. But 1-for-1 trade already at the start.
Not too shabby.
And Yokwajin mid up against Sanctity Pain. You can dodge Shadow Strike with the Sleight of Fist, but he's got level 1 Flame Guard, so I guess it's going to be more of a... because that helps you with farming instead of fighting build with Sleight of Fist and chain spam. I guess Yokwajin's more looking to... if he loses the lane, he can farm up some jungle camps to recover.
And you pressure the Ember way more with because it is way harder to dodge Scream of Pain. You gotta be... You need to be 15 years old to do that.
Luckily enough, they're all older.
Exactly.
And there's, yeah, creep wave pulls. It's a double melee lane bottom, so it is Tim's on the clockwork and the disruptor being played by Skem, so it's like change in that regard compared to what I initially expected to be the case.
I do feel like that clock helps the Timber a bit more at least, because he can bounce people around, he's tanky, like he can soak damage. Disruptor isn't really a sponge.
Yeah. That's true. The only downside is you're playing a double melee against double range lane, which is slightly more unfavorable. But
Yeah.
Tims will just have to pull the creep wave back the entire time as Nico is taking some hefty damage there with those meld strikes.
Yeah, this lane is gonna be a lot about poking. There's probably not gonna be any kills by Aureus here. At best, you maybe isolate the Enchantress, but she already has Nature's Attendant, so the chance this edge dies is so extremely low.
For the time being, obviously it changes once you get to the point of Timbersaw, like level 4. As I say that, he went reactive armor, so it's not going for like a kill Timbersaw lane.
Yeah, wants that extra armor against the TA. It's valid, right?
Yeah, no, it's much needed against the TA. It's just always sad as a Timbersaw that you can't just go for those Timber Chain Whirling Death levels. So you randomly spot, center or top lane once you're level 6, and then chop, 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 dead.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to wait a little bit for that. But if he has a good start, maybe he only gets 1 point of reactive. But for now, at least 1 will be needed. NP having a great time.
Yeah, it's not too bad of a lane. Obviously, if they get on top of you, it gets a bit dicey with like Disruption and Centaur Stomp, but Disruptor can just limp back the Centaur if he wants to go in for the Natsumi kill. And you always, on any point of this game, have to be careful on any lane that there might be an NP TPing in. That's why I do like the fact that they went for the Quap, because he can just blink out if he sees anyone get close.
Yeah, that is true. Unfortunate, Yopaj going for the 2 points in Flame Guard against Quap. A lot of the times we see, max light of fist with chains because it gives you lockdown on her, and it even allows the NP to help. So he's not gonna have a lot of kill potential early on. He's mostly gonna be farming apparently.
Yeah, but that's kind of no. Natsumi plays hero. Doesn't want to go for that spirit. It's such a good spirit vessel game, though. But that's what Yopaj is for. He's got the vessel queued up. It's amazing against Quap. It's amazing against Centaur, Enchantress, even against the TA, as the TA would get his refraction charges taken care of.
True.
And
very good against TA.
Yeah, they're just dragging the creep way back on the Dire side, so that Nico can get some nice farm, which actually he's having a pretty good time on the Timbersaw so far. Thanks to all the creep wave pulling by Tims.
True. I mean, this is looking pretty good. This is one of the best laning stages for Aureus so far. I was very scared for the Timbersaw.
Sanctity, dropping low, gank in mid, and they get the kill with that rotation from Natsumi. So first TP a success.
Okay, there you go. Everyone doing well in lane. You already have this gank happening. You get first blood on your support. Things are way better than I expected, actually.
Skem is in a lot of trouble. It's luckily enough only level 2, but get away. Shadow Poison level 3. That's 96 damage. Not enough. If he had level 2 on that Shadow Poison, he would have been dead.
Little Paulserino.
That was perfect.
And wait, who was the team that paused? Was it the classic? Ah, yeah, it's Team Aureus. They got them, them fat lags. Nico's doing really well for me. Like, he's top net worth. Natsumi is second.
Yeah.
How?
And he left his lane to gank. Still top. I mean, second is yes. I am honestly not that sure. Especially the Ench, right? Supposed to pressure. I guess the Ench did leave the lane for a while now. Looking for. I'm not even sure what Narman is doing in the triangle.
Maybe looking for stacks, which
Ember is not the best stacking hero, and I mean the clock's bottom, so I don't know.
The more you know. I mean, Timbersaw is a hero that can really pop off if you're not careful, and he's having a very good time at the moment as well. So he's going to pressure the tower here with Tim's doing the quick wave to the small camp. And again, like all cores are doing pretty well except for the mid lane cores. They're harassing each other so much that they both are sucking at the farming part.
And
NP
just annoying the Ember.
Is gonna get cancelled. Too far away. Natsumi doesn't want to waste too much time. Needs his level 6 so he can help even better with possible ganks.
Disruptor TP now.
Oh, if he timed that one on the blink, that could have been pretty
good. You need to click a little bit faster. Fortunately, he's not 15 years old anymore.
Yeah, no, he's old man scam. I have no idea how old he is.
I think he's like 25?
Yeah,
maybe he's
25.
like when Envy brought him in, like he was 15 or something, right? He was very young. I mean, Envy was still playing.
I would have expected him older, considering how long I've seen him play.
Yeah. It's like the pure effect, right? You heard of him for so long, but then you realize that he was, I don't know, 14 when the first heard of him.
I mean, the wildest thing to me is the fact that Satanic is still 17. Like that especially. Like I feel like I've heard that name for 4 years now.
I mean, he's been hyped up for so long. How old was Sume when he won TI? Was he 17 as well?
I think he might have been 16.
I think it was 16 when he joined EG, but I don't know. Yeah. Oh, bottom lane.
Sonic Wave onto Nico. Can he get away? He's gonna go for the TP
TP
back.
out.
Shadow Strike is taking him down, and he gets the TP out in time. Tim's does have a TP. Is not gonna use it. Glimpse comes out down to the pain. And now he's gonna go for the TP. Sanctity doesn't have the damage because he only has 1 point in Scream of Pain, which is problematic for the Quap as it makes sure that your farming speed is very low.
Yeah. Also, I think the biggest problem is that when we look at Boom, they don't really have a lot of stuns, right? The only reliable stun is the Centaur. So this TP plays out of fights might become common just because, you know, just
Camille was
TP.
17.
Okay.
I had to do some math because it was in 2015. We were born early in the year of 1999.
So yeah, Satanic did miss the timing to be, you know, as maybe as young as Sumeo to win TI, but still got like very impressive placing considering his age.
Yeah, they did pretty wonderful at TI. It was a great showing. And again, we had a playoff without Spirit, which feels weird.
Yep.
That was very strange not to see Spirited in the playoffs.
Yeah, what isn't there like a rumor Satanic's gonna play mid for Spirit or something like that?
I mean, he used to play for Spirit. There was also a rumor that he was going to be playing. Jabs trying to run away. Nicholas here. Centaur is chopped up. As Yokam tries to TP out, we'll get the TP to safety because Scam wasn't close enough for the glimpse. I mean, there's plenty of rumors right now about Satanic and where he's going. before TI was the rumor that he was going to Tundra as their safe laner instead of Chrysalis. Now Chrysalis is playing for Mouse, but technically he's still benched, I think, for Tundra.
Yeah, and Saberlight's playing for what's the name? And even though he's on Liquid. Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. They are all under contract, and if you want to buy them, you have to spend an ungodly amount of money.
It's millions of dollars.
Which is quite a lot of money. In the which there's a good jump onto the Enchantress. They're trying to chop him down. And Nico on a killing spree on the Timber Saw. Glimpse comes in onto Sanctity as they want to try and keep that Arcane Rune in dire hands, but that's not going to be possible. Jab scooping that one up. Is going after the Helm of Dominator for the Blink Dagger, so he feels like they need to be a bit more active, or at least he needs to be a bit more active than he would otherwise like to be.
Yeah, I mean, he is gonna farm really fast. He already has 4 points of Retaliate with Chipped Vest and the armor and the creep from Helm of the Dominator. So it's probably gonna take him 2 minutes to finish this Blink Dagger.
That's what I'm saying.
But, you know, all in all, this is still like the best laning stage for Aureus so far. So let's see if they can keep it up as they are looking for the TA.
Yeah,
She does have vision, though.
Boys. Yeah, there is no... I mean, they know he has vision because they have a sentry next to the observer. But yeah, it's 11 minutes into the game and Clockwork's still level 4.
Yeah.
Disruptor is also level
6
4.
on
The supports
Disruptor.
have no experience at all.
Okay. They do get Narman. I mean, overall though, just kill score wise and looking at the cores, they're all having great lanes. So this time, at least like if your supports are suffering, it makes sense because your cores are benefiting from it. But as you said, if they had Static Storm, Quap suddenly becomes a kill. I mean, everyone can die if you have Static Storm.
Oh yeah, Quap is 100%. Once you get Static Storm, you just drop it on the Quap. And Timber Shot anywhere nearby, it's a kill. NPTP in. That's what he's got the Maelstrom done. He's going for the Mjolnir. Is farming up or stacking the Ancients stack, which he significantly failed on. Does need to make sure that it doesn't get spotted by the Radiant side though, that Ancient stack, because TA is very good at clearing it. And that's me. Is top net with Jack Boys second, and Nico is keeping. Oh, Nico's actually going for the Ancient stack, and he's got the Kaya done. He's going to use that money to quickly get his Blink Dagger.
Oh.
And Timbersaw is a scary hero once Blink Dagger is in play, because so many times this is a bad game for Ags because they have 2 dispels. But the plus side of Ags that is great is if you get Blink Dagger and Ags, you actually have the damage to blow someone up. You just wait until it runs up to max, and then you get that blink in, Chakram, Whirling Death, Timber Chain combo, and you just see someone vanish.
I mean, considering they already have so much reach, he doesn't even need that, right? Because the NP can join from anywhere. Clock does have level 6 now. You have the Ember with mobility, so all they need is vision, and those heroes can definitely fall with the blink being done. Nico, by the way, was the highest net worth hero. Is the highest net worth hero after farming that stack.
Yeah, the top 2 on the dire side. Yopaj is struggling a little bit, but he does get a couple of kills every once in a while. Has 4 Spirit Vessel charges now as well. So that's going to be stacked up for quite some time on the Ember Spirit, and that's primarily what he needs to do at this stage in the game, is going Kaya Sanj, so that he has that sustain, but also the outgoing damage.
And there is level 6 now for the Disruptor, so they can potentially hunt some heroes. There is not a smoke, though, available for Scam.
Does have Hook Shot, goes in onto the TA, And there is Nico nearby. Root comes up onto Jackboy. Static Storm.
Static Storm.
There is no kinetic field, but the disruption save is nice. For the time being, is it going to be enough? Jackboy's dropping low, goes for the Melt Strike, stun onto Yopaj. Ember Spirit
the
is
healing.
dead. Nico chasing deeper. He has refraction in a second, and he does get the refraction off in time. So they lose Natsumi and Yopaj. Nico is on the run. They got so freaking close to getting a couple of kills there, but nobody died on the Radiant side.
Yeah, I mean, this TA is so tanky. Did stop for Falcon Blade and Dragonlance, so it's really hard to bring Jack Boys down. Even, like, he can actually man up, and they didn't have the raw damage, especially if the support's helping out. 4 points. I'm sorry, 2 points of healing on the Enchantress, just allowing the TA to survive through it.
That was a pretty painful one. Yeah, again, disruption save. Level 1 disruption is all you need. Keeps the TA alive in that fight, and they can just continue after the Static Storm is over. So, I mean, for everyone, that is really going to be the target of this game. SD needs to die first before you realistically can do anything else.
Yeah, and I think you probably want to kill Quap more than you want. Like, you probably want to leave the TA to kill her later. Quap was probably gonna die faster, so maybe there's no time for the disruption to be cast. But with that build, the TA, I mean, TA is the highest, the second highest HP on their side.
Yeah, Queen of Pain, of course, went for the Kaya first item. Once BKB and Sanj comes in, Quap is a lot more tanky, but the stage very squishy and easy to blow up, but you need to get that catch going, and that is kind of where they're struggling. Clockwork had to use the hook shot on the TA that was right next to him. There is no kinetic field on the disruptor, so they don't have that catch yet either. And then it's Sprout and Timber Chains as their only control spells.
Yopaj, again, even with this Flame Guard build, lowest farm core. And like his core is fine, right? But he's just not able to farm either heroes or creeps, apparently.
And even if you try to take a fight, you get Demonic Purge, because Ember Spirit is the best target to Demonic Purge. Always, really.
Yeah.
And then Flame
But
Guard
he
immediately
chose
gets
to
the-
play into it, right?
Yeah.
It's not like they countered him.
And that's a tiny smidgen of a problem there.
Yeah. So, I mean, NP still farming though. We'll get the Mjolnir done after the Ancients are taken. So, Natsumi is still having a very good time. But Deso is on the way for Jack Boys, and that's when I think especially the Disruptor is gonna struggle. Like, he's going drums, but he might have to like rush a Ghost after.
Drums is an interesting choice. I haven't seen that one in the Disruptor in a while. Maybe it's either Blink or Glimmer Blink or Solar Crest. But that's at least everyone runs Solar Crest.
Not sure if it's like he's trying to disengage from Stampede or being able to follow up, but yeah, it's a choice. It's a item choice.
Well, TA is now top net with after that fight, of course. Natsumi in second place, has the Mjolnir now, so that should increase his farming speed quite a lot, especially with the global presence added into the mix. But Nico saying Blink Dagger available. You do have to be careful at any time that a random Timber Saw jumps out the trees and slashes you down.
Speaking of the random Timber Saw, already has Kaya and BKB's on the way for Nico, so still having a pretty decent game.
One that is also scary is going to be that center blink. Once it's done, Jabs is very close, has the Blade Mill already finished up. Very good against heroes like Timber Saw, who will have that, I mean, the spell reflect damage on Timber Saw is really good. And Scam is walking over all these nice little psionic traps. I think they know that there's a trap plate, an observer ward placed there. Just literally saw him put it down. And that's the extra vision coming out from the TA. The traps all over the map, seeing anyone walk into his direction.
Smoke, they want to debut that Blink Dagger on the Centaur. Nico is relatively low HP, so yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, he's dead. Walks over another trap. So many traps, not a sentry in the Radiant jungle at all, so all those traps are going to be left behind and left alone.
I'm surprised at like what Aureus is waiting here, because like you have this Static Storm for a while. It's not like anyone is rushing a BKB, so I do feel like their playstyle is a little bit passive considering the types of heroes that they have.
Gives the enemy a chance to make a play. I guess they're a little bit fearful of. I mean, do they even have? They have a smoke on Tim's. But it's probably that they're waiting for like the 20-minute mark for Tormentor, and that they'll look for a play right before Tormentor is up, so that they can grab it. Last game, of course, they failed that. They tried to, and then they caught Nico, I think, on the
So
starter.
they do smoke. They want to connect to the Timbersaw here through the gate.
Oh, Jack Boys walking in the lane.
Nico.
And they pop that. First life, rocket flare comes up. Nico charging forward. Arms already dead. Jabs is gonna get glimpsed backstack some kinetic field on the Timbersaw. Aside the Centaur, they do get a kill on the Tims, but they find Jabs in response, and even Jabs' little creep gets taken down. That Nico Timbersaw damage is quite effective, as we see them just get chopped up in two.
Crazy damage. Not sure they needed a Static Storm because Centaur doesn't have Stampede. Didn't had at least for that fight, but at the end of the day, they get 2 kills. Gold lead diminishes severely here. Yeah, that is the type of move I think they have to be going for every time Static Storm is up. Because BKBs are going to take a while. Quap is very farmed, but still needs like 2.5k gold to BKB.
TPing towards mid, but there's a smoke. Oh, Sanctity blinks in to get the amplified damage room. Nico charged forward and the Rosh yeets him to the side. Oh, Roshan Yopaj now also getting yeeted around.
The Ember too.
Oh, Sanctity very lucky. If he got yeeted the wrong direction, he was dead.
Yeah. That has to be one of the best things they added in that patch. Like, that is one of my favorite things.
You just don't pay attention for a second and then yeet! And the damage is as well
smoke.
like, substantial.
Static Storm is going to be up in 5.
They're really looking for, they know from both sides that they're going to try and take it, so Boom kind of needs to win a fight first. Speaking of which, they find Quadlet on the side, and that is Tim's that has a buyback. They want to use it though, to try and defend the Tormentor. Gotta be careful. They are keeping them occupied for the time being, as Natsumi got the TP
Cam did
available.
steal the experience.
Yeah, nice little shrine steal. Shadow Demon is TPing in, gets glimpsed out. Sanctity is going to go for the kill onto Scam. They are going to get the Tormentor because they have the TA in that area. So it is a free shard for the Ench.
I think I understand what is the goal of the drones this game. He's going Boots of Bearing so that you cannot slow down anyone with Demonic Purge. Right?
I mean, can you purge off? Like, does it work against Demonic Purge?
You can purge drums, but you cannot purge Bearing.
Okay. I always wondered how that exactly worked. I never tried it because it was like, what if it doesn't work? Then I have drums of Slum and aside the Boots of Bearing, and I use it, and Demonic Purge, I still stand still.
Yeah.
The more you know.
So, but I mean, it is a very, very slow build-up, right? Because it's one of the most expensive recipes. So for a while, it's not like Scam's gonna be having... And I think that's why he maxed Thunderstrike as well. Like, he just wants to be farming. Maybe he gets the shard, just keeps trying to get that item.
Well, net worth wise, game is still very close between the two sides. Natsumi is top net worth, Jack Boys is second, but of course a lot of that time was wasted for Jack Boys in trying to get the Tormentor, where Natsumi was just farming away. Nico has got solid farm on his part as well on the Timber Saw, is close to the BKB being done, which TA has it secured. Quap is also very close to finishing up the BKB. Centaurs, same story. Radiant are almost at 3 BKBs at the ready. Dire has one? Yeah, one, and the other two won't be anywhere close.
Yeah, that is gonna be a big problem. Like, they're already struggling to lock down some of these heroes. With BKBs, you're not gonna kill any of the cores, so you probably just have to focus on the Shadow Demon. As Tier 1 tower will probably fall here. Never mind. Bad Disruptor.
Okay, just random Disruptor catch. He is going for the shard.
Is that a Roche play?
Against the Clockwork, it's always very sketchy to go Roche.
Yeah, very true. And they have NP as well.
Even the Timber Saw, just jump in the pit and then spam your spells AoE.
Do like the Shivas Nick was going for. Just having that extra armor against the TA and the damage amplification is always nice.
Healing reduction against Queen of Pain and Enchantress and even the Centaur are massive.
True. Meet 1 deny by Scam.
5k net worth really much great stuff, but it's a 24-minute game, so it's not really that much. The main difference is as well in the supports and Yopaj being a bit behind.
Yeah, definitely a little bit behind. Does queue up the BKB on the end there?
Does have that BKB and will be not even needing to use it.
I'm surprised he didn't try to glimpse instantly, because... Oh, Scam? TP out? Nah, he doesn't have a TP. He's dead.
Well, Demonic Purge on cooldown for 65. That's something.
Radiant are scanning.
No. They do try to scan here looking for someone. That seems a little bit higher up. Manta is done, so now I have Dispel for Mel, Dispel for Dagger.
And Sanctity is going to go for that Aghanim Scepter next. Jump in onto Yopaj, Chamber. He didn't have a Remnant down.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why you always have a Remnant down. That's, yeah, they're in the Roche bits. Waiting for the Rocket Flame maybe 10. I'm just going to go for it with a double null strike, and that should be the first age of the game going to Boom Esports.
Yeah, I mean, early game was much better this time around, but it does feel like Yopaj is not very comfortable playing this December. A couple of blunders here and there. Nico is having a pretty good game, all things considered. Like, he got heavily countered against the TA, still having an awesome game, but their lockdown is pretty bad. Like, they literally, the only real stun they have is hookshot.
Scam walks over some traps, looking for him. There's Scam still that observer ward, so he can't go anywhere. Scam is dead once again. Scam's having a terrible way. All he's doing is dying at this stage.
Yeah. And he did give up the shard now, so pretty... Yeah, very curious build on the Disruptor.
Well, it at least gets you some more vision in the trees. Maybe get a catch, Nico. Gets the blink out before any damage comes out from Sanctity. And Sanctity has now overtaken the Timber Saw in terms of farm. Nico can't keep up the pace in terms of net worth anymore. Natsumi is still doing a very good job staying close to Jack Boys. And also trying to split open the map a decent amount. Jabs is doing the same thing with his Helm of the Dominator creep. He is dragging the creeps back. in that bottom lane, so there is no actual split push being successful.
They're gonna smoke up. They do have the NP to follow up. Can they find a straggler? Oh, the centaurs they're gonna find. This is a hard one.
F ups the BKB. Cogs annoying a little bit. Oh, jumping onto Narman. Center Stampede Juice. Do they have a glimpse? For any of the catches, two-man route comes out. Pop is on the side. Saxon connected onto both. But there's jabs going in for more here. Chop through. They finally kill off Narman. But they are in a bit of trouble here. The Jack Boys keeps on getting permanently rooted. Demonic Courage used by Yokam as he is dropping low. Nico's chasing deep for the backline supports. They will lose Clockwork. Stomping onto Scam. That's a second one down. And the support, I mean, how did Yokam on that Shadow Demon get out? He was just twirling around and Nico was on his tail 24/7. But the Glimmer Cape, or how did he go in?
I am not sure. I am like
in on the tips of Nico, gets himself back to the high ground. Shadow Demon so very close to dying. Nico might tick down. He does die to Sanctity's dot damage. And yeah, that's the Searing Signet there coming in from the Queen of Bane. With the artifact potency for the extra damage, that was too much for him to handle. And now no Nico for a high ground defense. They still have the AP for 2 minutes. He's got that BKB in the backpack in case they manage to take him down somehow.
Well, they still have Aegis for 2 minutes, so this is going to be a very hard defense as Jack Boys can blink out.
Killing him off, blink out just in time, no glimpse, no vision. They do glimpse back Narman, so the Enchantress, God's point. Oh, they just can't get anything. Not a single thing gained here.
I mean, the Ench is moving forward, man.
Stampede going in towards Scam. He's trying to run away, but a lot of damage comes out in response from Nico Pops the BKB. Jack Boys, he's looking for targets here. Yopaj in front of him has to slide a fist. They kill off Narman. One of the supports is dead. The other one is being chased. Static Storm catch onto the Shadow Demon. Is finally dead to the slide of fist. He's about to get popped. Natsumi dead though. Nico dead. And everyone on the dire side is dropping to the Queen of Pain. As Yopaj is on the run, will be able to stay alive, but that's, I mean, technically a 3 for 3, but a very painful one for the dire side.
Yeah, and this could be a tower being poked here. No buybacks besides the NP, but oh my lord, Ember.
As well, quickly pops the Ghost Scepter when side blades come flying.
Yeah, that's just lane of Barracks. No response whatsoever.
And yeah, great catches so far. He's almost done with his Aghanim Scepter as well. You still have that behind them on the other side. With the Centaur Stampede coming in soon enough.
Yeah, it's done now. I mean, they're going high ground here. They really don't care. They know that this NP doesn't want to buy back 20 seconds up, and even if he does, it's already a huge win. They have tendency to disengage. They have the cards, and it seems, I guess they can glyph and try to force a fight. Probably have to do that. You don't want to give 2 lanes back for free. They do go for the glyph.
Oh, there's the Centaur.
Party time!
Yep, let's go for a ride. Quickly get rid of the racks. Take Jack Boys out of there. As they are gonna glimpse, but the disruption save comes out. Queen of Pain blinks up on the enemy high ground, but it's just to fear them away. And all these traps all over the place as well. The constant silence as Yopaj forced to pop the BKB. 2-man route comes out. Do they even have anything behind it? But they still have BKBs available. Hit your workhorse is up in 3 seconds. The Stampede. Limp sends him back. Jab pops the BKB. Almost taken down, and Nico's looking for a catch. They're gonna go for Jack Boys here. But can they even kill him? BKB's used. Sonic Wave onto 2. Sanctity godlike. Nico's still chasing on the back line. He's just dead. 3 hits from Jack Boys is enough. Skem's gonna be next, and this might just be it for Team Aureus. Natsumi is trying to hold the line here. on the Nature's Prophet, but there's just not much that he can do. He doesn't even have a BKB, so they constantly keep interrupting and silence and slowing him.
The only reason they didn't GG, I think. So still have like one fight on you, but what item do you even get that changes these fights?
I mean, one item is not going to be enough.
Like,
it's
isn't
20k
he trying
behind.
to go full on for damage to try and like out DPS the TA, but he's being constantly, so he can't really dish that much damage. Partly because there's no stuns, right? When they got the 3 BKBs on Boom, like kinetic field doesn't really matter, chains don't matter. I think that's really the biggest, the greatest part about how Boom won those fights is just, all right, guys, let's get 3 BKBs. Doesn't matter.
I mean, for Boom, the one thing that has mainly, in my eyes, put them in this very winning position has just been Yokam on that Shadow Demon as well. Now, the disruptions, every single time someone almost dies in this team, disruption. And then they come back, blink out, whatever. Perfect timing on it. Keeps his team afloat.
Yeah.
And even when they try to chase him down, he keeps the Timber Saw occupied for like the entire fight. He's trying to kill off this Shadow Demon, and Yokam is just nowhere to be seen.
To me, what I like, we're praising Scam a lot, right, during the qualifiers for his all-hero challenge. I think the biggest weakness of Aureus is that even though Scam is willing to play everything, I feel like Gear 4, at least in this patch, in this tournament, well, second.
Going in for a fight. Scam dropping low, is gonna get taken down. Jump into the side. Nico TA. Yeah, Nico is dead. And Nico throws out right before he dies. Oi, Philippines! Oi, oi! Yeah, he knows how far it is right now, and it looks like it's just gonna be a...
Yeah.
Well,
my
a
point
very
is that,
sad
of course,
ending to their story.
They don't play that many heroes. So, you see this Ember into a Shadow Demon, it feels like they're never playing the best hero for the game, more than they're playing something they're comfortable with.
Honestly, I also think that they're up against pretty nasty drafters. Oh, shot in onto 2 by Tims. They do have BKBs, and they have a nice little cart sprint coming in. Yeah, Workhorse, hit your ride, take it for a spin. God, TI really made some things weird. Centaur being a super late game hero now because of Workhorse.
Yeah? I mean, it just works.
At least the Shrine of Wisdom got stolen.
He's also getting closer to his Daedalus, so DPS is going to increase a bit more on Natsumi. They will go for a Smokerino. Roche is up, so that's what they're trying to address.
And Jab's walking up. Scam on the other side is going to get jumped, and Scam is dead, but Tim's as well. Scam is not dead just yet. Sexorm onto Norman. Can they get anything here? Actually, Jab's dropping very low, but pops the BKB, and then the damage output is very minimal from the dire side. Sonic Wave onto Natsumi, force him away, and Natsumi is going to get held in position. The NP, no BKB, no chance. Nico, 3 kill hits by Jackie. Drops him dead as well. 50 seconds and no Timber. They do have a buyback on him. No buyback available onto Natsumi though. 190 gold off the mark for that one.
I think you live and you try to fight when the disruptor spawns with the buyback on Timber, but they can just back and Roche if they want to. Like, you don't even need to commit for this.
It seems Jack wants to. They use Blink, so as you said, they don't have their BKBs on the Radiant side at the moment. But they don't have the NP. Like, if they had NP, this could get you a good fight. There are 2 bounties on the map though, but no one can get there except for NP.
100 gold away. That's so sad.
And Tim's pump faking the hook shot. The Ancient under siege. They have no fortification available.
Have to go
Budge, gotta be careful with that heavy daedalus damage. Has to jump in all around. Narman is going to be jumped here by Nico. Nico is in trouble. Nico is dead. The Timbersaw has fallen. Stampede goes in on the back line and everyone is dead. GG's as Boom eliminate Aureus, who has gone through the entire lower bracket run to make it to the grand finals, and they get 3-0'd by the first team that beat them.
Yeah, I mean, it was like game one was very close. I can't help but feel like this series would be very different if Aureus was able to take that game. But once that one strat didn't work out, you know, they tried something else, and then they also got beat, and it felt like they were trying to look for an edge or something that they could excel at against Boom. But Boom's drafts were very good. Their cores were very stable. The supports really struggled, right? They were rotating mid so often to try and help Yopaj, and in every game they never had level 6 minute 10. Like, it felt like that totally made fighting really hard every time. So maybe that's something they can work in the future. But I mean, congrats to Boom. They played really well in this BO5.
Boom played quite phenomenally. Have to give extra shout out to Yokam. I think MVP of the series. All 3 games, outstanding performance coming up from him. But Boom Esports, yeah, game 1 close, game 2 and game 3 kind of a shutdown in their favor, and Team Aureus pretty sad. They had to let other tournaments go for this one as well. I think earlier this morning they even had like the Blast qualifiers that they had to drop to the lower bracket because of this. But Boom Esports, they're going to be playing DreamLeague. I mean, they are the TI contenders and are a very solid team as we can see them right now. I'm wondering, you know, when Talon comes back, how that's going to run in the region, but currently they do look like the strongest. Nonetheless, that was it for the stream here. For Southeast Asia closed qualifiers, we unfortunately only have 1 team qualifying, but it is Boom Esports. So Bowie, you know, great showing, had fantastic games. The time zone killed you, but are you happy how the games went?
I mean, I wish we had more games for the finals, but in general, I'm very happy. It's nice to see these new team formations. Hopefully, we're gonna see where 23 Savage is gonna play. Maybe a team that's already qualified. But yeah, very happy. Thankfully to everyone that watched, and hoping Boom gets to play a good DreamLeague.
I hope, wish them the best of luck at DreamLeague, where they'll be tested by the big teams. But nonetheless, that was it for me and Bowie for Southeast Asia. Hopefully you enjoyed the show. And in case we don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
And I'm all leg for just 1 keg of good old English ale, sir. Just 1 keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were 2 little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. 2 little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bows of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die. Hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bows of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bows of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora in bella non so che tiene buon mancherà. C'ha la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora in bella non so che tiene buon mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza quando donna mia va di te qua, un garzon bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà.